What is up, everyone? Server up. Hey, Kamibera, what do you mean server up? My server is always up. How are you doing, man? I'm not sure if you mean for WoW or EVE Online is always up, but I don't know if WoW's down or not, though. Not really sure, but we got a lot that we're talking about today, so buckle up. I'm going to be talking a lot about, well, obviously there's the huge protest going on today against ICE. Iran is apparently wanting to make a deal with the U.S., a nuclear deal. And apparently, that the U.S. has brought a bunch of military equipment personnel to the Middle East for a possible strike. So we're going to be covering that. And Don Lemon, former CNN anchor, one of the most well-known journalists in America, was arrested today. So we'll be covering that as well. That's actually pretty big news. Trying to silence him, punish him for daring to report on ICE people. Anyways. Here.
They want us to get afraid, but we will not.
They want us to get afraid.
As well as the rest of the nation will fight against ICE terror with the general strike. That is our biggest power as the general public. We fight with our wallets. The fight will be long, hard, and likely exhausting, but we must keep hope. We must keep fighting in the belief that there is a better tomorrow.
And also, Hassan was banned on Twitch,
as one city, one state,
which is crazy.
Thank you.
Okay, that sound quality there is kind of...
Try something diplomatically.
Look at the Iran situation for a bit.
The greater chance is that we'll see something in the next few days.
Right, breaking overnight, Iran's military warned it will respond instantly to any new attack, but also said just now it is ready to participate in fair and just nuclear talks with the United States. President Trump said he has been holding conversations with Iranian leaders, even as he threatens to strike Iran if it does not agree to negotiate a new nuclear deal.
We have a lot of very big, very powerful ships sailing to Iran right now. And it would be great if we didn't have to use them. I told him two things. Number one, no nuclear. And number two, stop killing protesters.
With us now, CNN political and global affairs commentator Sabrina Singh and retired Army Major
like
Mike Lyons. Notwithstanding what the president just said about protesters, in a Truth Social post where he basically outlined the parameters with which the United States might use military force, he said dismantling the nuclear program, cutting back on missiles, the Iranian missile program, which can reach hundreds of miles. And the third thing was to stop supporting proxies all throughout the Middle East, like Hezbollah and whatnot. How much room for discussion do you think there really is with Iran on that?
Well, you know, I think with Iran, there's certainly, if the president and his team are engaging with Iran to have these discussions and bring them to the table, I think there's always room, of course, as the president likes to say, for negotiations. But it remains to be seen how much Iran is willing to give. And, of course, their rhetoric certainly indicates. So
Iran's foreign minister seems to be confirming that they're ready to have talks with the U.S. as well. So it wasn't just Trump talking. The Iran is actually saying the same thing. So there you go.
In the north of Israel, and then, of course, with the Houthis in Yemen, there are mechanisms that the administration can force on Iran to stop them from supporting these groups. But you know, trying to force Iran to give up its nuclear program, to give up its arsenal of ballistic missiles, I think that's going to be a lot harder for Iran to stomach, and I don't know that they are going to give on that. And so maybe it does come down to another strike that the United States engages in that we did in June of last year. But I think that remains to be seen on what Iran is willing to give up when it comes to their arsenal.
Major Lyons, a second ago we had a map up which showed the U.S. assets now in the region. There it is right there. What would this allow the United States to do inside Iran?
The top left camera, we're just waiting for Don Lemon and his, I guess, lawyers to come out. So it's just kind of a live feed to it.
The possibility for targeted ground operations, commando raids and whatnot.
Yeah, John, I wonder what the target package looks like. Maybe it's Operation Midnight Hammer 2.0, where we strike IRGC facilities, missile capabilities, air defense platforms, things that could attack U.S. forces that are in the area. There's about 10,000 troops within the Middle East, within target range there. We'd have to involve the Israelis. We'd have to put them on higher alert as well. In some ways, the question is who fires first. I'm just surprised if we would preemptively go to that route. We know that there's going to be some naval exercises the next few days with the IRGC units in the Strait of Hormuz. Well, that to me is the tripwire. If we try to some kind of naval blockade or do something there, that might be a red line. And if Iran does make the mistake and fire at us first, well, then I think all bets are off. I think all of those become real targets.
Sabrina, Marco Rubio, the Secretary of State, said something really interesting at hearings the other day when asked what would happen after the United States struck if the Iranian regime fell. And he more or less said that it's impossible to tell. So how much does that factor in, do you think, as to what type of operations ultimately the United States decides to do?
I think this is the looming question that this administration is going to have to reckon with. Iran is very different from Venezuela, where you saw, a kind of an extension carried out of the Maduro regime. It is going to be much more different and much more difficult in Iran to determine who, if there is a regime change, who would take over and control, some of the militias within Iran, but also just the larger apparatus. And so I think that is the larger looming question. But I also think what allies and partners are urging this administration
Hey,
to have some
Saganus, what's up,
restraint
man?
on is if there is regime change in Iran, does that spill over into a wider regional conflict, potentially bringing in Arab nations into a larger war, which I don't think anyone wants to see, frankly. But I think, as you saw, Secretary Rubio did not really have a clean answer when asked in front of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee what this will look like. So I don't know what, regime change could look like for even the Iranian people, but it's certainly not going to be clean any which way you cut it.
In Major Allen, let's talk about the Iranian capabilities right now, because again, some of the reporting overnight is that in comparison to what happened before with Israel, they could hit more populated cities. They could hit harder this time
lots of news
than they
articles
did
to go over
even
too.
then. So how much capability do they even have?
Well, John, their capability has been degraded, no question, and they probably have one real good shot, I would say, and the United States and Israel would have to defend something, a barrage, let's say, of missiles coming, but that might be it. And so I think that's kind of the calculus that we're doing with regard to whether or not we decide to strike there. But they have thousands of missiles, but again, one good shot is probably what all they have left. I think the indispensable force here inside Iran is this Artesh. It's this conventional force. If there's going to be regime change, it's got to come from within. And if there's some kind of civil war there, if the people rise up and have some security on their side, I think that's going to be successful. But other than that, just kind of throwing beer from the bleachers on the outside, I just don't think it's going to work.
Major Michael Lyons, Sabrina Singh, great to see you both. Thank you very much.
Welcome back. The war of words between the U.S. and Iran is heating up as President Trump demands a nuclear deal and an end to Tehran's crackdown on protests. Iran's top army spokesperson is warning that any attack from the U.S. will be met with an immediate response.
I forgot
he says
this
that targets could include
CPC,
U.S. military bases, aircraft carriers, and other naval assets.
Looks like that's over, actually.
President Trump has been threatening military action for weeks after security forces killed thousands of protesters. Here's his exchange with reporters on Thursday night.
Oh, no, I got it.
Have you had any conversations with Iran in the last few days, and are you planning on any?
I have had, and I am planning on it, yeah. We have a lot of very big, very powerful ships sailing
I
to
feel
Iran
like
right now.
he gets asked
And it
questions
would
and
be
he
great
just
if we
makes
didn't
stuff
have
up
to
as he
use
goes
them.
Can you
along.
say what the message was that you shared with Iranians?
Well, I told them two things. Number one, no nuclear. And number two, stop killing protesters. They're killing them by the thousands. I stopped 837 hangings 2 weeks ago. But they're going to have to do something.
Diplomats from a number of countries are working
You
to
think
bring
that he
down
just came up with that
tensions.
number
US
off the
and Saudi
top of his
officials
head?
met in Washington this week.
837?
And Iran and
That's
Turkey
just a
are
random
meeting
number?
today. The U.S. Defense Secretary says other plans are in the works if diplomacy fails.
Same thing with Iran right now, ensuring that they have all the options to make a deal. They should not pursue nuclear capabilities. We will be prepared to deliver whatever this president expects of the War Department.
Okay, let's bring in now Nada Bashir live for us this hour in London. Nada, good morning. Trump said that he's been holding conversations with Iranian leaders. So where do things stand with those conversations?
Well, no clear details have been offered by the White House or the Trump administration with regards to the progress of those talks or even which Iranian officials the U.S. president has been holding those conversations with. As we've heard from the U.S.
Did you see
president,
the new Epstein files in the Department of Justice uploaded and then deleted? No, I
to be held with
think I
Iranian
saw on
officials
CNN or
over,
CBS.
The coming days. But again, no clear details.
Live updates is 3 million Epstein files released by the Department of Justice. I wonder if somebody was able to delete them all beforehand. This is what you're talking about here, right, Belfast? I think.
Fail to bring an end to hostilities.
There's a lot to go over tonight. Like there's that. There's the Iran thing.
The devastating impact of the
There's
Iranian
the Don Lemon thing that's going on. There's the protests that are going on. Hassan Abi was banned on Twitch.
According to human rights organizations, thousands more believed to have been detained. Their fate, of course, unclear. And there is certainly mounting.
Some people saved them before they got deleted.
We've heard from
they just need to like release them to everyone now. Upload them to some like a public server anonymously or something.
Organization. But we've also been hearing very firm rhetoric from the Iranian regime, both with regards to the EU's decision, but also in particular
Minnesota Vikings fired their GM. Well, I mean, you give up a quarterback and then goes to another team and takes them to the Super Bowl.
Around the potential
and your team
for
sucks.
Military action. Now, as you heard there from Trump's
thanks for the prime, man. Thank you very much.
On two fronts. The first, no nuclear.
Thank you, man. I really appreciate
to
that.
Stop killing protesters. What we've been hearing from from Iranian officials is that
there's a lot to go over today, man. Like this morning when I woke up, I was like, man, is this going to be a slow news day?
Will trigger an immediate and decisive response from the Iranian regime. They have said there will be
big accusations against. Dude, I would be shocked.
Target U.S. assets.
Absolutely shocked. I would be floored.
Include U.S. military.
I'd be floored and then shocked and then shocked and then floored a second time if there wasn't some really bad shit on Trump at this point.
Carrier strike group is now believed to be in
like
the Middle
I'd be
East, positioning
really
itself
shocked
for
at this
any
point.
potential
Let's
moves
see what you got
on
for
that
me
front.
here.
But also, of course, U.S. military bases in the region. Just a few weeks ago, we had U.S. military officials in.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh, what is this? Donald Trump, the president, had parties at Mar-a-Lago called Calendar Girls. Jeffrey Epstein would bring the children in and Trump would auction them off. He measured the children's vulva and vaginas by entering a finger and then rated the children's on tightness. This is absolutely... I was 13 years old when Donald Trump raped me. You know, I don't understand. I've actually talked to people that are okay with this as long as Trump does everything else that he was talking about on his platform, getting rid of immigrants. Getting rid of immigrants is more important to them than this, than the leader of your country raping children. Wow. If it's true, it's over. You know what? I don't have any faith. I don't have any faith that it is, dude. I think that they could actually release all the files and it will not change anything with his base. They're that sick. I actually don't think it would change anything with their base at all. So I wonder if somebody got the whole download though, and not just like a couple of pages. I wonder if somebody got like all the it said something like 5,000 pages, or I don't know how much it was. Hold on, CBS had it. 3 million Epstein files. Like, could they have downloaded all that in time?
that it's looking at right now are, Kevin.
Yeah, and I think what's clear is that the options have expanded since a couple of weeks ago when the president was facing a similar...
Like, do we have any MAGA in chat right now? We quite often do. I got to ask. If these files eventually get released and it's got shit all about Trump all over it, is that finally the line that has been crossed where you're like, okay, this guy's got to go? Like, where is that line in the sand drawn at this point?
Range anything from sort of a targeted strike on some of the security services that were responsible for cracking down on those.
I tell you what, though,
ranging all the way.
There are some content creators out there that are your I'll call them right wing, MAGA content creators. I'll even call them these pretend centrists, which they are most definitely not. I'm not going to mention any names, but they are going to find out if this shit comes out. They are going to find out that they are really on the wrong side of history here, like really badly, and people will never let them forget. They'll be like, "Listen, dude, you were on the side of the guy that was raping children," and they will never live that down. So, but there are several content creators that are right-wing content creators, very pro-Trump. There's a couple in particular that I'm thinking of that try to pretend that they're centrists when they're not. They're not centrists at all. And you know, they're either gonna very like pull a hard like left and suddenly be, oh shit, no, I don't like Donald Trump anymore, or they're gonna eat a lot of they're gonna eat a lot of crow. Not sure who I'm referring to. Well, there's a few. I'm not going to mention any names. I don't need to get into a war with people, and but there's a few people out there that like to well, they don't like to pretend. They are your right-wing streamers. They are pro-Donald Trump. There's a couple in particular, or unless you're being sarcastic, Saganist, there's a couple that like to portray themselves as centrists when they are very clearly not. They're very pro-Trump. And this shit gets out, and they are going to look like absolute idiots. Well, Stay Safe is definitely very right. He is definitely very right. But when I talk about centrists, that's not who I'm talking about.
Minneapolis will strike! Minneapolis will strike! And before that, we're going to start marching, so pack in, be safe, no rushing. We got plenty of space for the hundreds of thousands of people that are showing up today.
Hundreds of thousands, they say.
We're in the front. We're all here to show them that they can't do nothing without us. We're all here to show them that we're here to shut it down. Shut it down. Shut it down. Shut.
So do they basically just like walk out of work and school and all that sort of stuff and just kind of shut down the city to do this? I think that was basically what they were doing, right? Don Lemon still hasn't come out.
Can strike. It's not just the demands for Iran to essentially.
Sounds like I didn't mention any names,
foreign
dude.
and security policy.
I didn't mention any names.
Which is,
I'm just saying,
what seems to be required.
There's some people that are that like to portray themselves as centrists, and will flip flop or whatever, and not actually take a side. But anyone who's been like pro-Trump, if this shit comes out and they don't immediately come out and say, listen, I was fucking wrong. Fuck.
In the streets. So it seems very hard for me to imagine how the United States does not conduct some sort of strike.
I am
what
really
I'm
interested to know
racking my
whether or not
brains
somebody
to
got
try to
all the files.
understand is how this is going to
Was there enough time for
help
someone to download
the
everything?
situation in any way? I mean, the U.S. can take out some more missile bases, perhaps. It can hit the rubble again, or perhaps some new nuclear sites. But I really don't see how this resolves this 40.
Okay, I have to watch this because this is a video that I was thinking about making for tomorrow. Lindsey Graham is threatening Europe and all other allies of Germany that if we America will crush them.
So to any ally, Canada, Britain, Germany, France, if you try to help the ICC, we're going to sanction you.
Well, that means I want every ally, and you saw little Justin in Canada and his position. What should the penalty be?
We should crush your economy because we're next. Why can't... So to any ally...
What are they're gonna? The U.S. is gonna sanction everyone. Dude, you're just itching for everyone to just say "fuck the U.S." We're just gonna do business with each other and not do business with the U.S. Go ahead, sanction everyone, Lindsay. See how that works out for you. Lindsay needs to come out of the closet. I mean, there's a few of them that probably do, but I mean that is the most ridiculous thing. Like, we're threatening the entire world. We're going to sanction the entire world. That doesn't really work out very well unless other people are willing to go along with your sanctions. We'll sanction you all.
Has
oh my
partnered
God!
with for decades. I just don't see how the Islamic Republic of Iran
Graham is a joke. He's
can
nuts, man.
accept
He's
those
absolutely.
demands. So there needs to be some creativity here.
Him and the Treasury Secretary. I can't remember what his name is right now.
Over perhaps its stockpile of highly enriched uranium.
How
There's
do
about 900
so many stupid
pounds of it
idiots
under
get
the
like
rubble,
into the same
in the
like
places that were bombed last summer?
Oh,
Could Iran
God.
agree to transfer that uranium to Russia, for example? In the past, Iran has sent
What's he going to do?
enriched
Park
uranium to Russia.
like a
Could Iran agree
carrier,
to
a
let the
destroyer
International Atomic Energy
outside of any
Agency come
port in
back
Canada?
and fully monitor these sites? These inspectors have
man.
not been there since June. There are possibilities, but he would have to.
Could you
scale
imagine
back
them
his
sending like an
maximalist
aircraft carrier
demands,
to like
and the Iranians
Europe or
would have
whatever
make
to
some
stop
significant concessions.
cargo ships from
It's
going
still
there?
possible. It's always possible. I mean, how many balls can the United States juggle at one time?
U.S. can't stop falling from grace. You're addicted to it, dude. See, here's the thing. I like Americans. I don't like the ignorant ones. I like Americans in general. Like, I've got a lot of friends that are Americans. I've got family that are Americans. I think a lot of the world just hates America. Like what America has become. You know, it's no longer the like leader of the free world anymore. Because they're not treating other countries with respect. So the rest of the world is just like, you know what, fuck these guys. We're gonna go on. We're gonna move on without them. Like, we're tired of their nonsense. This morning, him telling off Starmer for China talks and deals. Dude, it's at this point, the rest of the world is just looking at the U.S. and just shrugging their shoulders, like, yeah, we don't care anymore. And I don't know if people understand that, like, outside of America, understand that other countries are just like, yeah, we're just not listening to your bullshit and your threats anymore. We're tired of this drama. Like, we've had enough. Like, what are you gonna do? Canada lowered tariffs on vehicles, and China's buying a shit ton of stuff from Canada now. Like, and you know what Trump woke up and did this morning? He wrote up on his Truth Social that he's going to boycott Bombardier, which is a major like manufacturer of jet airplanes, like, you know, like passenger jets, private jets, that sort of thing. And there's like several thousand of them that are operating in the U.S. And Trump woke up and basically said, made some demands of Canada and said that if we don't meet these demands, that he was going to ground them and make sure that they could never fly in the U.S. Do you know how many flights in the U.S. would be canceled? like several thousand a day if Bombardier jets were suddenly not able to fly in the U.S. Like, it's he doesn't even think about his threats before he makes them. It's like, okay, go ahead. Like, they've already sold the jets to those companies, so like, you know, you're just all you're doing is punishing your own population by having their flights canceled, et cetera, and then that's suddenly going to drive up prices for flights. You're not hurting Canadians doing that. Like, don't be ridiculous. And the reason he is doing that is because there's very strong rumors now that Canada is going to dump their deal of buying the F-35 because we just don't trust America anymore. Like, and there's no reason to trust America anymore. Like, what? Why? And something like only like 30% of F-35s in the U.S. are actually operational. Like, they're not even currently in condition to fly at the moment because they need parts or whatever. The maintenance, it takes forever to maintain, to maintain these jets, and it's expensive as hell as well. And so Canada's like, well, with the way you're treating us, why would we trust you to go through with this deal and buy another, I think it's like 85 jets or 88 jets or something like that? Well, like, why would we trust you for this? So the rumor is that Canada was going to switch over to the Saab Gripen out of Sweden, which is a very, very fucking good jet. The only thing it lacks is stealth capabilities, but it is the best jet in the entire world for economic warfare. It is virtually impossible to lock onto because of its economic warfare stuff that it has on board, and it makes it really difficult for the enemy to actually lock onto it as a jet. But it has also apparently got the equipment on board. It can actually lock onto the F-35. So it's like, we don't have stealth, okay, fine, but we've got all this other stuff, and they're cheaper, they're faster, and we can have them a lot sooner. And I mean, who are we going to trust, Sweden or America, with the way that they're treating us? So, and one of the reasons why they're punishing Bombardier is because apparently part of Sweden's sweetening of the deal to Canada is that they would build the jets here in Canada, supplying Canada with jobs. They would be able to buy like minerals and stuff like that they need to produce these planes directly from Canada. So that would create mining jobs, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So it was a big win-win for Canada to actually switch to the Gripen. And it was rumored that Bombardier, which already produces a really good quality jet, was going to be the company that was going to basically help manufacture them. So Donald Trump is flipping out and, if you don't fucking do this, blah, 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 we're gonna make all of your Bombardier jets, they're not gonna be allowed to fly in the U.S. We're just like, okay, that doesn't punish Canadians. Like, I'm not flying to the U.S. In current conditions, there's no reason to trust NA with your military equipment. Worse if it depends on proprietary software. Exactly, dude. Like, why would we trust America that there's not like a kill switch in these jets? Like, why would we ever? 10 years ago, I would have been like, no, let's get the F-35. I would have had no reason not to trust America. But now it's like, no, why would we risk that? Forget that. We're going with the Gripen, and and overwhelmingly Canadians, when polled about this stuff, they're like, fuck the Americans. Let's go with the Gripen. We can buy more of them because they're cheaper. They're more capable of actually flying in the Arctic as well, and they can take off and land on much shorter runways. Their payload is really good. They're faster. Like, they're a really good effing plane. Anyways, I hope they switch to the Gripen. I hope they just say, you know what, screw you. Like, you're just being a dip. And then I hope Carney comes out and says, listen, we're switching to the Gripen, and one of the reasons we're doing that is because Donald Trump is just being a fucking moron. And we can't make deals with countries that have a leader that's constantly threatening us like this, and makes the business community in the U.S. realize, hey, we just lost a $100 billion deal because of this moron,
No human is illegal. 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 Minneapolis, give yourselves a hand.
Oh, we love Carney up here, dude. We love Carney up here. He's been a huge.
That's what I'm talking about. Across the nation.
Like a huge success up here. He's very, very popular.
To New York, to Texas, to everywhere, across the world, we will make a change. This is the revolution. This is the revolution. When immigrant rights are under attack, what do we do? Stand up, fight back. What do we do? Stand up, fight back. What do we do?
You know what Canadians like about Mark Carney? Not only is he really effing smart, he is the exact right person that we needed at this time. Like, you know, sometimes somebody comes along and it's like, okay, this is exactly the person that we need at this moment in time in our history. He is that person for Canadians. And you know why he's loved around the world? Is because, and this is one of the reasons why Trump can't stand Canada, where he's constantly going after Canada with all these bullshit tariffs and stuff like that. He hates the fact that Canada has someone that basically just stood up to him and made him look like an ass. Trump likes to be the bully. He likes to be able to push around people. And you'll notice when he tries to push around people like, you know, the EU or whatever, that he'll back down immediately like he did with Greenland. Because they basically just bullied him back and said, no, piss off, you're not doing anything. And then he immediately backed down, right? But he really can't stand the fact that a medium power like Canada, we've got like, I don't know, a population that's like 1/7 the size of theirs or something like that. That a country of our size has the gumption, has the balls to stand up to him. And it drives him up the frickin' wall that, you know, a country of Canada's size and population is basically giving him the finger and saying, nah, we're not putting up with your shit. He can't stand it. He actually can't stand it. He cannot stand the fact that we didn't immediately surrender and sign whatever trade deal we possibly could with the U.S. when Carney came in. He hates it. And Carney basically just said, yeah, you know what? No, we're not going to deal with you. And when Carney came to power, instead of going down to the U.S., which is kind of a tradition that when a new leader in Canada gets elected, they go down to the U.S., same as when a new leader in the U.S. gets elected. Quite often they'll go up to Canada right away. Carney didn't do that. He immediately went over to Europe. And it was kind of like, listen, if you're going to disrespect us, we're just not going to bother with your shit. You're acting like a spoiled little child. We're going to treat you like a spoiled little child. And he can't stand the fact that Canada stood up and said, no, we're not dealing with your nonsense. And then on top of that, what he did in Davos, standing up to Trump, standing up to America. And that's why he got an ovation, is because it's something everybody wanted to say. And now somebody said it. And he's kind of the figurehead of this movement to say, yeah, you know what? We don't need to deal with your bullying bullshit anymore. So that's kind of why Carney is so popular right now. And that's why you're seeing so many countries now just not bother to pay attention. Like, Trump is making threats against people, and people are just like, yeah, we don't care. We don't care anymore. Like, make your threats. Go ahead, think that you've got all this economic power or whatever, but if America's just like, you know, we're going to put tariffs on your products, well, we give them products that they have to have. Like, if you look at our trade with the U.S., 70% of our trade right now with the U.S., and that's going to plummet next year because now we're trading with China. So our trade with China is going to significantly increase. So you're probably going to see right now or next year that our trade with the U.S. is probably going to go down to around 60%, maybe even lower than that. And that's, you know, quite a substantial change in just the course of 1 year, now that we're going to be doing lots of trading, and I'll go into that in a sec. But 50% of our trade is in the form of energy. It's in electricity. We supply them with like 65% of their oil to the U.S. And they can't make that up with Venezuela because Venezuela doesn't produce enough oil because they don't have the infrastructure. And in order for them to have the infrastructure in place, it's going to take like 10 years and $120 billion of investment. And there's no oil companies that are coming forward and saying, yeah, we'll do that. They've basically announced and said, well, yeah, we're not doing that. Like, we're not spending that much money to put an infrastructure into a country that is just going to nationalize the oil product or the oil in 10 years or something like that. Why would we spend that money on that and then just lose them in 10 or 15 years, right? So they're not willing to go in there and put all the money in. So they can't make up the difference in the oil that they would be losing from us. So they have to continue to buying oil from us, electricity from us. Same as like potash. Do I still play Classic? I haven't been playing Classic in a few months. One of these days I'll maybe go back, but right now Right now, I'm not playing Classic. I don't even have an active account, to be honest. When they get rid of the bots, I'll go back. How's that? Anyways, another thing that we supply the U.S. with is like 98% of their potash. Same as natural gas. Of the natural gas that America actually imports, we import like it's like 95% of it is Canadian. So what are they going to do? They're and that's 50% of what we trade to them. So 35% of our total exports is stuff that they have to buy from us. So if they want to put tariffs on, it's like, okay, fine. You're not punishing us. It's not like you're going to buy less oil because, all you're doing is going to be charging your citizens more because of tariffs. Like, so, okay, go ahead. Throw your 100% tariffs on our product because 50% of what you're buying from us is stuff that you're not going to stop buying from us. And the other 50%, which is 35% of our trade, you're still going to buy, a bunch of that. But with the amount of difference that we're going to make up with China, I'll get into China now. With the trade deal that we made with China, we reduced tariffs on their electric vehicles. And with that, they've committed to buying canola from us. They bought 60,000, I think, was it 60,000 tons that they bought off of us already? That's what they've already purchased in 1 week of canola. They're buying Alberta beef. They're buying seafood, which is, beef and seafood is stuff that they hadn't been buying from us for a while because they basically boycotted it when we put the tariffs on their electric vehicles, which we did at the request of Joe Biden and America. So there's those, and then there was one other product that I'm missing off the top of my head right now. Oh, lumber. They've committed to buying lumber, and you know why they're buying lumber from us? Because they got into this trade dispute with America. And they immediately cut all purchases of lumber from the U.S. You can actually find news articles about how the lumber mills in the U.S. are suffering because China won't buy their lumber anymore. You know who they're buying from now? They're buying from Canada. This is the effect that tariffs have on your country. When you go and start doing this stuff, the world is moving along too fast now that if you're going to try and bully people, people are just going to make other alternatives in order to buy stuff. It's the same thing as when Donald Trump tariffed China back in his first term, and China just said, okay, fine, we're not going to buy any of your agricultural stuff from your farmers anymore, and they immediately started going bankrupt. And now they've lost the market. They've lost the market. They're buying all of what I can't remember what product it was that they're buying off of America, but they're buying it all through like Brazil now and stuff. Sounds like USA is running out of resources and trying to bully others. Yeah, but the bullying isn't working anymore. People are saying, you know what? We're just not going to bother anymore. We're not going to bother with your nonsense. So, how many Canadians we got in chat? I thought maybe I would put the conservative convention up. But that would mean me blocking either the Don Lemon news conference or, like the CNN newscast talking about Iran. And I think a lot of people outside of Canada probably don't give two craps about the conservative convention. Basically, it would be like your Democrat or Republican convention or whatever. They're choosing, they're confirming whether or not they're going to continue on with the same leader of their party. Anyway, so that's kind of the result of what's happened. Like these tariffs, not only are they losing business, but they're losing like their status in the world. Like people are not looking at America as a friendly country to deal with anymore. And now it's starting to dramatically impact their currency as well. If the currency flips and people start using something else as the currency, like around the world, or the world currency, the American dollar is going to crash. It's already been crashing, but it is going to crash hard. It's going to have a massive impact on the economy, and I don't think people understand like how bad it can get. Like imagine all the stuff that I just talked about, what Canadians sell you, the oil, the gas, the natural gas, the potash, the electricity, all that sort of stuff. Imagine if your dollar suddenly collapses and, suddenly that stuff alone is whatever, 50% more expensive. So, and what is crazy is if that happens, one of the things that America might have to do is immediately drop the tariffs just to reduce prices. And then if that's the case, what was the whole point of this exercise? We've gone around in this big circle, killed the economy, and everything's super expensive. The dollar's tanking, and then to get prices down so it can be a little bit more affordable, you have to drop tariffs in order to do that. And yet you're still in the same position where your economy's in the toilet. Your reputation around the world is even worse than it was before. It's I don't know. I think it's going to be a very interesting, like, up until next November. And I've said this a number of times. I'll say this on stream. I think there is a chance that Donald Trump is going to do whatever he can to wipe out the midterm elections with some bullshit excuse of it being a national emergency, that the election results are invalid, and he's going to try and do something to make it so that, hey, we're not going to have this election. Maybe it's a war that he starts, some sort of a national emergency where he's got to cancel the midterms because he will lose power. New Zealand PM just said no to join USA peace thing, plus $1 billion to join. I mean, a lot of countries did. The Insurrection Act. Well, that's another thing that Americans will be pissed off at. Is that what he would have to announce the Insurrection Act in order to cancel the midterms? Is that what he'd have to do? I know it would have to be some sort of a state of emergency. I think he even made a comment about how Zelensky has canceled elections until this war is over. But one of the reasons he's able to do that is because in the Ukrainian constitution, you are allowed to do that. In the American Constitution, you're not allowed to do that. It's set on, these are the days. This is the election date. January the 20th is the day that powers turned over. I think it's like hard set in stone. But I honestly think that some of the stuff that he's done, it's like, man, the only reason he's doing this is because he thinks that it's like there's so many signs that he might actually try and cancel the midterms. At this point, I wouldn't be surprised. I would not be surprised. If you'd asked me like a year ago, I would have been like, no, there's no way that that's happening. But now some of the stuff that he's doing, it's almost like he's trying to set off a spark. Same as like with the whole ICE thing, the ICE raids. Like, there were people that were saying that they were hoping that one of their ICE guys were shot or whatever, so he could have a valid reason to use the Insurrection Act and send in the military and stuff like that. He's a stress test for the Constitution. Where's all these checks and balances? Is it the 25th Amendment or whatever? Like, where's all these checks and balances? I thought that was all supposed to be able to take care of this stuff. You know what we have in Canada? We have, and it's the same as actually in England. I think there's probably people from New Zealand or in the UK, in Australia here. They've got the same sort of parliament system. Essentially, in our countries, you're not voting for the leader. Like in the U.S., you would vote for the, who you want to lead the country. In our countries, you vote for the party. So you vote for like whoever's in your riding. You vote for the person in your riding, and then that whoever wins that riding, that party gets points towards winning the election. And so you add up all the ridings all across the country, and the party that has the most riding points, they basically form the government. And the leader of that party is not necessarily elected by the population. Although a lot of people will be like, I voted for this party because of Mark Carney, or the leader of the party. They like the leader of the party, and that's fair as well. But if our leader gets corrupt, for example, the people in our parties are allowed to walk across the floor and join the other party. So imagine like a Republican just saying, you know what, fuck this. Donald Trump is a wacko. I'm switching to the other side of the floor until the election. And that's kind of our checks and balances. Like if they actually think that somebody is that out to lunch, and then you can actually lose majority or even lose power. Your party can lose power in the House, and another party could then form the government. So if enough people switch over to a party that didn't have power, and enough people switch over so that they did, then they would actually be the new party, majority party, and their party leader would then become the new prime minister. Generally, if that's the case, though, an election would be called very quickly to kind of like give people a say. But that is how our checks and balances sort of work. We actually have sort of a situation like that going on in Canada, and I'm kind of watching it on my other monitor here. I'll bring it over for a sec. This is our Conservative Party's convention that they're having right now, and basically it's to confirm whether they support the current party leader or not. And there's a very good chance that he's going to be asked to stay on as the party leader, basically, right? The problem, though, is he is becoming extremely unpopular in Canada because he's been going off with this very brash and negative attitude for years and years and years. And he used to just constantly go after Justin Trudeau, rightfully so, a lot of people think. But he's just constantly negative, and it's no matter what the government does, he will just be negative about it, even if it's something good. Like he can't be unbiased and look at something and say, hey, you know what, that's actually good for Canadians. He immediately is just like, no, I'm against that. So he doesn't really have the best interests of Canadians, in his heart. He's just against anything the government does. And he's just constantly negative. And there's a point, when you're around somebody that is just constantly negative, and it's just like, oh man, we can't deal with this guy anymore. That's kind of where he's at right now. And I think Conservatives are finding out that they've got two problems. One, he's their leader, and he's becoming more and more unpopular across the country, especially with how popular Carney's becoming. And two, they don't really have another person that can step up and actually be a party leader and kind of take the party by the horns and lead them into the next election. They don't really have that person to step in. So they're in a really bad spot right now. And, this is the party that, was in power for many, many years. And they just don't really seem to have any qualified people to lead the party. And the guy who is leading is, he lost a 25-point advantage against Justin Trudeau. And then when Justin Trudeau dropped out, Mark Carney took over as leader of the party, the pendulum just immediately swung over to Mark Carney because people realized, hey, this guy's actually qualified and knows his shit. He's exactly who we need right now to deal with this crap. And that's why the Conservatives lost, is because people just looked at the two candidates and said, yeah, we're not voting for Poilievre, the leader of the Conservatives. He's really got no experience running anything in his life, including any businesses, nothing. Why would why would we entrust him to lead a country? It almost sounds absurd, but the guy's been basically a politician since he was 24 or something like that. He's never had another job. So when is Alberta its own country? That'll never happen, dude. Will never happen. The support for that is minimal, and it's collapsing right now. So the people in the country are calling for the guy that's the head of that movement to be arrested, actually, for treason. There's a difference between talking about leaving the country and stuff like that, but going to another country and asking them to help you separate from your country, that's treason. Like if that ever happened in America, I mean, they would charge the guy with treason immediately. I don't know. I don't know if it's like if it's capital punishment for treason in the U.S. I'm assuming it would be. Like, is it a federal crime? If there was a group that was trying to secede from America, like, and take one of the provinces, and they were trying to organize with Canada, how badly would America come down on that? So anyways, it was discovered that MAGA was trying to support this small group of people that are trying to get Alberta to leave Canada, and it is like the popularity for that is like it's like 19% or something like that of people that are actually serious about it, but it's falling. Like it used to be like 30%, and it's just continuing to collapse, especially with the successes that Mark Carney's had. So now people are like, hey, listen, like this, now we found out that this guy's gone down to the U.S. and he's been talking to like some of the head people in the Republican Party. Like that's treason. And they're saying we need to arrest these guys. And they're getting fed tons of money for like these bullshit right-wing Twitter accounts that are just spewing out garbage and stuff like that and promoting the idea of leaving. Because they just spam it for free all day long. Like I could show you dozens and dozens of accounts on Twitter, and that's basically all they do is they make up bullshit. They lie. If there's some stuff that they've got, like legitimate stuff that they've got on Carney, but they don't. They just make shit up. They basically say anything that they can in order to try and push the message, I guess. What are you guys most interested in tonight? Right now, there's no Don Lemon thing top left. They haven't come out to do their conference, so we've got. Do you want to listen in on the protests, or shall I flip through the channels and see what's going on? So we've been watching the Iran stuff, which is probably. Oh, we just missed whatever they were talking about Epstein on CBS. Talk about the Carney wins. Okay, 1 second. If there's anything else that looks like it's interesting. Okay, where's the there, I'll leave the video on for CNN. Talk about no, dude. I could go on and on about Mark Carney, man. I think he wasn't very well known in Canada before he started to run for the Liberal, but it was like immediate when he was actually on Jon Stewart, the Jon Stewart late night show, and that's sort of where he first started talking about the idea of running for prime minister. And I can't remember how long before it was. Hey, Erman, what's up, man? I can't remember exactly how. It wasn't very long before he actually ran that he did that. And I remember watching the interview. I was watching it live, and I was like, you know what? This guy is going to be one of the best prime ministers of all time. He hadn't even run yet, and just the way he was talking, it was like, okay, this guy is actually really effing smart. And he's like known around the world for being like an economic like genius, basically. I'm doing good, man. I'm doing good. Yeah, no, doing good. Lots of good stuff happening. I've started to go back to the gym again today. I got news yesterday that one of the jobs that I've applied for, I'm kind of being moved to the second stage of the hiring, which I don't know if it's kind of like, you know, I just got to basically pass a few tests and I've got the job type of thing. I kind of have a feeling that that is the case. And it was a job that I had wanted several years ago. But I got the job, the last job that I had, I got that job, and this job that I'm getting now, they weren't hiring at the time, so I couldn't even apply. So we'll see if I get it. But you know, it'll be nice not to have to worry about that right now. They kind of called me yesterday, and it was kind of like a phone interview, but now that I've passed that, they want me to come in a couple of weeks and basically have a sit down interview, and they would go over the job with me and stuff like that. And I wouldn't expect to probably start even then for probably another couple of months. So that's good. It also gives time for me to possibly even still get my old job back. My union told me, hey, thanks for whoever subscribed on YouTube. I don't know why I didn't hear that. Yeah, I don't know why that didn't go off. Make a note of that. Actually, maybe that was the notification. No, that was the Prime that I got. Yeah, I don't know. Somebody subbed to my new news channel. Thank you very much. Anyways, so what was I talking about? Oh yeah, so I could possibly get my old job back. The union is now starting. Like, they actually just sent me an email before I started streaming. I got the email, them saying that, hey, we've got all your papers in order now. You know, and they basically told me that the president of the union is looking into it, and he's going to be helping to fight to get my job back. You know, that he's talking to the lawyers, that sort of stuff. So, you know, I kind of made my concerns, and I think this is kind of going to kind of be like the last push as to whether or not I'll be able to get my job back. It does pay slightly more than the job that I seem to be getting. But I feel like there was probably less shit to have to deal with. Bullshit. But there's a third job that I've applied to a couple of weeks ago. And the third job, which I have not heard back from, is actually the job that I would like. And I can't really mention who it's with, of course, but it is a job that, of all three of them, it's the one that I would love to have. And I'm actually going to go into the office where I was asked to drop off my resume a couple of weeks ago. I'm just going to go in and let them know that I'm interested in the job. You know, have you decided if you're going to be hiring anytime soon? That sort of stuff. But just basically make a quick appearance and let them know that, hey, my name is Dax. I applied a few weeks ago. You said that you hadn't started hiring yet. Just curious if you've started that yet. Just wanted to let you know I'm really interested, and maybe they'll bump my name to the top of the pile or something like that, because that's a job that I would love to have, but we'll see. Well, it's Alodar. It's Alodar Dax, kind of like Jadzia Dax. I'm Alodar Dax. Anyways, so yeah, I'm gonna go in there on Monday. I've made the decision. I'm gonna go in there, you know, dress appropriately. If I get it, dude, I'm not kidding you. I might gift like 100 subs or something. I don't know what I'll do, but I will be celebrating on stream. I will be celebrating on stream. So I am really enjoying doing this just chatting thing that I've been doing. I've been doing a lot of the shorts and stuff like that. The short that I did today, I actually really liked the short, but I released it at the wrong time, so it got really shitty views. I was like, you know what? I'm gonna try and release it like an hour earlier, and see how it does for views. Like, see if 1 more hour is gonna. But I released it too early, so it didn't do very well. And I actually liked the video, but I'm really enjoying learning how to use. I've switched to DaVinci Resolve. I like it so much better than Premiere Pro. but I am enjoying doing that type of content. I would kind of like to see where I can go with this just chatting stuff. I really enjoy talking about this stuff, and there's so many times where I'm just watching this stuff and I'm not streaming. When like I used to stream World of Warcraft or whatever, and I would not stream that night because I get so involved in what's going on in the world that I just wouldn't stream. And it's like, well, shit, why don't you just stream this stuff? And if people want to watch it with you, then they can watch it with you. Let's see. Which
They should not pursue nuclear capabilities.
I feel like CNN is just on repeat.
The president expects of the War Department.
Okay, let's bring in now Nada Bashir live for us this hour in London. Nada, good morning. Trump said that he's been holding conversations with Iranian leaders. So where
is just something to do? I like these streams, man.
Well, nuclear details have been offered by the White House.
I like making the content on YouTube.
The progress of those talks, or even which Iranian officials the U.S. president has been holding those conversations with. As we've heard from the U.S. president, those talks have taken place, and there is a potential.
There's all my socials, by the way. If you haven't followed me on the Alodar News Network and you like talking about this stuff, you can see all my clips there.
No clear details or timeline.
I try to put out a clip every day, but usually it's been about 6 days a week.
From the U.S. president quite consistently now is that warning of potential U.S. military.
Let's hear your views on the politics in BC, or Mark Carney. You want to hear about my provincial? Because we can talk about that if you want. I mean, how many people want to hear about BC politics? I can break it down in a hurry. David Eby is the current leader of the province. I'm not a big fan, to be honest. But the problem is that the leader of the opposition, his name was John Rudstadt. He was the leader up until up until just recently. But he's such an idiot that I couldn't bring myself to vote for him. It's just like, I don't like Eby, but John Rudstadt is even worse. Like and I'm, like provincially, I'm probably more conservative than I am left. In provincial, and I like when I say right and left in Canada, understand that even like right in Canada is like center or slightly left of center in the U.S. But the leader of the Conservative Party in BC is such an idiot that I was like, I can't vote for this guy. Like, this guy's a moron. Like, as much as I don't like David Eby, I was like, I can't vote for John Rudstadt. Like, this is terrible. Will you be selling shares of N to the general public when it takes off? No, I'm going to be greedy and I'm going to leave it as a privatized. Could you imagine? Have turned it into like a full-on corporation, do an IPO and sell off shares and bring on like actual reporters and stuff like that were flying around. That would be interesting. How's it going, Cheesy? So anyways, as far as local politics, I think David Eby is he's way too left for me. Like, let me just put it that way. He is way too left for me. I think he should be immediately saying we are bringing in pipelines, working with Alberta to bring in pipelines, because that's what, let's be honest, the people that are in Alberta, that's their main concern is, fucking government is not bringing us pipelines. BC or British Columbia is blocking pipelines. Like, it would settle a lot of the issues that we're having with Alberta immediately if they suddenly announced a second pipeline. He's just stop being an idiot. Just say, hey, yeah, we're good with another pipeline. Like, bring it on. But anyways, we were talking. Was it you that asked me what has Mark Carney done? Also doesn't like those equalizations payments, but yeah, pipelines need to get built. Me. Equalization payments are I mean, they're basically based off your tax revenue per capita, right? Um, I don't think it should be nearly as much, and I think that Quebec should be punished quite severely for certain things that apparently they don't do that could dramatically increase their GDP. Like because they're not willing to allow certain things like pipelines or what have you that would increase their GDP. Because their GDP is lower, they get more money in equalization payments. And if they're going to choose to operate that way, they should be punished for it and told, okay, well, if you're purposely not doing this, that would bring in more, like, make your province more prosperous, then I'm sorry, you're not going to get all these equalization payments anymore. You know, that's going to be cut in half or something like that, you know? Like, that should be a real thing. For those of you that aren't Canadian and don't understand what we're talking about, essentially what Canada does for its federal programs, I'm talking about stuff like healthcare, you know, stuff like that. The government basically pulls in all the taxes, like federal income tax and stuff like that, and then redistributes it out to the individual provinces to pay for things like healthcare and stuff like that. So obviously, the provinces that have more people, they're going to get a larger share of that. Like Ontario is going to get, you know, a large share of it in return. And same as Quebec, there are two most populous provinces by far, actually. So they're going to get more because you're basically for each individual you're giving a certain amount. Every person in your population you're given basically a certain amount, right? But because Alberta makes so much money because of oil and high paying jobs and that sort of stuff, they pay higher taxes. So because they're paying higher taxes, more of their share goes to other provinces. And the provinces that are making money, or you know, they're pulling their weight, they're not getting any money back. So Alberta, British Columbia, Saskatchewan, like the western provinces, I'm not sure about the maritime provinces, but for sure the three western provinces, we make more per capita than the rest of Canada. So when it's redistributed, we don't get any of the money back. They're just like, okay, well, you've gotten your share, and there's going to be a larger share given to provinces like Ontario, Quebec, you know, stuff like that. And it's like, how is that fair? Like, Quebec's getting a larger share because they choose not to allow pipelines to go through their province. Like, so that's why people in Alberta are pissed off. What does Quebec do for Canada? They're a huge with mining and as well as electricity. Like they supply basically the northeast of the United States with electricity. So when Donald Trump was going and yapping about how he was going to put 100% tariffs on all of our goods, we were like, okay, I'm sure your residents are going to love paying 100% more for their oil, their potash. Like their farmers are going to love that. Tell them that their fertilizer is going to be twice as expensive now. Same, you know, their potash, same as their electricity to the Northeast. So yeah, mining. I think mining is pretty big there. Obviously, tourism is, you know, a big thing there as well. But it's more the fact that they do not allow stuff like pipelines. Like the amount of revenue that we could take in if we built pipelines to the ports in Montreal and exported oil to Europe and stuff like that. Like, it should just be mandatory. Like the federal government should just say, no, this is not shit that we're going to hold the entire country back because you decide that you don't want pipelines. Yeah, the crypto companies are there. I believe they've got like some data centers and stuff like that. I believe they've got some battery plants there as well because they've got huge hydropower there in Quebec. So, like that's kind of where, and to be honest, that's what Alberta is pissed off about the most. They got their pipeline to BC. They've already got that, and they're not even at capacity for that pipeline. Although now that China is asking for more oil, they will be very quickly. And they can expand that pipeline. I just looked it up earlier today. Right now, they're basically it's around 750,000 barrels of oil a day that are going through that pipeline, the TMX. And today I looked it up, and they can expand it relatively quickly to about was it 1.25 million barrels a day, just through basic expansions of certain parts of the line. So it wouldn't take that long to do. And then they're also talking about building another pipeline. I'm 99% positive they're going to announce another pipeline by the end of the summer. I would be shocked if they haven't announced one by then. It might even be before then, but something that Daniel Smith said today, or yesterday, sorry, when they had their meeting, it made it sound like it was something that she was expecting a major announcement in June. So whatever that is. Anyways, so that is basically Alberta's big beef is with Quebec, because Quebec is the one that's putting a stop to the pipelines going to Montreal, and that's where the port is to the Atlantic. So, what would be the city to move in Canada if you couldn't afford Vancouver? What are the other nice areas that are affordable? I mean, if I wanted to stay in BC, I'd move over to Victoria on Vancouver Island. In fact, one of the jobs that I applied for is actually over in Victoria. And as much as I don't want to move out of Vancouver, I was like, if I get that job, like, I'd be like, okay, I'm moving. Like, I'm inside all the time anyways, streaming and playing video games, you know, like, Vancouver Island is beautiful. It is, and most of my family lives on Vancouver Island as well, right? But I've been born and raised here in Vancouver. Like, I love it here in Vancouver. All my friends are here. Everything I have is here. I walk out my door and I'm like 2 blocks from the beach. Like, why would I, I would lose all that. But, in the wintertime when I'm basically just sitting here and just playing video games and streaming, is it really that big of a deal if it's not here and I'm over there instead? Like, I still really like the idea of me being able to just go out. So, but yeah, Victoria's really nice, cheesy. Actually, there's been a huge movement with a lot of the stuff that's been going on in the States. There's been a huge movement of doctors and nurses, healthcare professionals that have moved from the States. Hey, thank you, man. Thank you very much. There's been a huge movement of healthcare professionals that have moved from the U.S. to Canada. And there's like this organization that started as kind of like just this guy on Twitter. And he basically, he's fairly popular on Twitter, but he basically posted a message saying, hey, if you guys are trying to get away from the craziness, we're looking for healthcare professionals up here in Canada. And he had such an overwhelming number of people that wanted to like have more information. They put up a website for it, and like they've literally brought in like hundreds of healthcare professionals, and they've got it now set up across the country for like different cities across the country, big and small cities, so people can basically choose where they're most interested to move to, and they've hundreds of them have already moved up, and this is just in like the last several months. I met some lawyers the other day who were moving from the U.S. to Canada to escape Trump. Yeah, they moved to Red Deer. I don't know how to break it. You know what, though? Some people like the small town community, man. Like, I mean, I'm not a fan of Red Deer, but it's got that small town vibe, right? And you've got the Rocky Mountains, a few hours away. Like, it's, the Rocky Mountains, you can't beat that. And like, Vancouver Island is beautiful. If I was raising a family, I would be like, Vancouver Island would be a great place to move to. I just like the city. This is my comfort zone. This is where I like to be. You've got 80,000 people in your town. Well, I mean, I don't even think Red Deer has that many people. How many people are in Red Deer? Alberta, first of all, is not going anywhere. The number of people that support the idea of Alberta leaving. First of all, the number of people that support Alberta leaving Canada is only at 19%. Of those 19%, it's far less of them that actually want to join the U.S. So they're not joining the U.S. If for some reason they left, it would be to form their own country. But the support for that is so low. It's basically just a bunch of bot accounts that are just spamming shit. It's not a real movement. Red Deer is more conservative and racist than most southern states. Oh, jeez, dude. I don't know, man. I've traveled throughout the southern U.S. states, and I've seen people that still support the Ku Klux Klan down there, man. I know I've heard people in Canada, like with the, they'll have like the racist jokes that we've all heard and that sort of stuff, or people get mad that, Tim Hortons has only got like people from India working there or whatever. But the fact of the matter is, the immigrants really aren't causing any problems up here. And white kids these days, like when I was a kid, we got a job at McDonald's. That's where we went to go to work. White kids these days don't want to work at a place like Tim Hortons. That's below them. You think that white teenager kids these days want to work at a fast food restaurant? They want to stream. They want to do content creation. They want to do shit like that. Like they're not doing fast food work, man. They're too good for that. I talked to this is several months ago, but I talked to a manager at Tim Hortons that I know because I used to go into this Tim Hortons all the time, but I bumped into him on the street, and he basically said that he doesn't get anyone but people from India that even apply there. He doesn't have high school students that are applying to work at fast food restaurants. Kids these days, they don't want to have to go out and get a job like that. They can just sit at home and play video games for free. Like, you know why I got a job at McDonald's? I was a video game addict at this point. Internet wasn't even out, but there was like dial-up bulletin boards. I was like an addict to video game shit. You know why I got a job at McDonald's? Because I was in German class. And she was in my opinion, she was the prettiest girl in all of in school. But her and I got along well. She sat in front of me in German class, and I had a bit of a crush on her. And she said, "Hey, are you going to Germany for the exchange program?" And I was like, "I'm not sure." In reality, I didn't even really think about it. And she said, "Oh, I'm going. You should think about going." I went home that day and told my parents I wanted to go in the exchange program. Deutschklasse, yeah. Aber mein Deutsch ist scheiß. So anyways, my parents were like, well, if you want to go to Germany, then you got to get a job and you got to actually help pay for it. So I went down to McDonald's the next day, applied. One of my best friends worked there, and the manager called me in for an interview. And I'm not kidding you. This was I used to play a lot of sports, and I was really good at baseball, really good at soccer, and sat down for the interview. And the manager, I'm trying to remember his name right now, but he said, "Your friend Mike tells me that you play baseball." And I said, "Yeah." And he says that you're the best player in the league. And I said, "Maybe." And he goes, "Well, we have a ball league. It's softball, not baseball, but we have a ball league for the restaurants. We compete against other restaurants. Would you be interested in playing in such a thing?" And I was like, "Yeah, for sure." And he goes, "Okay, you're hired." He didn't ask me any questions about, my job or work history or anything like that. It was, "Oh, you'll play for us on the ball team? Okay, you're hired." He goes, "Can you start?" And he basically called me like a couple days later and said, "Hey, can you come in, whatever, on Tuesday for a training shift?" I was like, "Yeah, okay, I guess." That foreign work program is preventing a lot from working. If I was a business owner, I'd be hiring all the foreigners. If the feds are going to pay, yeah, they do need to crack down on that for sure. But you can also I thought Quizzy. I almost for a second thought that was an N. I looked at that word, the last one, and I was like, wait, what did she just say? The bright lights in my eyes. I was like, what? You were a what? Yes, a ringer is what I was. I thought there was an N-word there. Trump just wants to. You know what? We talked about this earlier. Shit is going to get wild because I honestly think he is. I think at this point it's pretty clear. There's two things he wants. He wants people to stop talking about the Epstein files, so he just keeps coming up with like, can we go a day without there being some ridiculous drama? Yeah, Quizzy just casually drops the N-word. I was like, wait, what? I had to look at it and reread it a couple of times. I was like, okay, no, that was ringers. Anyways, so yeah, he it's just nonstop. And I mentioned this earlier, like, is anyone getting the feeling that he's just trying to like gradually get to a point where he's able to call like some sort of a national emergency and insurrection, or he's going to declare war on someone and say that they've got to cancel the midterms, or say that the elections are all fraudulent and there's no point in having them, we're going to cancel them? Like, does anyone get the feeling that we're heading slowly in that direction, so that he might actually try and cancel the election? Like, that seems like a year ago you would have thought that was absurd. But with the way that he's constantly talking about how elections are rigged and blah, 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 like he's already setting people up. Again, my video this morning that I released at the wrong time by accident, I went through all of this, exactly what I was talking about in the topic of the video, and I put it out at the wrong time, so it's getting no views. My bad. You're in the nothing ever happens camp? A girl came on Dr. Phil and talked about all the Epstein stuff without saying his name before his second arrest. We'll see, lovely mangoes. We'll see, man. It's just really weird to me that it has been non-stop drama since like the day he got elected, man. It's been non-stop every single day. There's like some major new, like he announced more tariffs on Canada today. That is basically just punishing the American public. It is just like, what are you doing, dude? Do you even think about what you're talking about here? You're going to ground all these jets because they were made in Canada? So what, all your passengers in the U.S. are suddenly going to be without flights? The jets are already bought and paid for. What are you even thinking about? Maybe Trump is the sleeper cell? Maybe. Maybe one day we'll be looking back at this in 20 years and there'll be documentaries about how Trump was actually really a Russian agent. Seems the pedo shit was the least worst stuff that they did. Allegedly, they even killed kids. You're talking about the baby that they what's the word that I'm supposed to use instead of dying or whatever? Unalived. I think that's the word that people are using these days. That they unalived on the boat or whatever. I mean, that sounds even like, come on, would he have gone to that? I don't believe that. But I mean, with the stuff that came out with the Epstein files today, for those of you that are just getting here, they accidentally released how many was it? We had the how many files was it? Oh, we have it up here. 3 million Epstein files accidentally were released by the Department of Justice, and they released them and then immediately took them down. But apparently a lot of people were able to get some of the stuff before, and this is some of the stuff that was apparently in it. Long story short, there's accusations by several people in here that Donald Trump was basically leading, like, he would stick his fingers up into their private parts. Like, I can give you guys the link. How about I give you the link, and you guys can read it if you want. I actually don't know if I want to read it on stream, because I almost feel like I could get in shit for that, even though I read it earlier. But you could go read it and then come back and be like, okay, that's the most disgusting shit I've ever heard. And here's the thing I mentioned earlier. there's going to be some like if this stuff is even remotely true, there's going to be some right wing like MAGA like content creators that they are on the wrong side of history. You cannot take back what some of these people have been saying. Some of these people that are even pretending that they're centrists or whatever. But they always take Donald Trump's side. They always take ISIS side. They're always like, well, they deserve to get shot because of this. Those people, the pretend centrists, when they're not, they're going to look pretty effing bad if any of this is true. Pretty effing bad. Dan Dershowitz was also appointed to by that girl, one girl, that Alodar, but he won his case and was proven innocent. The rich might actually be eaten this time around. That's crazy world out there. Yeah, it is nuts. Was proven innocent many times. Epstein was proven innocent many times. Why was he in jail? But you watch. If this stuff comes out and they find out that this stuff is all true, like you wait till you see some of these content creators that are suddenly trying to backtrack and, oh no, I was never really a fan of Donald Trump. Blah blah. You wait. You wait. I'm going to sit there and I'm going to, you know what? I'm going to live stream it. I'm going to live stream their stream and watch them try and walk this shit back. So I bet all my money it's true and it's worse, but I don't know who is involved and how much. That's why we need the files. We need that guy who leaked like the WikiLeaks leaks. We need that guy to somehow get all the stuff. If this is real, they need. Well, it won't be World War III. It'll be like Civil War. Like, yeah, Julian Assange. Was that his name? There was a documentary that they had on him. It was pretty interesting a few years back. They will start World War III to avoid Civil War. Potentially, yes. That's what I said earlier, though, is they may honestly, like, this is like complete conspiracy theory, complete conspiracy theory shit, but I almost believe it, that they would start a war in order to not have to worry about this shit. Could you imagine a massive war started because they don't want the Epstein files like released? U.S. dollar and economic crashing, and the EU countries cash in their treasuries. Not just EU, China. You think China's not going to jump on board if they see that they've got an opportunity to punish the Americans and knock their economy down a few pegs? If they see it start to crash and see other countries, well, first of all, it's not even going to be a matter of whether they want to or not. It's going to snowball. That's why everyone's waiting for Japan, because if Japan starts unloading theirs, then other countries are going to do it because they need to get theirs sold off before the price collapses. That's the problem. Right? Like, that's the problem. So you're going to see countries, and it's not going to take a lot. Like, it's not like Japan has to release like all 1.13 trillion that they own. They'd have to just release like, not even a quarter of that, and it would immediately have a massive impact on the economy, and other countries would immediately start, and it would just snowball. That's the danger we're in right now. Hey, thanks for the follow, man. I appreciate that. Look at that. Thank you very much, man. Also, in a few years, we will not need a Visa and MasterCard anymore. We are getting our own system. Dynameme, where are you from? It's so absolutely a gigantic nightmare unfolding over here, unlike anything we've ever seen in the U.S. I would not be surprised. You seem like a nice guy. I am not. I am. Tell him, chat. I'm an asshole. You're from Denmark. I'm from Canada, dude. So both countries are known as being friendly. You see, they'll tell you I'm an asshole, man. What was the question that I was at? I was making a point. One of the things you might see is you might actually see America start to buy up Japanese investments and dollars and stuff like that to support their economy so it doesn't crash. Because it would be better for them to do that than suffer the effects of Japan's economy starting to crash and taking the American economy with it as well. Canada and Denmark, yes. Netherlands as well. We're very friendly with the Netherlands. So you know what? I actually know quite a few people from Denmark, like in the streaming community. It is actually quite a large people in the gaming community that I know that are actually from Denmark for such a tiny country. Anyways, this Don Lemon thing still has not come out. Why am I not live? Okay, now I'm live. We're still like. I'll turn the sound on just lightly. I just don't want it like screaming in my ear. Scandinavians are gamers for sure. Who are you calling? I wasn't calling your, that tiny. I was saying your country is tiny.
Guys, that guy's got a film camera up there.
China still wants to grow. Yeah, but you know what? If China, I have to believe that if China saw that the American economy was starting to take a bit of a nosedive, with everything that Trump has been doing lately, I would not be surprised to see them, give it a little poke. World War III, enviable. Overpopulation, not enough resources to go around to sustain 7 to 8 billion people. I don't know. I think there's enough resources to go around, dude. I think we're fine at the moment. I think the problem is that too few countries actually have access to that, which is kind of what the speech was about in Davos, right? Not what you do with it, it's the size that counts. Well, we've got both, dude. We've got both. We're good. Let's see. I want the Don Lemon thing to come out. You guys all read that Twitter post that I put up? Are you angry yet?
It feels so weird.
Yeah, we want to sell more resources to Europe, Ermin. We want to sell more resources to Europe. Buy more resources from us. We'd happily sell it to you. In fact, that's what one of our major initiatives are with this new government. Is they're building new ports and stuff like that. One in Churchill, which is in the Hudson Bay, and they've got ice. What are they called? The ice crushing ships or whatever they are, to allow the port to be open year round. That water was in the way. There's ships, dude. People ship all around the world, man. Icebreakers, yeah. That's what they're talking about doing. When your resources run low, dude. Have you seen the resources we have? That's well after my lifetime, man. Well after my lifetime.
Oh, we're getting to the end here, it looks like. What are you filming? What's that? What are you filming?
I wouldn't be surprised if Canada and EU started to work more together after all the chaos. They already have dynamite. They announced, it's essentially almost a free trade agreement between Canada and the EU. I can't remember the percentage, but it's a really large percentage of products that is going to be tariff-free now. And the amount of goods that we're selling is already starting to skyrocket internationally. I know the EU is really curious about buying LNG from us to get off of Russia, and that's why the port in Churchill is so important, because we have huge LNG reserves. We just need to build the port in Churchill and use the icebreakers to get the ships out. We do, Cheesy. And really, in all honesty, the previous governments have kind of robbed Canadians for not, fast-tracking some of these. Mark Carney's going nuts, though, as far as, fast-tracking all this stuff. I wish he came around when I was 20. By the time he gets all this stuff, built and stuff like that, it's probably going to be, another 10 years or, whatever. So it's probably not going to be until then, 10, 15 years, until we start to really see results. I'm going to be 65 at that point, right? So, but it'll be nice to see, how the country's turned out. And it's also nice that he realizes that clean energy is so important, because I do think that the world is kind of moving in that direction, regardless of what people like Trump say. People are starting to use a lot more stuff like solar power and stuff like that. Nuclear, these miniature nuclear reactors that Canada's developed.
We are also here because Los Angeles stands for ourselves. Don't you?
So yeah, I know they've got a few of these nuclear reactors already in Ontario. They're going to build a bunch of them in Alberta. Oh, hold on. Is this Don Lehman coming out? Hold on. Hold on. Okay. Hold on. Okay, this is kind of a big... You guys should be paying attention to this, because Don Lehman got arrested for covering a news story. He was there as a reporter and got arrested.
So I'm here representing the Committee for the First Amendment.
There we go.
Which is
Don Lehman.
He's
of
about 3,000
very popular former CNN anchor. If you Googled him, you'd know who he was.
Fight for
but he got arrested for covering a news story.
Right, our freedom of speech, assembly, protest, freedom of the press. The arrest of Don Lemon, doing his journalistic duty, is one page more out of an authoritarian playbook. And we say enough is enough. We have to fight to protect our rights. Many of our fathers and grandfathers
the federal government,
fought and
the
died
feds arrested
for
them.
these rights.
But I mean, they're run by Kash Patel. You can't hear?
We have to speak up. Every American who believes in our Constitution
really?
has to
You can't
speak
hear?
up. Don Lemon is a professional journalist. He and his producer were doing their job. Nothing more, nothing less. And he's been arrested. And they'll make up all kinds of defamatory things to say about him. That's what they're doing. This is how autocrats act. We can't fall for it. We have to speak up. When a red line is crossed like this,
yeah, it's only on my one side as well. I think it's the way they've got their sound set up.
You want to say something? No. Okay. So I know Don Lemon. My husband created CNN, and I will fight for their right to speak, which is guaranteed in our Constitution. They arrested the wrong Don. Thank you very much.
I'm going to say, we waited all that time for that?
He's a journalist.
She said her husband was the guy who created CNN, and she is head of the First Amendment group or something.
I can't hear.
Hey, we can only take questions if we can do it in an orderly manner. So right now, this gentleman's asking a question.
So the feds are alleging this wasn't peaceful, that parents were blocked from their children, people were not allowed to exit the church.
I can barely hear the question.
This is why we need independent journalists who will tell us the truth about what happens. We have learned from experience that this administration lies in order to...
You respond to Donald Trump attacking civilians getting murdered. Why is civilians getting murdered under this administration? Donald Trump attacks churches and hospitals. So you answer that.
Geez, there's some angry people back there. So here's part of the problem. He went into a church where there were some people that had outed. Apparently, they had outed one of the pastors or something. I haven't actually really looked at the story. I'm kind of getting this from somebody else that was talking about it. Apparently, they found out that one of the pastors at a church was an ICE agent on the side. So they went in to confront him while he was doing the church service. And he went in with his cameras and was basically being a journalist, and recording the whole thing. I don't believe he was actively one of the people that was causing a disturbance. He was just recording the incident, and I'm not sure where this took place. I think it took place somewhere in Minnesota or something like that. And then he happened to be in LA for some award show. Hold on. He is the ICE leader in the Minnesota area. From the ICE leader. Oh, okay. So apparently Don Lemon then went to LA, from what I understand, and they went to LA and arrested him there. So it's crazy. This is... I don't give a shit if you're a Republican or a Democrat. You should be fucking angry at the steps that they're taking to take away your liberties that you've got, your rights from your Constitution. He was there doing his job as a member of the press, and based on, I think it's your, your First Amendment, freedom of the press, freedom of speech, that sort of stuff? Arresting a journalist now because he's somebody that has heavily spoken out against Donald Trump? This is something that authoritarian governments do. You can keep saying, hey, don't call him fascist, don't call him authoritarian, but you can point out to so many different instances where he does shit like this. And this is stuff that happens in authoritarian governments. How can you deny it? And what's weird is usually it's the right that is screaming, hey, don't take away our guns, don't take away our Second Amendment, don't take away our Fourth Amendment, don't take away this, don't take... And they're being taken away, and they're the ones that are being quiet about it. Right? They're the ones that are being quiet about it. Hey, Anyok, what's up, man? Acting Field Office Director for Enforcement and Removal Operations, Immigration, Customs Enforcement, and State Homeland also the pastors. Okay, so that's who it was that they were. So yeah, so they were probably pissed off, and they were like, "Screw this, let's go arrest the guy." They're arresting journalists now. Gonna play TBC? I don't have an active account right now, Anyok. I almost feel like, I almost feel like I should, because it's probably going to be the last time I would ever play TBC. But I just don't feel like playing Classic WoW right now. Maybe I will in a few months or a month or something like that, but at the moment I just don't feel like playing Classic WoW. Who knows? Maybe when TBC actually launches, when does it launch? Next week or something? Maybe I'll be like, okay, the itch is there again. But right now, I just don't have the itch to play. And I'm kind of pissed off with Blizzard. I just can't really stand them as a company at the moment, so... You're scratching that itch? I mean, I gotta wait till I'm off stream. All right. Well, it looks like we waited around for that Don Lemon press conference for however long, and not really much was all that was said. So let's see what else is going on. But I mean, because that appears to be over, what I'm actually going to do for the Canadian viewers, let's see here. I'm gonna pop this up for the Canadian viewers. Until something else more interesting comes up. Trust me, there will be something more interesting that comes up. Did I watch the roadmap video yesterday? Yes. I was watching S-Fon's stream while they were doing it. And I wish he was here because I was gonna joke about how much S-Fon was talking during the stream, because there were times where I was like, "Can you shut up? I'm trying to listen to this." But anyways, always an entertainer, S-Fon. But I did watch it, and I was just like, "Yeah, okay." And then I was like, "I just don't know that I care about TBC." The only reason I feel like I should play is because it might be the last time. Like, what happens if in a year I'm like, "Oh man, I could really use playing some TBC right now." But I honestly think that if in a year I was like, oh man, I really want to play World of Warcraft, it's going to be vanilla. It's not going to be TBC. Like, if I get that itch to play again, it's going to be to play It's going to be to play vanilla, not TBC. So that's why I was kind of like, I'm not really worried about it. I would go to play on the era server or something like that. Okay, I don't know if these Iran thing. I feel like this is just a video that's on repeat over and over again. Every time I switch to ABC, it's just talking about weather. Like the blizzards that are going on there, and I mean, I'm Canadian. Like that's a Thursday for some Canadians, you know, like that's not. I saw. Was it true that they've got like a winter storm in like New Orleans? Like they got like 8 inches of snow or something. I was like, is this AI? Like I was watching a video and some guy was showing how deep the snow was in New Orleans, and I'm like, there's no way that there's that much snow in Louisiana, really? But maybe there is. I don't know. I stopped watching, flip to the next short or something like that, and forgot about it until just now. ABC News Australia. I don't know what happened to this guy, but whoa, that was that. Hey, thanks, Cheesy. Get some shawarma. I will. I definitely will now. Thank you very much, dude. $15 US. I might get 2 shawarmas with that. Different days, of course, but you know, different days. But thank you very much, dude. I appreciate that. The ICE protests seem to be going on. You guys probably don't care too much about the. I will be watching some of the conservative stuff as we go, because for Canadians, this is actually kind of big news. That's almost a down payment to Canada. I know, dude. Actually, with the way the American dollar is going right now, hold on. How's that work out? I mean, 3 months ago, I probably could have paid my rent with $15 American. Taking a little jab. I'll give you some money of my money while I still have it. Well, you know what you need to do? You need to invest in other currency with it, Cheesy. Just throw it into like the euro or something. I don't know. Buy some Canadian pesos, because, I mean, our dollar's actually going up because the American dollar is going down. Actually, I haven't even checked it today. What are we at? 73.5 cents. Okay. It was at 74 cents earlier today when I checked. 74 cents earlier today. But I mean, like a year ago, it was at like 68 cents or something like that. So we're climbing. I don't know so much that it's us climbing. I think it's more or less that the American dollar is just falling. So we're just kind of like treading water, basically. But our housing prices are coming down a bit too, so you need to take that into account. This is true. Rocket Man! This is true. I like to look at Amazon sometimes and cry at the prices. Amazon in the U.S. or oh, you're talking about American prices because that's American Amazon, not Canadian Amazon. More no one. Well, people are selling off their U.S. dollars, right? They're selling off U.S. dollars, U.S. Treasuries. Like this is the punishment for going to war economically with the world. You're gonna get hammered no matter how big you think that your economy is. It's not bigger than the world. That's what I might do with the $15 cheesy. I might go buy gold with it. But I will also buy a wrap. I had some decent savings in dollars now, and now it's getting crushed. Bitcoin's been hit too, actually. Yeah. How does somebody like Besant get into the position that he's in? Like, how does that happen? Buy Dogecoin, $50. I don't know if you saw what happened with Besant. It was what was it? A couple of days ago, where he made threats towards Canada and then said that Mark Carney backtracked on his statements that he made in Davos. Like he was trying to puff out his chest and say, "Oh, Donald Trump never said this stuff," and Mark Carney backtracked and basically apologized to Donald Trump. And like half an hour later, Mark Carney was asked about it in a press conference. He said, "No, I told Donald Trump that I meant every word of it." So I don't know how this Besant guy. He doesn't seem like a very intelligent guy. It's scary when people how is it that people like that can get into positions of power, right? Like how can they not have been weeded out as being people that should not be in positions of power? Is it just simply because he like sucks off Trump? Is that basically the gist of it? Like Pam Bondi as well. Pam Bondi, Kristi Noem, like how Kash Patel? Like you cannot tell me you could be the biggest MAGA person in the world. You can't tell me that you think that these people are qualified for their job. Having people in those positions of power is going to give you like irreparable harm. It's going to take you years to repair the damage that these idiots are going to do. Look at the damage that they've done over a year. The dollar's collapsed 15%. They've made enemies of basically the world. The world basically despises the country now, not the people. So if you're in the country, don't think that. But people are like heavily frowning down upon the U.S. and now they're moving around the U.S. and just saying, screw it, we're not going to do business with you anymore. We're going to do business with other countries. And it's going to have irreparable damage. It's going to take you years and years to fix this. Like, are people just that stubborn where they can't admit that hey, you know what? This is wrong. Like what we did. Yeah, RFK, he's maybe the biggest idiot of them all, and he's largely kept himself out of the news over the last week. But like how do you have all these idiots in positions of power? I don't know, it just blows me away. And it will take years for that relationship to be built back up again. I know how stubborn Canadians are. Because right now Canadians loathe what America has done. Like there are Canadian. I'm one of them. I will not go down to the U.S. again until this piece of shit is out of power. Just will not do it. I've told my dad I will not go down to visit him. My dad lives in Phoenix. I've said, sorry, man. You, your wife, her daughter, like you're all big Trump supporters. I'm not. You guys can come up here and visit me. I'm not going down there. People forget pretty quick. Dude, we're pretty stubborn, man. I think the economic attacks, the attempt of economic attacks on our country, it will take years for that to be put aside. You're going to need a president that comes in and basically, like, they are doing some damage control. Like, you're going to need a president that comes in and basically is going around saying, listen, like, we fucked up. We're sorry. Spectral, are you from Canada? I always try to find good things about every politician. I mean, I don't know. What do you want to say that's good about Donald Trump? He combs his hair well or something? Or yeah, Spectral, if you're not from Canada, there's some Canadians in this chat. They will tell you the exact same thing that I'm telling you. It will take years for Canadians to ever consider buying stuff from America, going down to America. He handled the Venezuela thing very well. Like, I have trouble finding anything positive about Donald Trump. Like, but I'm sure there's other Canadians that are in this chat right now, and they will confirm exactly what I'm telling you, Spectral. He is like, the damage has been done. What do I think went wrong with that? Well, the fact that he did it to begin with. The fact that he did it for oil and really for no other reason. You don't think it was for drugs, do you? Like, where are all these drug boats now? And America has had a pretty bad effing history of going in and deposing of a leader of a country that just because they don't like it. And then the leader that is brought in into power in the country has killed like tens of thousands of people. And there's multiple cases of this happening. So you can look at Chile, you can look at Iran, other Central American countries where the population were just massively like abused for years, for decades afterwards because of American interference, where they were toppling democratically elected governments, by the way. But they'd come in, they'd put in an authoritarian government that would work with American policy, and then tens of thousands of people would die because of it. Maduro was not democratically elected. You still can't go into another country, dude, and like it's internationally it's against the law. Internationally, how would Americans feel if somebody came in? Actually, I don't even ask that question because there's probably a lot of Americans that would be happy about the fact that Donald Trump would be kidnapped and taken away to another country. Like, don't even get people started. There'd probably be people in the chat who'd be like, yeah, you know what? I'd probably actually be okay with that. By all means, I'm just saying people forget pretty quickly in general, but it feels like it's happening even faster these days. But again, we'll see. No, dude, this is a case of where your girlfriend broke up with you by cheating on you with your best friend and 6 other guys from your hockey team, and she was basically being railed for 6 months before you found out. Like, this is not somebody that you're going to forget and say, oh, whatever, in a week. It's not happening. USA has 40 billion oil left. Venezuela, 3. Yeah, but they're not able to get the Venezuelan oil, dude. Like, Venezuelan oil is not being, produced fast at all. Like, the barrels per day is extremely low, and it's going to cost $120 billion in order to fix the infrastructure there. And no oil companies want to do that because they're worried about the political unrest down there and that the government eventually one day is just going to nationalize the oil again. There's no oil companies that want to risk that. So it doesn't matter how much oil is there. The Americans aren't going to get it. or what they do get is going to be minimal. Sounds like fun. Not if you're the boyfriend that's finding out that your girlfriend's getting railed by your best friend and a bunch of other guys on the hockey team. You got to understand, like, Canadians look at this as like every war that America has gotten themselves into, except for Vietnam. We have been right there at their backs. Not every Canadian, the overwhelming majority of Canadians feel that way. Lovely mangoes. I mean, let's be honest. That was sarcasm? Oh, okay. Well, I mean, if you're one of the dudes, doing the railing, maybe you are having fun. Anyways, what do you guys want to listen to? Do you guys want to listen to it's live protests on both. Let's try and get a different feed. Oh, this is like more weather stuff on ABC. Like what is going on here? It's just weather. Look at this. This is somewhere, where is this? Ontario. Chile's Mystery Glacier. Not really interested. Like, why are we talking more about other stuff that's going on? These guys are talking about Iran, and this lady's been on like several times, so this is definitely just a repeat video. Tracking Hurricane Erin. Oh, this is 5 months ago. How did we get onto that? Video's not. I got to put up my VPN. No, we're not doing that. Screw that. MSN Now, we're not doing that. Okay, this is more news. Senate is scrambling to avoid shutdown after Democrats strike deal with White House. What is the deal that they struck with the White House? Weren't they going to demand that Kristi Noem was fired, or they were going to put forward impeachment against her? That's what they said yesterday. I'm kind of curious to like what kind of a deal that they struck. You want to see if Trump strikes Iran? Well, I mean, it doesn't look like they are today, but I have a feeling something's going to happen. Because it's like there can't be one day where he doesn't do something crazy, right? We can't just have one normal day. It's like every day. We still have like. Is that all they're showing on ABC? Is that the only news story? The European news. Okay, so this is some of the Iran stuff. They are announcing that Iran is ready to participate in nuclear negotiations with the U.S. So Iran is actually saying this. Earlier, Trump was saying that Iran wants to make a deal. Trump's always saying people want to make a deal, so I'm a little bit skeptical of it. But now that the Iranian guy is saying the same thing, now I'm like, okay, I believe it. That's kind of weird. The fact that I'm believing the Iranian guy over the American guy. They got some limits on. So that was the deal.
The foreign minister, but Trump also signaling that he's planning to talk to Iran and setting his conditions. Last night,
we need an age limit, dude. Like, what is the really old guy that he's a Republican guy? Not he used to be like leader of the House or the. Oh, I can't remember, but he's had like 5 like strokes or something like that. He's like 90 years old. It's like, dude, come on, like. Yeah, McConnell. Is it not? No, not McConnell the streamer. Is that what's his name? Is that his name? His last name? Not McConnell the streamer. Mitch McConnell. Okay, it is the same name. Like the guy. How old is Mitch McConnell? How old is Mitch The guy's 83 years old. He's had like several strokes. He's obviously like slowed down. Like there's got to be a point where you're like, okay, listen, like, come on. Longtime Kentucky Republican and former Senate leader. Born in Alabama. He's served the U.S. Senate since 1985. That's 40 years, dude. You're getting a full fucking like pension. Like, what is going on? Get retired, dude. Like, enjoy these golden years, man. Like, it says something. Here's an article. Mitch McConnell to retire. Has he announced that he's going to be retiring soon? Because he needs to, man. He does not seem like the most crazy Republican. He's not, but you know what? He's one of the guys that actually sometimes is now standing up to Trump. But he's also one of the guys that didn't. He decided not to like, what was it, indict or post charges against Trump for the January 6th thing. Like, he's one of the guys that stopped that shit. We wouldn't be dealing with this shit right now if this guy had a backbone. He retires in 2026. Okay, so he must have announced that he is going to be retiring. I mean, thank God. He won't because of money and power. I mean, how much more money does he need? He's only got a few more years left on the planet tops. Like, the guy's probably a multi-billionaire. He's probably got tens of millions of dollars now. You know, like, go enjoy your days on, last remaining days on the beach or something like that. Go to, I don't know, I don't care. Go to a brothel or something. I really don't care, but I don't know that the age limit should be between 30 and 50. I will be honest, 30 to me is a little bit young to be a senator. I know a lot of people, they're 30 and they think that, they've got all the answers in the world. I promise you. You'll turn 40 and you'll be like, yeah, no, I wouldn't have been ready at 30. I didn't have enough experience at 30. I think, honestly, 30 is even still, at that point, a little young to be a senator. But if they get elected at 30, that's fine. But, I mean, that's a lot of power to have at 30 when you've only really got, like, out of college or whatever, you've only got, like, 6 years. I could see some positions underneath senator, like an assistant to the senator or whatever, to help with ideas. The actual senator at 30, yeah, I don't know, man. 40, yes, but I also think that 40 until I think 65 is fine, because there's a lot of people that they're still sharp as a whip at 65. They're perfectly fine. They're more than capable at 65. But I think there does need to be a hard line of, boom. If you're 65 or older by the time the next election hits, you can't run. When you're 60 to 70, you don't have to deal with the repercussions of your decisions that much. Yeah, but you know what? In the same respect, Mitch McConnell is one of the people that should have known that when the insurrection or the January 6th stuff happened, that he should not have had to have worried if Donald Trump got pissed off at him later. Because one, they would have put Trump away. They would have been like, okay, he can't run anymore. So he wouldn't have had to have worried about him anyways. He wouldn't have had to worry about the repercussions. And now that's one of the reasons why, now that he's leaving office, he's actually one of the few people that has actually been standing up to Trump. He's one of the people that has been switching sides and like voting on, the Democrat side for certain issues. I do think that a younger mind and the ideas are good for the old parts here. I agree it is, but that's why I was saying that instead of them being the ones that have the absolute power, they should be like the assistant to the senator or whatever, learn the ropes, and then, at 40 or whatever, you can run as a senator. I wouldn't mind some 30-somethings under me. We're talking about politics, dude, not porn. You got the wrong P word, okay? We're talking about politics. Most people have kids, and they do care about their kids, so they do kind of feel it. And it's also good to have 30-year-olds because they're more attuned to emerging tech and changes. Look at the internet. I agree that they have more understanding of like tech and stuff like that. I just don't think at 30, you're fully aware of. You're almost there, but I feel like you've still got more growing to do in order to realize the impact that certain things have on society, the country, and the world. I think somebody that is like 6 years out of college just doesn't quite have the life experience quite yet. It's a really important position to, you know, I mean, there's a lot of big companies that would not have a 30-year-old CEO. I'm sure there are some, but there's a lot of big companies that they're not going to have a 30-year-old CEO that's, you know, only been out of college for, you know, 6 years. And there's a reason for that. And if they're not going to have it for a CEO of, you know, certain large companies, I wouldn't want it as a, you know, one of the, you know, a politician, one of the most powerful people in, you know, the most powerful nation on the planet. Was the Model T even out when McConnell was a kid? Yes, it was. Yes, it was. I don't even think Mitch McConnell, he wouldn't even have been old enough to serve in World War II, dude. Like, he wouldn't have even have been old enough to serve in World War II. You got to go get your kid from school. Just call a taxi, dude. Send a taxi. Tell him to get in the cab. All right, we'll see you in a bit. All right, let's actually listen to something. Oh shit, I got you guys on the wrong freaking sorry, you guys were watching the Canadian Conservative Party's convention. Let me see if I can let me look on my other monitor here and see if I can find something else here for you guys to watch. There is an old Hassan video that I do want to watch at some point today. Maybe we could do that just because okay, I've never heard of the American Conservative before. Let me just Google and see if this is true. It probably is. Did Trump all the arrest of I want to see if I can find so apparently this has to do with the election. He's still going on about the 2020 election, man. This is what I was talking about in my video. He was born in 1943. Yeah, that's why I was like, he wasn't even old enough to serve in the army, or for World War II, and he's an old fucker. But anyways, this is one of the points that I was making in my video today, which got no views because I released it at the wrong time by accident. But I was making the point that Trump seems to be doing I hope he's not doing this, but it's really weird some of the stuff that he's doing. It almost suggests that he's trying to rig the upcoming election. And it's really kind of weird. But anyways, he's, you know, gone in and demanded like the voter rolls or whatever from Minnesota and Georgia, which are two states that he lost. And he's claiming election fraud. So it's going to be interesting to see what happens in the midterms because people are pretty much saying there's no chance the Republicans are going to win the midterms and that they're going to be crushed. It's going to be interesting to see what happens when he loses the midterms. Like, you know, he's going to. Is there any doubt that he's going to say that there was voter fraud? Does anyone doubt that? Does anyone think that he's just going to be like, yeah, okay, they won? Like, there's not a chance he does that, right? Not a chance that he actually says, yeah, you know what, I think this is legit. Let's see what else. Somebody here's news. Somebody posted that there's a World of Warcraft retired server blade for sale. I've seen those on eBay before. I'm not actually interested in that, but let's see here. What was that? Mitch McConnell is 83. Here's from Democracy Now. This is a site somebody had asked me before if I am subscribed to them on YouTube, but I don't really watch them too much. But apparently family members of people that are killed on these boats are wanting to sue Trump, basically suggesting that they were not drug dealers. So I'll have to read that offline, but families of two Trinidadian men killed by U.S. boat strike in the Caribbean are suing the Trump administration for wrongful death and extrajudicial killing. Chad and Joseph were 26, who were 41, were on a small vessel headed back to Trinidad from Venezuela when their boat was targeted, killing all 6 people on board. Video on the strike of the social media referring to those killed as narco-terrorists. See, this is the point. I said this when we saw these strikes. I said this on stream. This is why they needed to go and actually just go to where the boats were, board them, and prove that there were drugs. So why were they not doing that? Why were they not showing evidence that they were actually drug dealers? And it's kind of weird how we don't have any of these boats anymore that are getting shot down, right? Now that they've taken over Venezuela, suddenly that all stopped. We're not talking about drugs coming from Venezuela anymore. That's weird. You think the cartels, if there were any there to begin with, are suddenly just not there anymore? Weird. He wants to stay in power. His friends, all of his billionaire friends. You guys understand how these tariffs work, right? Like the big, beautiful bill didn't actually give tax breaks to middle-class Americans. It gave major tax breaks to billionaires, though. And in order to pay for the tax breaks for billionaires, they're using tariffs to make up the difference. So the middle-class people are the ones that are paying the bulk of the tariffs because it's tariffs on everyday goods and stuff like that. So all the money that's being brought in is there to make up the difference for what billionaires aren't paying anymore. It's really fucking crazy that the average everyday person doesn't see that that's what's going on. But the billionaires told them, hey, this is good for you. You should, trust us. We became billionaires. We're looking out for your best interest, not us. It's crazy how people are just going along with this.
Honor in Carmel Mall. Do you guys know where's the Carmel Mall? Where? And community organizer. 3 days ago, we lost Alex.
Yeah, it shows that they've been shot and sunk exactly. Like they've destroyed any evidence deliberately. Why would it have been so hard to just go over there with the with one of these big military ships, boarded them, and shown, hey, look, here's all the drugs. Why would you not do that? The fact that they didn't do that makes it even more suspicious.
Behind the families, communities, that's unforgettable. It's a grief. Families are crying and grieves. Across this nation, people hear our message and they're standing us, and we are more united. They say we hear you and we stand with you. And today, January 3rd, the message became action. Today, January 3rd, we are calling nationwide shutdown, and they become shutdown, you know. Schools and businesses, communities standing together in solidarity. Fear is spreading through our communities. ICE action fueled fear in our neighborhood. Deserve safety. Families are afraid to go work. Parents afraid to take their kid to school. Because a few days ago, we witnessed 5 years old kids. They're taken to Texas. We are not going to accept any more for that. We are Minnesotans more united. No divide. Bovino out.
Hey, when is that NASA launch to the moon? I actually would like to watch that. Hold on, let me look at that.
Who's next? Bye-bye.
Oh, is it tonight?
Also, guys, I was joking earlier before. We have one more speaker. It's going to be Deans from 5051 Minnesota. So I got my steps.
They are going to back to the moon. I don't think they're landing on the moon though, right? Like they're not actually going to the moon, right? Or to land on the moon. It's just to fly around, right?
Fear is being used as a weapon. Lives are being treated as disposable. We reject this violence.
It's not landing. I'm trying to find out when it is.
We will not be quiet. We will
January 30th at 7 p.m. Is that right?
We will not look away. We protect each other. We will organize. We will march. We will rally. We will document.
NASA says it's fine. Don't worry about it. It's fine. We've never had any accidents before. I remember watching that one live.
We are Minnesota strong. We are America's North Star.
Hey, we should get Minnesota to join Canada. How about that? Instead of Alberta joining, I think Minnesota. Maybe we should start a little. Take over Minnesota. We're gonna bring Washington, Oregon, and California as well. You know, they're all left-leaning states as well. They'd fit in nicely with Canada. Americans do nothing but bitch about California, anyways. They call it a shithole or whatever. We'll take California. I guarantee you, Americans would not want that. Suddenly, they'd be like, "No, you can't take any of our stuff." Can't take our territory. California stays.
From the Gilded Age to the Great Depression to the Civil Rights Movement, there have been countless times throughout American history where the people of this country have realized they cannot afford to not shut it down. But they have had so much outrage at the injustice and the exploitation of our neighbors and
Look at their Twitter account. Let's see if
that we have
whether
no choice but to hit the streets. In Minneapolis, we are at
Sunday, February 8th is the next scheduled possible launch time. Yeah, that's the Artemis 2 moon rocket. Is that the one that we're looking at? For February 2nd. Oh, wait, that's Monday. Oh, Sunday, February 8th, so next weekend. Hey, Levchuk, dude, I was thinking about you the other day. I was wondering where you'd been. I hadn't heard from you in a while. We don't need any more left-leaning provinces. Dude, one, America's idea of left-leaning provinces are still pretty centrist, if not right-leaning in Canada. You do understand that, right? You're at the Grand Canyon? Oh, that's pretty awesome. I went to the Grand Canyon. I was like 6 years ago or something now. Yeah, when countries say nothing to worry about, yeah, there's probably nothing to worry about. Have you been to the Grand Canyon before, Levchuk? Lock your keys. Oh. GG's. The South Rim is pretty cool. I had to go into the park. I can't remember the name of the park, but I remember having to pay like a $10 entrance fee or something like that, and then it was pretty cool there. If you get a chance, Levchuk, go to Monument Valley and Horseshoe Bend. If you haven't seen those before, those impressed me. That impressed me even more than the Grand Canyon. And it's not really that far away. Like, I mean, it's a few hours, but it's certainly worth the drive. The Horseshoe Bend and you can actually go to they're called Antelope Canyon as well, which is like a 2-minute drive from Horseshoe Bend. You can see that at the same time. But Monument Valley was absolutely amazing, man. I loved it there. Monument Valley is your favorite? Yeah, I stayed at the cabins that they have there, right underneath the mountain or the valleys. Don't have time on this trip. Oh, I don't know if I could go down there and not go back to Monument Valley again. I loved it. It was fantastic. Horseshoe Bend was too.
F ICE, you know what I'm saying? F Donald Trump too. Give me them out of every city.
Okay, so what else do we have for the news today? What have we not covered? Again, guys, if you haven't followed me on my new YouTube channel for the news, shorts, stories, all that sort of stuff, that's where all my just chatting videos are going to be. It's the YouTube at Alodar News Network link that I just posted there. Trying to get started with the new channel, so if you feel like giving me a sub, it's free. I would appreciate it. Thank you very much. Good luck getting your keys out of your car, dude. So this is in Minnesota, the top, the left side one. And then I guess these ones where people are walking around in T-shirts and stuff, that's LA, so. A little jealous. See if there's any other news that's coming up. Just ICE protests everywhere. Rock may... yeah, hopefully he's got a different way of getting into his car. You have no idea. These are just the protests that are going on all over the U.S. It's a day of ICE protests. So this is happening in like a lot of major cities. I don't know if it's every major city, but it's a lot of them.
I don't want to say that word. But shove it in there good, all right? If you guys support ICE, whoever's in my chat on YouTube or TikTok, that's for you guys.
And then the top left, a lot of you probably aren't going to really care about that, but that is our Canadian Conservative Party's convention that they're having to decide whether or not they're going to continue on with the same leader that they have. The party is basically screwed right now. Is the leader that they have is he could have almost won the last election. If it wasn't for Carney, he would have. But now his popularity is sinking. A lot of it is because people like Carney so much, but also people are getting tired of his just nonstop negative rhetoric. They're just getting tired of listening to him, basically. But the other problem that the party has, they don't really have anyone else as an option to replace him. So I've got that on for any Canadians that happen to pop into the chat. But they're not really doing anything as far as like announcing whether or not he will probably stay on as the party leader, though. I would be really shocked if they elected not to.
Everybody's marching away. Gonna go to the Federal Building. Walk through downtown Los Angeles, guys. I appreciate everybody typing in, guys.
Just because they simply have nobody to replace him with. Oh, Jesus. Somebody posted a tweet in my buddies. This is a big group of us, bunch of us that grew up together. We've got a WhatsApp group. We're all like really close friends. Somebody posted a tweet that I don't know if you guys follow the real Thelma Johnson, but this Twitter account posted, "My son was complaining he never gets any privacy at home and needed some time alone, so I told him to go buy a ticket to the Melania movie." Apparently there's cities where Melania, the movie is playing, and there's no tickets at all sold for it. Like there's nowhere, like no tickets sold at all for the premiere of it. You know what? I'm gonna actually check the Vancouver. Let me check the Vancouver cinema here. I'm actually. I think it was supposed to launch today, right? I think in Canada it launched today. So today at 7:15. Oh. I have to like verify my account and shit. It's just like, come on.
Thank you so much for the heart.
Hold on.
I appreciate you.
I have to like make it look like I'm buying tickets. Get tickets.
Appreciate for the contributing.
I would be shocked if there wasn't some tickets sold for this.
Just support the streams.
Downtown Los Angeles, guys.
Wait, this is
We're out here in City Hall right now on Temple and Spring. They're gonna head to downtown Federal Building, guys. out here in Los Angeles, guys. This is what's going on right now.
What
Peaceful.
the fuck? There is one ticket sold. This is at the largest movie theater in Vancouver. Like, this theater is packed on Friday nights. There is one ticket for its 7 o'clock showing. This is the ticket that I selected. I just actually selected I was actually going to buy a ticket. There is one ticket to the Melania movie. That is absolutely crazy. 7:15, the main show on a Friday night at Vancouver's biggest theater. There is one ticket that is sold. Holy crap, that is crazy. Who was in here saying earlier that Canadians will forget? No, we will not forget. One ticket sold to Melania at the largest theater, not only just in Vancouver, in all of Western Canada. This is the largest theater in all of Western Canada, the busiest movie theater. One ticket was sold for the premiere of Melania tonight. Wow. That is actually, oh my God. Hold on. I got to actually whoops. I was actually going to go into the WhatsApp group on that. Sold out in your area? Where do you live? Hold on. I need to in the Kootenays? I need to check that, dude, because that is oh man. Oh, you just made it up. Don't put you on blast. I was like, there's no effing way, dude. Population of 2. I was actually gonna check too, dude. I was like, okay, where in the Kootenays do you live? Like, I'm gonna go to the there's got to be a movie theater in Golden or something, or Nelson. Nelson's in the Kootenays, right? Oh, you live in Trail? Is there a movie theater in Trail? No, I'm kidding. Actually, a streamer, I'll call him a buddy. Supatees lives in Trail. I don't know if you're familiar with Supatees, but he's a decent-sized WoW content creator. He lives in Trail. But yeah, I've gotten to know him over the years. Good guy. I like to joke with him. I'm like, listen, we need to have a challenge here. You and I need to be doing arenas, and let's see if you can carry me to Gladiator. Like, imagine the content on stream. You were on his bowling team? Have you seen how much weight he's lost? Have you seen how much weight he lost? The first time I met him, the first time I met him, he was like significantly overweight. And then, like, the next year that I met him at BlizzCon, he was like, holy shit, dude, like, half of you've disappeared, man. You've seen, like, a clip of him? He's lost, like, he's in really good shape now, man. He used to be a big dude, and now he's in, like, really good shape. He's done quite well as far as, like, losing weight and stuff like that, too. Hold on. I got to post that picture. I posted that screenshot of Melania only selling one ticket. That is actually freaking hilarious, man. Oh my god, that is so funny. That is so funny to me, man. I told you, man. Canadians are freaking angry. Like, Canadians are freaking angry. So I had to post it on Facebook too because I know my family and friends will get a kick out of that. That's just too funny, man. That is too funny. Is there anything else you guys want me to cover? Right now, we're just kind of following the. 'Cause it looks like the news channels. Again, ABC News. All they're covering is the weather. It's like is this the ABC Weather Network? Like, what am I? Every time I go here, it's nothing but. We've got snow. Okay, we get that. You got snow. We've watched that Iran stuff, like. This guy's always on ABC News Australia. Like, I feel like that is just a repeat. My first guy to respond in our friends chat, I said, look at this guy, it's just one ticket sold to Melania. And one of my good friends says, just say it was you. This is a judgment-free zone. What's it even about? It's about Melania. You don't want to watch that? Okay, so there is actually some sleazy stuff with that. Amazon paid for the rights to make the movie. It cost them they paid $40 million for the rights to make the movie. The next, the competition that was trying to buy the rights paid only they were only offering $10 million to pay for it, and yet for some reason Amazon was still willing to pay $40 million. You think they weren't trying to buy off the president with that? Yeah, it's a documentary about her life, I guess. Do you think we'd find out how much she made as a prostitute? If I don't get to find out how much she made as a prostitute, I don't want to watch the movie. Don Lemon got arrested? Hell yeah. I mean, if you're okay with your First Amendment rights being chucked away, I would have thought a conservative like you, Dragoon, would be pissed off that your constitutional rights were being, thrown out the window. But if you're okay with it, sure. Doesn't affect me. I just get to sit here and laugh. All these Americans are all like, oh, we've got our First Amendment right, we've got our, Second Amendment right, but you're okay with that being taken away. That's kind of weird, man. Kind of weird. Shutting down. He didn't shut it down. He was just sitting there as a journalist recording it, dude. It was other people that were doing that. He's allowed to be a journalist, dude. That's part of your amendment rights. You know? You might not like it when it doesn't benefit you, but part of the amendments, part of your rights, dude.
If you guys can help with the gift, go, I'd really appreciate it. Liking, sharing, and following the live also helps a lot. We're here in downtown LA, where there's an anti-ICE protest going on currently.
Take their rights away just to own the libs. They don't seem to have a problem with it. Dragoon was in here the other night saying that he didn't have a problem with the guy with people not being allowed to carry their guns anymore. That's weird, man. That Rittenhouse kid they didn't have a problem with, but suddenly this guy who's not even using his gun, threatening people, suddenly, you know, because it's a liberal guy. Oh, okay, you can take our rights away. That's okay. Need to stop spewing bullshit, dude. I mean, I watch the American news. Where do you think I get the idea of just spewing bullshit? That he's a fucking idiot for bringing it to a protest. He shouldn't have been killed. He shouldn't have been murdered. Did I at least get events correct? What events did I get incorrect? So what happened today in the Senate? They defunded ICE a little bit? Is that what's basically going on? To be able to make sure that the bill or the government didn't shut down? Is that what happened?
We do a little trolling. It's called we do a little trolling.
In terms of where were the protests? Cars set on fire, agents assaulted, mass hysteria. I mean, he did a lot better of a job at getting rid of illegal immigrants than Trump's been doing. It just shows that Obama was a far better president. I mean, he was basically better than Trump in every way. He even won a Nobel Peace Prize. Like, what was Obama not better than Trump at, besides being an idiot? Let due process occur. Yeah, and they threw out more immigrants than Donald Trump did at a much faster rate. It's amazing how efficient ICE was under Obama. Weird. Didn't have to go into towns and be all violent and, you know, break into people's cars for no reason and drag people out. And weird. Really weird. I posted it to Twitter and someone's already getting mad at me. ICE was allowed to do their jobs. You mean ICE actually did their jobs, I think is what you mean. They actually did the jobs they were supposed to and weren't overstepping their bounds and breaking into people's cars and dragging them out onto the street and, you know, beating the shit out of people. It's amazing how when you treat people with respect, you know. Weird. ICE acted like professionals under Obama and not want to be Nazis. Exactly. You didn't have the leader of ICE walking around in a fucking SS jacket with a fucking Nazi haircut and shit, acting like he was hot shit. Gee, I wonder why these people don't like him. That's weird. Weird that they'd have such a problem with him. He fully supports ICE, Trump. He fully supports getting rid of immigrants. And his reasoning is that he thinks that white people built the country. When, every race in the world was there. Black people came. There was Hispanics in the U.S. There was Asian descendants of Asian people that were there thousands of years before white people arrived. Millions of descendants from Asia were in North and South America. But he wants to kick them all out. It's us. Not all immigrants, some immigrants. Okay, so we've narrowed it down to what? Black people were there. You told me black people are okay because they came over as slaves. They were forced over. Let's see. Hispanics were in large parts of America before America became America. So it's not like you can kick them out. Let's see. Asian people were in North America and South America long before, or descendants of Asians were there long before any Europeans came to North and South America. Or North America, the United States. So you got to say that they got to be able to stay, right? Asians? Yeah, they're even like arresting Native Americans, and they're like, dude, we're the original Americans. What the fuck are you doing?
With the gift, I really appreciate it. Liking, sharing, and following helps a lot. DMG, thank you for the DMG and Michelle, thank you for the 2026s. I really appreciate it. Ashley, thank you for the 2026 as well. Suzanne, thank you for the 2026. Steven, thank you for the sunglasses. I greatly appreciate it.
What else is going on today, guys?
Suzanne, thank you for the I love TikTok Live. I greatly appreciate it. Suzanne, thank you for the sunglasses. I really appreciate it.
It was conquered and colonized like countless other countries. Yeah, but it's being colonized and conquered again, dude. You're just mad. You're just mad.
We do a little trolling. It's called we do a little.
I am trolling. You just ate some homemade pizza. 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 I'll save that for the Super Bowl. That'll be the next time I have pizza.
We are crossing the bridge.
Sorry, I gotta like turn off that notification.
Have you guys planned? Anybody plans on coming over here to the protest? Bring water, sunscreen, hats, and be safe. Being safe is the main thing over here. And you think for the 2026s?
We're home, baby. Do the sunlight.
The troller? No, Dragoon's not here trolling. He actually believes what he's saying. He's just wrong. So we let him stick around because we like to hear everybody's opinion here. He's definitely not trolling. He actually believes this stuff. I like to hear other people's opinions as well. I'm not going to just ban people for having the wrong opinion. Having a foreign person make a burrito negatively impact your life? It does. It does. He likes the Mexican food. He doesn't want a Mexican making it. You don't understand that when a Mexican makes your food, it actually is way better than when like a white person tries to make Mexican food? Like, if I go to a Chinese or a Japanese restaurant for sushi and there's a white person in the kitchen, I'm walking out, man. I'm like, no, we're going to an authentic like Japanese restaurant. Anyone who would argue that he wants to kick out Latinas from his country, I think they're just like mentally retarded. At the point where, if you want to kick out Latinas like from your country, I think you're retarded and possibly homosexual. There's nothing wrong with that. But one or the other or both.
I will give the street name right now. Just give me a second.
How could you want Latinas to be kicked out of your country?
We're on Mission and Cesar Chavez. But I'm not too sure where we're going to turn right now.
I mean, hell, how could you want like beautiful women from any culture kicked out of your country? If you want to argue that you want to kick out their men from, okay, fine, I can understand that. But if they're a beautiful woman from Asia or from Africa or wherever, England, like, forget that. Keep them. I'm on board, though, if you want to kick out the men. But not for racial reasons, just due to competition. I'm good with that. Hey, Wall Street, these are the protests going on all over the U.S. about ICE. That's what we're watching. On the top left, this is the Canadian. I think you're a Canadian, aren't you, Wall Street? Yeah, you're down the street. You live like a short walk from me. But top left is the Conservative Party's convention, where it's expected that Pierre Poilievre will be kept on as the party leader.
Yeah, I have some water in the backpack right now. I'm going to drink some in a bit.
Oh, it's all over the U.S., like every major city, apparently. This is going on. Hundreds of thousands of people in each city, basically.
Yeah, we're going to be safe.
But there's the Don Lemon thing that happened earlier today. Americans are losing their constitutional rights, left, right, and center. And it seems like people on the right are okay with it. They're losing their right to bear arms. They're losing their First Amendment. Like, they're good with that. It's not what I expected. That was not on my bingo card like 2 years ago, like where America would be, in a couple of years. But here we are.
I do have a backup account. That's in
Alodar is the hero of the people, and I'm the friendly neighborhood ICE agent. Please direct all hate to me. I'll respond with a timely manner. Are you actually an ICE member?
We'll be going to that backup account. I think we have Instagram, a backup TikTok, YouTube, and a Cash App in the bio.
Go apply, dude. They've got like a signing bonus of like $40,000 though, and they're even getting ripped off by that because apparently they have to be an ICE agent for a certain amount of time, and I think it's actually like several years. It's not $200K a year, Wall Street. They start off at like $50,000 a year. Like they're not, the entry level ICE agents are not making shit. I might beat some ass, but I'm not killing anyone. The unspoken truth is that a lot of my fellow citizens don't really want all of the rights that they have. Well, I mean, the one side of the aisle was constantly going on about, hey, they didn't want their Second Amendment rights taken away, don't take our guns away, our First Amendment rights, blah, 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 blah. But they seem to be just like okay with them, like leaving, like losing them now. Not really speaking up against it. It's, for someone that's kind of sitting on the sidelines, it's kind of interesting. Well, the bonus is $40,000 Wall Street, but you have to stay on. I can't remember how long it is, but it's I think it's like 3 or 4 years or something like that. And it's very likely that a Democrat is going to win the next presidency. I know that Dragoon is just fucking losing it right now with me saying that. But it's likely that a Democrat is going to win the next election. And a lot of these guys are going to be, it's going to be defunded and they're going to lose their jobs. So if they don't spend, stay on for how long they were supposed to stay on for, they actually have to pay their bonus back. So that's part of their deal. They have to stay on as an ICE agent for a certain period of time. I think I'd have to look at the bonus structure again, but I think it's like 4 years. And if they don't stay on for the whole period, they have to pay either all of it back or a large chunk. Ain't no one doing that? Dude, $50K a year and a bonus. That's what they're starting off at, man. Keep in mind, Wall Street, a lot of these people, Dragoon would do this for fucking free, man. Are you kidding me? You think that there aren't people that are sitting there thinking, nah, I'd do that for free, motherfucker. America #1. There's people that would do this shit for free.
26 MG. I really appreciate it.
And keep in mind, $50,000 American, like that's the median average wage, or it's not much higher than that in America. Like the median average wage in America is still not that's high. And in a lot of these communities, especially in red states, $50,000 a year is still really good money. So you're probably going to have some inbreds from Kentucky that are, they're inbreds, they're racist, and they're like, fuck yeah, you can sign me up. I get $50,000 plus a $40,000 bonus to beat up immigrants. They're lining up for that, man. But they don't realize that when a Democrat comes into office and then lays them all off, then they have to fucking pay all this shit back because they didn't fulfill their contract. They're going to get scammed in the end. Dragoon wears glasses like a nerd? I have no idea. That country was just as screwed up as with the last president. It was really doesn't matter. Just like Canada, there is so much to fix. It will take a few terms of ransoms. I don't remember, people being this pissed off in America, even with Biden. I think Biden was slow and like really kind of, really slowing down the last few years of his presidency. But I don't remember seeing shit like this. What's the Canadian average? I'm not sure, actually.
LAPD reported about approximately 3,000 people at City Hall.
Being part of ICE is not going to look very good on your. What does CV stand for? Yeah, you gonna put that on your resume when they're doing when they're trying to figure out who all these fucking people are? I knew it was a resume. I just didn't understand what CV stands for. Just leave that part off of your resume.
Ambulance is in the way. People gotta move.
Fucking Russia, Chris Tucker and Jackie Chan over here. Fucking Nazis.
You gotta wonder what's gonna happen tonight when it gets dark out, and if there's gonna still be large crowds and stuff like that. It's gonna be interesting to see what's. You're not allowed to break the. Yeah, dude, it's a protest, dude. Like, congratulations, like. You're going to be screaming, like crazy, oh, they're breaking the law if it was conservatives that were doing this? Probably not. Like, let's be honest. Stop being a hypocrite. I guarantee you if this was a protest against Obama or whoever, Bill Clinton, you'd be fine with it. You wouldn't be like, oh, why are they blocking the roads, dude? The fuck, they're blocking the roads, man. You condemn the January 6th protests? Congratulations, so did all of us. What do you want me to say? What do you want me to say? We all did too. Keep in mind, this protest was probably also organized such that the city knows where they're going. So they gave them ample time to actually close down the roads. That's usually what happens with these protests. They know where they're going. They know the route. And they basically just block off traffic roads in advance. Like Wall Street, you've probably seen the ones that go down from the art gallery. Actually, you know what? Some of those ones aren't. But, you know, they are in constant communication as to what direction they're walking, so that the police can block streets and. Okay, guys, I'm going to go throw on some food really quickly. Give me a few minutes. Going to throw on some food, go to the washroom, that sort of stuff. And then we'll continue with the coverage. But I want to see if something happens later on tonight as this group gets to wherever they're going to. I don't know. There's the Fox News one is the top right. I'm trying to figure out where that is. I don't recognize the city, and the bottom ones look like they're all Los Angeles. So I don't think it says where it is, the top one. I think, they're in cold, so that's in Minnesota, the top one, top right. I'll be right back. I should have recognized that based on what they're wearing.
Thank you for the likes, everything for the gifts, for the support, guys.
Shut it down! Every city, every town, ice out! Shut it down! Every city, every town, ice out! Shut
I can keep it in my bag. They're so smart, dude.
Jamás será vencido. El pueblo unido jamás será vencido. El pueblo unido jamás será vencido. El pueblo unido jamás será vencido.
All right, Joe. Let's do it again. Another ambulance is coming. Move to the right. To the right.
Look, another ambulance, another ambulance.
With enough pressure from the people, the government servants will have to listen and learn to be better. Well, I mean, you've suddenly seen Trump back down a little bit with a lot of what's going on here. He's seen the popularity, or his popularity, just collapse.
The people united
will never be defeated. The people united will never be defeated.
The people
behind the truck, directly behind it. The people behind the truck, directly behind it.
TMZ is saying that Elon Musk exchanged emails with Jeffrey Epstein to plan a trip to Epstein Island. Oh. Oh.
Because once we get to Boyle Heights, we're gonna march back to City Hall. Because y'all are tired, right?
No.
Nobody's tired.
Never tired for Raza.
We're gonna keep going.
For the community.
We're gonna keep marching.
Uh-oh.
United will never be defeated.
The people united will never be defeated.
The people united will never be defeated.
Uh-oh.
United will never be defeated.
Buy the Tesla dip. Uh-oh.
The people united will never be defeated.
The people united will never be defeated.
The people united will never be defeated.
Whose streets?
Our streets.
Whose streets?
Uh-oh.
Our streets. Our streets. Our streets.
Whose streets?
Our streets.
Whose streets?
Our streets.
Whose streets?
Our streets. Our streets.
Uh-oh.
This is a union. I mean, this is a hospital. A non-union hospital.
Wow.
To kidnap their patients.
I want the files released. I want to see all the dirt. I want to see people hang.
Duty of healthcare workers to protect their clients.
And
What they're doing is
I want to watch as people on the right sit there and defend and say, I don't care that Trump did this to little girls. There are people that are that sick and twisted that they're like, no, I don't care that Trump raped 13-year-old girls. Uh-oh. Okay, I can hear it. How many times? We're back up to Minnesota, top right, guys. I had to change it because I was just hearing the same chant over and over again, and it was getting a little repetitive, just a little bit. So here's a story. I'll put it up here, top left. That ICE is buying up all these mega warehouses across America. Obviously, is for detention centers. There's a billionaire that lives here in Vancouver. He's really well known, named Jimmy Pattison, and he owns one of these warehouses. and he's taking some serious heat in Canada because he owns a lot of businesses in Canada, and people are starting to boycott his businesses because they found out that he was going to sell one of his facilities to ICE. You bought all your vehicles off Mr. Patterson? That's quite a story that he's became a billionaire. He started off as like some, like, I don't know, he washed cars at a car dealership and eventually bought a car dealership, and then from that he turned himself into a billionaire. Self-made billionaire. I'd always wished that he'd buy the Vancouver Canucks, but he never did. Just don't care about it more than people dying of fentanyl overdoses. I mean, people have been dying of drugs since long before Donald Trump and Biden came into office, dude. And this is happening all over the world. It's not like it's Biden's fault. You also, I don't know. You're not still falling for the whole "it's coming from Venezuela" bullshit story, are you? You don't still believe that crap, do you? Oh, we've got another feed, and I don't give a shit if this is not kosher or not. I found Hassan is streaming. I mean, he watches other people's streams all the time, right? Comments on it, so I think this is okay. He was banned on Twitch, by the way, for a week. I don't even know that he cares. He was streaming earlier on YouTube to 100,000 people. So he's probably good. Weren't the CI shipping in drugs back in the 70s and 80s? I mean, they were... You ever watched Narcos? Narcos is a good, one of my favorite TV shows, but talks a lot about how suddenly cocaine became like this massive drug in like the 80s, and...
Oh, it's your boy. Yeah, buddy.
83 Fahrenheit and sunny in Los Angeles. Yeah, they're all walking around in like, you know, t-shirts and stuff. Must be nice. I think this guy in the plaid shirt behind him is his bodyguard or something. No, that's got to be. Look at this contraption this guy has on that's interviewing him, man. like the little setup. I was gonna look for more live streams, but I don't think we really need to right now, right? I don't think we need any more. See how fast I can get. I'm sending tweets to Elon Musk asking him about the email. Let's see how fast I can get my account suspended.
This culture of grit, reciprocal care, winning! We have not won! Not even close! Hello, everyone. Hello. My name is Abdul. I'm a small business owner in Carmel Mall. Do you know, guys? Do you guys know?
It is Hassan, yeah.
I'm a community organizer. 2 days ago, we lost Alex, ICU nurse, and we're not gonna forget for that. And today we're making history. This is not just Minneapolis or Minnesota. This is every state of this nationwide. Two lives behind the families, communities. That's unforgettable.
Okay, that ended. Let me just close some of these windows down here.
Across this nation, people hear our message and they're standing us, and we are more united.
Oh my god. Hold on, I need a screenshot of this. Oh my god. Okay, this is actually fucking hilarious that Grok actually did this. 1 second, I need to like put this. Oh man, hold on. So I posted here. We're gonna go up to the top left for a second, guys. I posted this. Grok, can you get you to produce an image of Elon going to Epstein Island as per his email? And I posted that in response to one of his tweets, and it actually made me a picture of him going to Epstein Isle. Oh man, that is actually fucking. Oh man, that is actually too funny for me. Hold on. I need to see if I can like make it so that it I need it like bigger. There. Where did I lose my stream to there's the event. Just another did party stream. That's so funny. I mean, technically, it's not something that I should be able to get like in trouble for, right? I'm just asking Grok to create a picture of him on Epstein Island. Oh, now everywhere's like posting. New York Post now has Elon Musk scheduled visit to Epstein Pedo Island in January of 2014. Isn't the New York Post like a right wing like newspaper? Isn't New York Post like very pro Trump? Yikes. The New York Post is not that the Post not the one that is right like very conservative? Or am I getting it mixed up? Hold on, let me turn on the sound here somewhere. Post is right wing, right? Yeah, okay. Yikes. Oh man, everywhere's everywhere is reporting it now, man. Epstein is a fairly bipartisan issue, at least to the people. I mean, there are people on the right, but I feel like to some they just don't care. Like they're more concerned about like they care a little bit, but overwhelmingly they care more about immigrants getting kicked out of the country. Well, Dragoon, let's clarify. He didn't say he didn't care. He just said he cared more about immigrants getting kicked out of the country. Let's not misquote the guy. He did say he does care, but he cares much more about the immigrants getting kicked out of the country. I don't know how you can care more about kicking out Latinas out of the country than you do about 13-year-old girls getting raped repeatedly. It's not like it was a one-time thing. I don't know how you can cheer on Latina baddies, big booty Latinas getting kicked out of the country. I don't know how anyone can cheer that on. Hey guys, I gotta go get my food. It just beeped. I'll be right back. Let me turn on. Looks like that sound just turned off. We're gonna turn on this one.
All the marching right now.
We're right back. Big booty Latinas can say just kick out the men, right? Kick out the men. Right back.
Thank you for the rose, thank you for the rose, thank you for the gifts. Gracias por los regalitos, muchísimas gracias por el apoyo, por seguir la página. Thank you for following us. We're on Boyle Heights. We're walking down Soto, heading towards First Street. Eso, ánimo, hey! Ay, Sara, Boyle Heights! estamos en la lucha. Tiembla, estamos en la lucha. Chinga la migra. Chinga la migra. Chinga la migra.
That is dinner. What are they distracting us from? The Epstein files.
Yes, we're currently in Los Angeles.
The Epstein files. What do you mean?
Marching
Whoops.
east
Hold on.
from
You guys aren't
downtown
even able to watch any of this.
with the protest and march call. We are currently hitting Boyle Heights.
Sorry, I left you guys with nothing to watch.
We're on Cesar Chavez. We're currently about to go across the street. Yeah, I think we're going to the detention center. That's what it seems like.
I have a bunch of people responding to my tweet about asking Grok to create an image of Elon Musk on Epstein Island.
And I didn't,
What's for dinner? Hold on. I'm back in training mode, cheesy, so it's chicken and veggies. That's basically all it is chicken and veggies.
So I'm gonna go until this battery dies, and then I'm not sure how I'm gonna get across the city, but it's alright.
This is literally my dinner every single night now. Until I'll have the shawarma wrap tomorrow, but this is literally my dinner every single night now.
What fence? I don't see a fence. I don't see a fence, DHS. What are you talking about? Where's the fence at, DHS?
Yeah, that sauce that you saw on top of my veggies and chicken is Frank's Red Hot. I like the spiciness, and it's just like, you know, this is easy just to dump this.
Do you mean war crimes? Do you mean war crimes?
All over the chicken and veggies.
War crime, right? Did you know that tear gas is a fucking war crime, right? Deploying tear gas on civilians is a war crime, on non-combatants. Nobody's armed here. You'd be committing a war crime if you tear gas us. I'm just saying, you'd be committing a war crime on non-combatants. If you deploy tear gas on civilians, you'll be committing a war crime. Be aware of your fucking actions, Nazi. You won't be able to claim ignorance because I'm letting you know right now. Again, you're trying to escalate completely.
Oh man, Elon Musk is all over Twitter now suddenly because of this email that's been released. And imagine he was the one that was talking about how Donald Trump was in the Epstein files when he was as well.
Are you trying to say that you're against freedom of assembly, DHS? Are you saying you're against freedom of assembly?
I should probably eat more veggies, to be honest. I like mixed
Let me get
veggies.
this straight. Is DHS about to commit an unlawful use of violence and intimidation against the civilian population to dissuade them out of a political movement? That's what it looks like to me. Like they're about to that they gave us a warning because they're like, hey, guys, we're about to commit an act of unlawful violence and intimidation against the civilian population. So how do you do?
Yeah, unfortunately, lovely man, because there's a lot of people that talk shit that really don't know what they're talking about.
So far they went out inside, but I'm not sure they're going inside to gear up or they're going inside. I wasn't sure what they were saying. Wait, what?
Up in the convention center, there's people waiting around 10 so they can be seen.
Oh, yeah, up there, right?
Yeah.
I'm not sure if we could see them, but...
Would these protesters attack me if I put my ice jacket and walk down the street? No, I don't think they've have they beaten up any ICE agents yet?
Because of the sun.
I think there was one or two cases, but
Oh, I'm glad. But yes, we are.
they're pretty
we're here
peaceful.
for
Look,
them.
they're just walking down the street,
Let them
dude.
not forget.
This could be a parade. Could be a parade. They're not destroying any property. They're just walking, man. How peaceful this is. Nobody like Rittenhouse or whatever the hell his name is that brought out rifles, or that old couple that were cheered on as heroes at Donald Trump's convention. You know, remember those people? There's your American culture going off there, Dragoon. You remember how you were talking about how American culture is muscle cars and stuff like that? You can hear that one, right? Seems like these guys are all about American culture.
Again, people are just standing here. Don't escalate. Don't be stupid.
Look crazy, Peter. Could you imagine? Could you imagine living in a country where,
Just stand
if there
down,
was even a
go back.
10% chance that the person that was running as leader was a pedophile, that people would actually vote for him and take a chance on that? You know what? Maybe he is, but I'm going to vote for him anyways.
They're doing nothing. They're just standing here. Stop being little bitches. Way to prove you're a fascist. Way to prove that you're a fascist.
Like almost immediately in any other country, people would be like, yeah, no, we're not voting for him. It's a little bit too suspicious of what's going on that he might be involved in this. And we're talking about like Donald Trump, who like even at the time of the election, people were like, there was a damn good chance that he was probably in the Epstein files and guilty. He'd already been accused by multiple victims, and he still won. That is insane. Was Jane Fonda? Oh, was that who it was? Yeah, I didn't recognize her at all. Did not recognize her at all. she announced that she was on the committee for like some First Amendment committee or something like that. So.
Do you mind holding this?
Look at this. They're all peaceful. You know.
Well, resistance waters. Bear it.
No problems, no violence.
Because the crowd's getting bigger. LAPD's not here yet, so like they might not do it. They might just lower the door and then go back, and then deploy it. I think they might wait till they lower the gate and they deploy it.
Yeah. The gate's broken, right? They fixed it.
They fixed that one because that one opened again. So I'm not sure if they fixed that one.
Must be the most crazy TV show for the aliens. Dude, you're the most crazy TV show for the rest of the world. Hey, Gantian, how's it going, man? Welcome. This is like the most crazy reality TV show for the entire rest of the planet. Remember when reality TV show used to be just people coming on and singing like really poorly to songs? This is real reality TV now.
This lesbian. Disgusted. So disgusted. Shame! Shame!
What was the, was that the one that was like back in the day where they put on people onto the show and they made them feel as though they were like the best singers in the world when in reality they were looking for the worst singer in the world? Was that one? Cheesy? Star Search USA or something like that? That's funniest show in the world, man. I gotta look it up because I think that's what you're talking about. Though. No, that's not it.
They better be lucky the masses don't know what just happened.
Think they're coming or?
We need to be telling them. Okay.
I think that she just locked
I
the
found
door
it. It was
and
called
stayed back
Superstar
there.
USA.
They don't do anything.
Superstar USA. Okay, I'm going to quickly interrupt this to tell you guys about this. This was a show that was on in like the early 2000s where this is when like American Idol like first came out. And they had the show called Superstar USA where it was basically supposed to be a spin-off of American Idol, but they made all these contestants think that they were playing to see who was the best like singer on the show, when in fact they were actually like looking for the worst singers, so they would like pump them up. And it was like they were playing a joke on all these contestants, and they were making them feel like they were like the best singer in the world and be like, oh man, you're like a future rock star, blah blah blah. And they were just the worst, most like the worst talented people in the world. It was just terrible. Like, listen to this. Hold on. Kind of EL, dude. And they could only do it for one season, right? Because like they were outed, like everybody knew what they were doing, right?
Jamie, our sexy superstar, USA.
So this one is like a typical like pretty blonde or whatever, but she is the worst singer in the world. But they made her think that she was like on the show because she was really good. Listen to this.
Once more, you open the door, and you're here in my heart we go on.
Oh my God!
Wow.
There's Tone Loc.
Jamie, you've made it down to our final 8 contestants. And what I'm sitting here thinking, it is absolutely no wonder they couldn't hold a girl, you know what I'm saying, back from that little small town in Minnesota.
No.
You know what I'm saying?
They're like totally BSing these contestants. It is so fucking
Right.
funny, man.
What'd you think about this, young lady?
It was really something.
Thank you so much, Randy.
Briggs?
This guy here, oh my God, this guy is so funny. Like in her earlier, the earlier songs that she did, they would be asking him what he felt. And he was like, I'm sorry. I wasn't even listening. I was too busy staring at your big tits or something. Like he'd say stuff like that. He'd be like, I don't even know what to rate you because I just wasn't actually listening to you. I was just watching you. So he started like turning around so it would force him not to watch her. And he would just talk.
Now I see what all the fuss is about.
See, he was like, now I understand.
In your past 2 performances, I was so distracted by your physical assets, I didn't pay attention to your largest asset, your voice.
It's so brutal, man.
I'm big enough to admit I made a mistake, and I hope you're big enough to accept my apology.
I'm definitely big enough to accept your apology. Thank you.
So she's one of the contestants, but there's like this dude here who's like he's like the geekiest guy in the world, and he would sing all these songs, and you can just imagine how brutal it was. Like, it is so bad. This guy's like the geekiest guy in the world. And by the end of the show, they had him like rocking like this leather jacket and stuff like that. And you almost feel bad for the guy. And then the worst was at the last episode where they let them know like the finals. I don't know that I really want to ruin it for you guys, but if you haven't seen it like 20 years later, I don't know what to tell you. But like, it was basically him against her in the finals. And that's when they basically let them know that they were like, they were on the show as a joke, and they won voice lessons for the prize. It was so bad. Here,
Times, come on.
here, hold on.
Come on. Let's celebrate. There's a party going on right here. A celebration to last throughout the years. So bring your good times and your laughter too. We're gonna celebrate and party with you. Come on now. Celebration.
Look
We're
at them
gonna
acting like they're
celebrate
into
and
it.
have a good time.
Come on, break it on down.
Celebrate good times.
times, come on.
Don't look, you asshole.
Let's celebrate.
Whoa.
There's a party going on right here. A dedication
so
to last
cringy,
throughout
man.
the years. So bring your good times and your laughter too. We're gonna celebrate and party with you. Come on now. Thank you.
All right.
Anyway, the two of them both won big prizes at the end, though. But it was kind of cruel. But I didn't even know about the show until after. I think it was after the season had already aired. But it was cruel. But this is 20 years ago. I'm sure they're okay now. I think she ended up getting like a modeling contract or something like that. Like she did pretty well off of it. Would that be even legal in today's TV to do that? Dude, have you seen what they have on TV? Of course it would. No, they kept it going for weeks, dude. They had like a dozen contestants at the start. It was the same thing as American Idol, where like contestants would get knocked off every week, and basically they were knocking off the best singers every week and getting down to the worst. And they even had one week where they like performed together, like he and her performed like a duet or something. I think it was the you know that what was that song in Dirty Dancing? It's the Dirty Dancing song. I think they sang to that. Autonomous Donkey's gonna get mad if I play that thing. Yeah, Time of My Life, is that what it's called? The father and daughter duet. But I think that's the one that they had to perform together. Hey, Captain Titus, what's up, man? Is that one where dad and daughter? I don't know what they did for their music video. If you're talking about the original song.
I gotta start putting all my stuff on, chat. Give me 1 second here.
Man, there's a lot of freaky people here, man. A lot of people.
They're blocking it. They're blocking it. Oh my gosh, she's freaking out. She's freaking out. She's freaking out.
The shit in Minnesota reminds me too much about Germany back then. I mean, it's not quite at that level, but it is pretty disturbing.
guy's freaking out. No.
Thank God for Grok, or thank God for AI, right?
No, that's just a normal dude. Yeah. Damn, this shit got fucked up. That's just a normal guy.
Berlin Wall type of shit coming through the USA soon. Well, there's already a wall on the southern border, which Mexico never paid for, right? Uh-oh. Breaking windows now.
Holy fuck. What the fuck? Oh my fucking god.
Bro, they're like doing drive-by spraying mace and shit. What the fuck?
Nope.
Next minute there will be a wall for Canada. Good. Good. Keep that shit south of the border, man. That's been a running joke here for like 10 years now. Asking whether or not they can build a wall on the northern border as well.
Gotta get everything on here, folks. It's about to get rowdy.
Canada's not paying for it, dude. Are you kidding me? Mexico never paid for it. Why should we have to pay for it?
Was OnlyFans too hard of a profession for you that you had to be a police dog on the state? Was OnlyFans too difficult of a profession that you had to be a fascist dog? Was OnlyFans too difficult of a profession that you had to be a fascist? Was OnlyFans too difficult for you to do for a living that you had to be a fucking Nazi?
That hurt.
See, Fox has gone off. dangerous drum circle? I've found a bunch more of the Epstein leaks on Facebook, by the way. Like a lot more. Wow. Amazed they haven't invoked the Emergency Act yet? Dude, that would be, that might be the final spurt if they did that, man. Yeah, the Insurrection Act, that might be the final spurt to send Americans off on just a fucking rampage. Have any of you guys watched this new Canadian TV show? What is it? Heated Rivalry? Apparently it's huge in the U.S. I've never watched it though. But I'm hearing that it's like absolutely massive in the U.S. Heated Rivalry. Canadian TV show.
Choose the worst time to do shit.
Not seen it, you've heard of it? You're too busy watching Canada Shore? That some of the cops are worried? I mean, it's a pretty intense situation, man. That's why I'm saying, like, if they have the Insurrection Act, like, you could be letting us, this could really, like, spark this and turn it into a full-on, like, Hey, old Rainer, what's up, man?
I mean, these guys can't do anything. Well, that guy has mace. But dude, they got that guy out of his desk job. This guy's like their fucking accountant. Yeah, of course. He's like, all right, Jimmy.
Look at the guy with the talk.
Questions, or was that like, did you know we need to?
This guy looks like a Red Bull or something. The guy in the blue jeans? Where did they pick him up from? This one's the one that we're watching right now is in LA, but there's these demonstrations all across the US right now, like in all major cities. There's huge protests. Yeah, sand's there, but there's actually a stream. I'm not entirely sure what the US says about me showing people that have been banned on Twitch. I'm not sure how fussy they are about that these days. He's streaming on YouTube, and he had one of his biggest days on stream. Like, he got a massive number of donations, and he had over 100,000 people watching the stream earlier.
Bro, I'm dying right now, dude. Dude, rate the fit, bro. Rate the fit. Rate the fit.
So I'm sure he's not hurting over it. He's not view-botting on Twitch, so why would he be view-botting on... This always happens when people get banned, dude. They get banned and immediately there's a flood of new people that are watching. Like if it's their first day back after a ban, or if they go somewhere else, they get an enormous response. It always happens. I mean, he has 1.8 million subscribers on there, so, you know. I want to see his hand randomly in one of these videos. That would be funny. I've got him on my other monitor just to see what he's up to. But I'm not really sure how picky Twitch is about that sort of thing anymore. They used to be really fussy about that sort of stuff, but I don't know that they care anymore.
What? What? What are you looking at? The only thing you should be looking at is yourself. There's only
Oh, here we go. Watch this for a second. They're talking about the release of the Epstein files.
Around, I think right now, and continuing throughout the day-to-day, as the indexing and uploading completes, we are producing responsive materials under the Act. We are also releasing today a letter we are transmitting to Congress and various internal protocols associated with our review. I want to take a moment to thank the professionals at the Department of Justice who met twice daily, sometimes more, for the last 75 days to get to where we are today. The leadership teams from the Office of the Attorney General, from the Deputy Attorney General's Office, the Associate Attorney General's Office, the Criminal Division, the National Security Division, the FBI, the Southern District of Florida, the Southern District of New York, and the Northern District of New York
But he's
all gave up many hours every single
He'll
day
have very limited power.
on top of their other, of course, full-time obligations to fulfill the President Trump's promise of transparency.
That also means that he's got 11 months or 10 months to basically try and get as much stuff as he wants done as possible. So shit is going to happen, and it's going to happen at a fast pace. There's a lot of stuff he's going to try and get through.
Day, nights, weekends, and holidays to complete this production. These highly trained reviewers spend their careers putting bad guys in jail and effectuating the mission of the department.
But there are people that are suspecting that he is going to try and do everything in his power to actually have the midterms canceled. I cannot imagine that would actually happen, but there are people that think that he'll try and start a war or declare that the elections are going to be invalid or fraudulent anyways, and he's going to try and basically try and just not pay attention to the midterms. I mean, he tried it in 2020, right? So who knows? But it's going to be a wild ride for the next
2,000 videos and 180,000 images are not all videos and images taken by Mr. Epstein or someone around him. They include large quantities of commercial pornography and images that were seized from Epstein's devices, but which he did not take or that someone around him did not take. Some of the videos, though, and some of the images do appear to be taken by Mr. Epstein or by others around him. Now, I want to talk for a few minutes about the department's document identification and review protocols. It consisted of multiple layers of review and quality control designed to ensure compliance under the Act and protect
would you be entirely surprised
victims
if he tried to?
On top of the review protocols that the department had in place, the United States Attorney's Office for the Southern District of New York employed an additional review protocol to ensure compliance with a court order requiring United States Attorney Jay Clayton to certify that with respect to certain materials, a large quantity of the materials, a rigorous process was undertaken to protect victims against any clearly unwarranted invasion of their personal privacy. The department's collection effort resulted in more than 6 million pages being identified as potentially responsive, including department and FBI emails, interview summaries, images, videos, and various other materials collected and generated during the various investigations and prosecutions that the Act covered. We erred on the side of over-collection of materials from various sources to best ensure maximum transparency and compliance, which necessarily means that the number of responsive pages is significantly smaller than the total number of pages initially collected. That's why I mentioned a moment ago we're releasing more than 3 million pages today,
3 million pages
and not
today.
the 6 million pages that we collected.
Why not all of them?
I want to address what we didn't produce. The categories of documents withheld include those permitted under the Act to be withheld. Files that contain personally identifiable information of victims or victims' personal and medical files, and similar files, the disclosure of which would constitute a clearly unwarranted invasion of personal privacy. Any depiction of CSAM or child pornography was obviously excluded. Anything that would jeopardize an active federal investigation. And finally, anything that depicts or contain images of death, physical abuse, or injury, also not produced. Although the act allows for withholding for items necessary to keep secret in the interest of national security or foreign policy, no files are being withheld or redacted on that basis. Further, as we previously stated in our December 19th letter of last year, the department withheld or redacted files covered by various privileges, as we always do, including deliberative process privilege, work product privilege, and attorney-client privilege. As you all know, under the Act, the department must subsequently submit to the House and Senate committees on the judiciary a report listing all categories of records released and withheld, a summary of redactions made, including the legal basis for such redactions, and a list of all government officials and politically exposed persons named or referenced in the Act. We will do so in due course as required under the Act. I want to talk for just a moment about the redactions that will be obvious to anyone who reviews the materials that we
Look at this cop
just
that's
produced
here.
today.
Does he forget his uniform? What's going on here?
In addition to the documentary
hey, dude,
redactions,
we need you to come into
which
work
includes
right away.
personal identifying information, victim information, and other privileges, there is extensive redactions to images and videos. To protect victims, we redacted every woman depicted in any image or video, with the exception of Ms. Maxwell.
So they've got video
We did not redact images of any men, unless it was impossible to redact the woman without also redacting the man. To this end, though, and to ensure transparency, if any member of Congress wishes to review any portions of the responsive production in any unredacted form, they're welcome to make arrangements with the department to do so, and we're happy to do that. I want to talk for a minute about something that is important. Every single day of the year, the Department of Justice investigates and prosecutes those who abuse and traffic young women and children. Just last year, the FBI located over 2,700 victims of child exploitation. The Department of Justice found and terminated 3.8 million dark web pedophile accounts. In August, we charged 11 defendants for extensive sex trafficking in Los Angeles of illegal immigrants and underage women. Last month, we charged 5 men who were engaged in a sadistic sextortion network of deranged young men abusing women. Over the past several months, last summer and into the fall, we executed Operation Restore Justice, rescuing 205 child victims and arresting 293 offenders. I point this out because I take umbrage at the suggestion, which is totally false, that the Attorney General or this department does not take child exploitation or sex trafficking seriously, or that we somehow do not want to protect victims. We do. There are some select members of Congress and some in the public eye, including those most critical of our efforts at full transparency under the Act, who remain silent as to all the work that we have done and continue to do every day in this space, while quickly pointing a finger at the Attorney General or this department because we were careful in our review of millions of pages of documents over the past 2 months. The Attorney General, the Director of the FBI, and our partners throughout this administration work hard every single day to protect the most vulnerable among us. With the production of this magnitude, mistakes are inevitable. We, of course, want to immediately correct any redaction errors that our team may have made, and so the department has established an email inbox for victims to reach us directly to correct redactions and any concerns when appropriate. That's been in existence since December, and we've been doing that since then. Finally, a very small portion of the documents collected pursuant to the Act include materials that a law firm produced to the SDNY in 2019 pursuant to a grand jury subpoena. This was during the criminal investigation of Ms. Maxwell. We determined it would be prudent to seek an order from the court in the Southern District of New York seeking production of these materials subject to the protective order in that civil lawsuit. To that end, the department has filed that motion with the appropriate judge in the SDNY, and if that motion is granted, we'll release those materials with appropriate redactions immediately. Today's release marks the end of a very comprehensive document identification and review process to ensure transparency to the American people and compliance with the Act. The department has engaged in an unprecedented and extensive effort to do so. After submitting the final report to Congress as required under the Act and publishing the written justifications for redactions in the Federal Register, the department's obligations under the Act will be completed. I'm happy to take any questions anybody has about that.
Todd, I'd like to ask you about this, and then I have a Minnesota question for you. On the Epstein release today, it was recently made public that Ghislaine Maxwell claims more than 24 men signed secret agreements with the federal government not to be prosecuted. What is your reaction to that, and what does that mean for her case?
I read an article that described, I wasn't aware that it was actual men that she's claiming. I thought it was accomplices, which I'm not sure if that's a reference to some of the financial institutions or other individuals that.
25.
So yes, I don't have a reaction to her filing. I can tell you that we reviewed, as I just described, every single piece of paper that we have associated with these investigations, Mr. Epstein and Ms. Maxwell, and to the extent that such arrangements exist, I'm not aware of them.
And on to Minnesota, if I may ask you real quick. That's in the topic, in the headlines right now. There's new video of a man believed to be Alex Preddy, who's spitting, who's kicking out a taillight of a law enforcement vehicle. Does that change the perception of a potential DOJ investigation? Is there going to be a civil rights investigation into his death? Where does that land now that video's out? Then I have a quick follow-up on that.
I don't think a single video should change any perception the Department of Justice may or may not have about that tragic occurrence last Saturday. We've said repeatedly over the past week that, of course, this is something that we're investigating, and we are. That's what we would always do in circumstances like this. And so there's an investigation that's ongoing.
I'm reading some of the Epstein files shit that's coming out, guys. This is fucking gross. Like, honestly gross.
Or another, you're talking about one that happened apparently
sort of really
some days ahead of last Saturday. It's an investigation. So an investigation necessarily means just that. It means talking to witnesses. It means looking at documentary evidence, sending subpoenas if you have to. And the Department of Justice Civil Rights Division has the best experts in the world at this. They've been doing it for decades. And so I expect that investigation will proceed with those parameters in mind.
Are you looking at a nexus of left-wing groups? This DOJ said that that's something that you guys were concerned about. Are you following money? Are you looking at a potential that all of this may be related somewhere?
I mean, yes.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Attorney General. You said in your remarks that you've withheld some documents because of ongoing investigations. I've done this long enough to know you can't comment on ongoing investigations, but can you say a little bit more? Because as you know, the department has been criticized for not bringing charges against more people. Are there still open investigations related to Jeffrey Epstein?
So what I was laying out in my comments is the statutory, what the statute talks about what we can withhold and the reasons we can withhold it. I wasn't pointing to any particular, I wasn't trying to be coy or otherwise suggest there's some investigation.
This shit is all over the internet
you all
now.
know
Files, like,
Jay Clayton in New York is in charge of any potential investigations, and I'm not going to comment beyond that on that.
You were referring to Clayton.
Excuse me?
You were referring to Clayton's investigation.
I wasn't referring to anything. I was just saying that Congress, in their wisdom, allowed us to withhold documents if there were ongoing criminal investigations. That's one of the 4 reasons. I wanted to make clear with respect to any national security information that we were not withholding. There's not some tranche of super secret documents about Jeffrey Epstein that we're withholding. We're actually not withholding anything based upon NDI.
Deputy Attorney General Branch, thank you for your time. 2 questions for you. Number 1, pushing politics aside and everyone else aside, some of the victims of Epstein have expressed frustration with the entire process. I want to give you the opportunity to speak directly to them.
Well, I don't know what you're speaking to. I mean, if there's frustration with, quote, the entire process,
Marvel Rivals drama.
Same here. I mean, you have a situation where for many, many years, nobody even breathed a word about Jeffrey Epstein.
But yes, if you're not concerned that the president of the United States is a pedophile, that doesn't bother you, then I don't know what to tell you, dude.
Years. What I think everybody will find to be exactly true, which is detailing his relationship and lack thereof with Mr. Epstein and what he thought about Mr. Epstein. And notwithstanding what the department has been saying for a very long time, we're still where we are today. Listen, victims of Mr. Epstein have gone through unspeakable pain, and there's nobody that should say anything differently. And I to the extent that there's frustration,
defense attorney for
I understand where that comes from, just from what we know about Mr. Epstein. I hope that the work that the men and women within this department have done over the past 2 months hopefully is able to bring closure. I think that what we told our reviewers is that was the goal. You know, there's this mantra out there that, the Department of Justice is supposed to protect Donald J. Trump. And that's what we were telling. That's not true. That was never the case. We are always concerned about the victims. When we said that we were not legally allowed to release documents, that's a fact. That was true. It remains true today. And then with the Act's passage, we are able now and directed to release documents, which is what we are doing. But so hopefully some of those frustrations are now eased. Listen, any victim that wants to speak with the department has done so. Hopefully, if not, they should. The prosecutors from this case in New York have given hundreds, if not thousands, of hours to working with victims, and that's what we do every day, and that's what we did in this case as well. So
very quickly, can you assure?
Yeah, Smashinator.
We're listening to Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche speaking this morning as millions of files related to the Epstein investigation were released, including some new images. We're going to play out the rest of that press conference for you right after this 2-minute break. Stay with us.
Anyways, I will go back to the protests for a little bit then, until they come back to that. But must be all true. Well, I mean, they're talking about files that are implicating Donald Trump. I'm not a fan of. Definitely not a fan of Fox News. Go back to ABC. Every time I've gone to ABC, they're doing the weather. He's a dude. Like, drink some water or something.
Oh, fuck. Oh my god. I can't fucking breathe, dude. I need to chill out for a second. I actually need to chill out for a second, dude. Oh my fucking god.
Statement from the Office of Public Affairs. Grab a link for that by any chance, Steve.
Round one, pretty good. The fucking sun isn't even down yet, bro. The sun ain't even down. That's how you know it's fucking gonna be crazy. Still fucking.
Units posted to the CP, information only, full 13 group, Wilshire and Barrington, approximately 200 protesters, incident 3518.
More than 2,000 videos and 180,000 images.
Let all that shit air out for a second and we'll go back in. I need you a drink of water too. Oh my god. the gate going back up?
Go back up to...
in Washington, D.C. and around this country that have said for years the same consistent message about Jeffrey Epstein as President Trump. And so there's not been a change of course or anything, and certainly his direction to the American people and the Department of his direction to the Department of Justice was to be as transparent, release the files, be as transparent as we can, and that's exactly what we did.
I want to clarify your remarks on the Alex Preddy killing. Are you saying that the Justice Department has opened a civil rights investigation into his death?
Yes. Yeah, I mean, look, and I know there's been a lot of discussion among the media around that, but just think about what that means. All that means is that DHS, as the Secretary has said, is conducting an investigation, as they should and as they do every time there's a tragic event like this. And the FBI, in their role, which is a separate role from DHS, is also looking into it and conducting an investigation. And that's not... that shouldn't be treated as making news. It's just we've said that for a week, and it remains as true today as it was last Sunday when I said it.
Two questions for you, one on topic and one separate. Yeah, two questions for you, one on topic and one separate. On topic, do you have any information that you could just share? Because 3 million documents is a lot for people who are watching this at home. Are there any new names or new people, public people in positions of power who you're found in these filings?
I don't have anything to share about what's new or not new, and no, I don't have anything to share about that.
And to follow up on that, do you have a reaction to the arrest of Don Lemon overnight?
Do I have a reaction to what?
To Don Lemon's arrest overnight?
Do I have a reaction to it? I don't know what that means. What are you looking for me to do? Jump up and down? No, I don't have a reaction to it. I don't know that that the charges are unsealed yet. So no, I can't. I'm not going to comment on that.
Thank you. You said this is the end of the Epstein, of your review of the Epstein files. So just to clarify, is the public going to learn the identities of the men who abused the girls with the information that you're releasing? And if not, why not? And then I have a quick follow-up.
I mean, you just baked in an assumption into your question that I have never said and I don't know to be true. Is the public going to learn about men that abuse these girls? Like, what does that mean? I mean, I don't understand what that means.
Well, I mean, they're the men who abused the young women through Epstein's,
Look, we said in July, and it remains as true today as it was in July. If we had information, we meaning the Department of Justice, about men who abused women, we would prosecute them, right? We talked about the work that we're doing. That's why I said that. I said this earlier. There's this built-in assumption that somehow there's this hidden tranche of information of men that we know about that we're covering up or that we're choosing not to prosecute. That is not the case. I don't know whether there are men out there that abuse these women. If we learn about information and evidence that allows us to prosecute them, you better believe we will. But I don't think that the public or you all are going to uncover men within the Epstein files that abuse women, unfortunately.
Okay, then just to follow up on the investigation into Federal Chairman Jerome Powell, is the Justice Department, what's the status of that investigation? Now that President Trump has nominated a new Fed chair, is the Justice Department looking to bring a close to the investigation into Chairman Powell as soon as possible?
I don't have a comment on that, on the subpoenas that were issued. I don't think the timing of President Trump's decision to nominate somebody is a controlling factor in any investigation.
This is Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche speaking after the release of millions more documents in the Epstein investigation. We are going to get you back to that press conference from this morning, but right now we need to take a quick break. We'll be right back with more.
Little girl swept away by sea in Morocco. Please check on Google. I'm reading it right now. It's kind of sad. 7 years old. But swept out because he had, I'm not seeing whether or not they found her or not, but Well, I think it could definitely be more than. It's obviously more than one person that's in the Epstein files, right?
Fuck, man.
Like it could be Trump, Clinton, Elon Musk. Like it could be a whole bunch of people that are in there.
Oh my
and they know that if they open it up on one person, everybody's going to be outed. And as far as I'm concerned, let them all fucking be outed. Like, why would we be protected? I don't give a shit if, you know, out them all.
Fucking cocksuckers. Oh, that's gonna be
out them all.
Ass fucking bruise on my foot. Oh my, dude, how does that happen to me? How does that fucking happen to me? How does that fucking happen to me? How did I get hit way back here in the fucking foot? How?
Okay, I don't need to hear your on your stupid effing foot.
The people must stay on the street. This country belongs to the people, not to Donald Trump.
Now, if you can give one word to every single law-abiding American in America right now, what would you say? Hey, stand up against this. What would you say?
Fight, don't back up,
I would make a bad president because I would 100% reset things. I would be hated. I would also be willing to walk away after resetting everything. I don't know, like, what do you mean by resetting everything?
All right, excuse me.
Oh my God.
All right, what do you guys think? Did I do a good job?
Right, like literally right in the arch of my foot.
Tear the whole
catch that straight.
Political landscape down and rebuild it in your view of how the government should be run? I'll be roasting marshmallows in LA, quite possibly. Somewhere.
Watch out, they're shooting!
Let's go back to what they're
this
talking
weekend,
about.
and when others have talked about this week, the fact that President Trump has said repeatedly, of course this is something we're going to investigate. That's what I meant about what we're doing. It doesn't mean that every time that there's a federal officer-related shooting, that's something civil rights takes up. It depends on the circumstances.
Follow up on that. Can you just, I know you can't be specific about details of the investigation, but can you kind of just characterize the scope of the Preddy investigation, what kinds of things that they'll be looking for, and who will be involved?
Well, I mean, it's an investigation, so what do we think we're looking at? We're looking at everything that would shed light on what happened that day and in the days and weeks leading up to what happened.
The way it is now?
That's like any investigation that the Department of Justice and the FBI does every day. It means we're looking at videos, talking to witnesses, trying to understand what happened. I mean, you're talking about an incredibly tragic morning, and then trying to unwind and investigate that takes a lot of time. I'm not going to prejudice what
I would remove all of them who are sitting and go to the judicial side and make an amendment that says no sitting member of Congress may increase their pay above the national minimum wage. Do you honestly think that you would get any qualified people that would want the job then? Like, I always hear people that they say, oh, you know, these politicians, they make so much fucking money, you know, they should only be making minimum wage, whatever the fuck. Who the fuck do you think is going to take that job? Definitely not the smartest of the smart, you know? Do you want dumb people applying for those jobs? Because you're going to have people that have absolutely zero education applying for these jobs. You know? Like, if you want a surefire way to make sure that the economy and the country goes into the toilet, apply people that have never, like, put people in power that have no idea what they're doing at all. There's a lot of people that like to talk like they know what they're talking about, but they would be absolutely brutal as far as running a business or politicians or anything like that. Like paying people minimum wage. Could you imagine the President of the United States making minimum wage? Or the Prime Minister of Canada making minimum wage? Like, if there's somebody that I want to, like, make money, I want it to be the leader of a country because I want to attract somebody that, you know, actually knows what they're doing. Somebody's not gonna, you know, run your country for you for $15 an hour.
Of Renee Good and Alex Preddy also talking about
It's the same as teachers. Like if there's one profession that needs a bit of a bump up in wage, it's teachers. Because right now, people that are really smart or people that could probably do the job really well, they're not doing it for what teachers get paid these days. You know, especially with how much money they got to spend out of their own pocket for like regular classroom supplies and crap like that. Like, I want my teachers paid more so more smart people become teachers. Just my 2 cents.
Waters to Donald Trump right there, here, only on LA Glizzy News, goddammit. We got the fucking shot that we wanted. That is the shot that we wanted.
Smart people are making $200K. I mean, there's smart people that are making less than $200K, dude. But I mean, you have to really love, if you're a smart person, you have to really, really love teaching people to actually do it for their wage. Or you're just doing it because it's a job. I want teachers that actually are teachers because they really enjoy the job. And I want to be able to attract people that, you know, they're not off, I don't know, they're not off doing something else. Like teachers should be making, I don't know, high school teacher, is it too much to ask that they're making, I don't know, $80,000 a year or something, at least? Like, these are people that are teaching the future of your country. I want people that actually motivate kids to, you know, get an education. Because, you know, they're basically babysitting your child for, 7 hours a day or some shit like that? Like, I want to attract the top people in order to do that. Like I believe in Europe they get paid, you know, compared to the national average, they get paid quite a bit more. You're a lowly bus driver. Where are you a bus driver at? Southern Illinois. Yeah, I've got a buddy of mine is a bus driver here in Vancouver. He's got some stories. He gets paid fairly well, though. I'm not sure exactly what the hourly rate is, but they get paid fairly well here. It's a good, good unionized job. Gets a really good pension at the end of it. I think he's been doing it for 30 years now. So, but there's a lot of shit you have to deal with as a bus driver, unfortunately. You guys want to watch the protests or me to keep flipping back to the Epstein stuff? It keeps coming on for like 2 minutes and then they go to commercial again.
How the fuck did he get a fucking, he got a spray?
Not union, but he do make $23.90 an hour. Part-time. Is that for like the city? Or is it for like a school bus or something like that?
front line with a broken arm, dude.
Realistically, we don't need 13 years of education, but families have both parents working, so kids need to go somewhere. It's daycare more than education. Well, I mean, here it is in North America. I went to school in Europe, dude, and it's night and day. I don't know where you live, Smash and Eater, but where I was in Europe, like it's not daycare. Even here in Canada, like, you know, it's. My sister grew up in the U.S. and the difference is night and day. Unfortunately, there's such a wide discrepancy of education in the U.S. Like, there's certain areas of the country where education is just terrible. And then there's other areas where, you know, the education that the kids are getting in the high schools is quite a bit better. Your parents can afford to put you in a, you know, really expensive private school or something like that where they've got really good teachers. So it's a school bus driver, okay. No, my friend is a bus driver for the city. So you're not dealing with a bunch of screaming kids, you're dealing with a bunch of, like, you know, all sorts that come onto the bus. Crackheads, you know, he's had fights on the bus. He had somebody, you know, try and throw a punch at him one time or something like that. In 1882, fifth graders read these authors in their Appleton school readers: William Shakespeare, Thoreau, George Washington, Mark Twain, Benjamin Franklin, Daniel Webster, Samuel Johnson. Modern education. I definitely think it could be, education could be improved. I think way too much has been removed from the education curriculum.
Oh my god, if they see him, he's gonna get hit.
But there's also things that you learn in school now that you also you didn't learn back then, because they just didn't have the subject. I don't know that they had economics. Like, I took economics all throughout high school. You know, they didn't have that in 1882. They didn't have computer science courses in high school in 1882. You know, there's such a wide variety of things now that, you know, kids have to learn. Back then, you learned, you know, your basic math and read, and probably the Bible. I don't know where you're getting in Minneapolis. Okay, I'm not going to comment on the American educational system. We all know. Sorry to insult any Americans in the chat, but the education that you're getting in up through high school is, in many cases, just absolutely brutal. Like that, sure. Like what you're explaining there, autonomous talk. I'm not going to read all the words, but that wouldn't fly here. Like if you couldn't spell those words, you'd be held back immediately. So.
They're scared. Switch out. They're scared.
Rural USA has better education than cities. Does it really? I mean, they also don't have a lot of the urban problems probably in rural communities than city kids have to deal with.
they're up top now. Everyone's backing up because they're up top, like above us.
Had a water gun full of LSD and started spraying them. A water gun full of LSD.
Bombs, bro. What is happening? Another? What is happening? Another 50? How many? Oh yeah, they're up there now. They're throwing shit up. Oh, yeah, they're getting fucking hit from above. Oh fuck. They're getting hit from above. W Ass King. Is it another 50? Is that 100 total from fucking Ass King?
Uh-oh. Things are starting to...
with 100 total fucking gifted. What the fuck?
Maybe get a little bit heated here.
What the fuck, dude? Dude, please, dude, you guys have to tell me if I miss anything, bro. Like, I can't see everything. When I put my phone up, I can't see. I'm trying to get good shots for you guys.
Seems like things are getting a lot more tense at the moment.
Total W. Asking, I fucking love you. Thank you, dude. My fucking shoes untied again, man. It's fucking friendly fire, dude. I'm getting hit by fucking shit from them. Yeah, we're gearing back up. What the fuck was that? Someone's supposed bleeding on the road. Why is the press, why are they wiping themselves down with wet wipes?
Well, I'm wondering... There's so many people here that
the fucking Ass King with 50. Oh, they're getting shot. They're getting shot. Ass King with a 50K. Dude, what the? Dude, what? Dude, what? I've never even seen that. What the fuck is happening? And they're all getting shot. Oh my fucking god. Oh my fucking god. Oh my fucking god.
What I was saying, I was listening to the guy that was talking in the stream. I'm wondering if the police go to arrest someone, like it seems to be getting so tense, if the crowd would actually react and go after them. I think it would be a little bit tense if the police came out and actually tried to arrest anyone at the moment. Tear gas and the CS, them to disperse the crowd. Yeah, there's so many people here, though, man. And a lot of these protesters now, they have masks and stuff. And
They're moving in the huge recycle bin. Oh my god! No fucking way! No fucking way! Oh my god! They're gonna put it in front of it! Oh my god!
oh my god.
Holy shit! It's not gonna stop! Move out of the way! Move out of the way!
This is in LA, Turburglar, the ICE protests. There's also protests like in lots of other cities as well, but this is the there's Minnesota, which
Oh my god!
we're not watching at the moment.
We're getting shot from above too. Hold on, we gotta fix my gimbal again.
Let me look on YouTube to see if there's any other streams. There was a Fox was showing the.
You want to see what they see? You guys want to see what the cops see when they look at me? I'd probably shoot me too. Dude, what is happening?
What time is it? Oh, it's 5. Oh, I'm just looking for some live feeds. There's ones that are like still from the daytime, so they're obviously just on repeat. So I'm looking for some actual live ones.
Oh god. Oh god. Oh god.
Minneapolis.
Oh hell no. Oh hell no. Oh hell no.
One in Austin.
Oh hell no.
Doesn't really look like much at the moment, but I'll put it up here for you guys.
That shit hurts, bro. I'm getting the fuck out of here. That shit hurts so bad. Get the fuck out of here. We'll go back later. That shit hurts. Wait, oh, they broke
Yeah, all the other live is just recorded stuff that is still showing daytime and stuff, so it's just videos that are on repeat.
That shit's
it's not actually live.
Yeah, that's straight up.
Which surprises me because I would have thought that there would have been a lot of people like this
That
that
is
they're
straight up
streaming
tear
it.
gas. That shit hurts like a motherfucker. Look at everyone trying to like go back in. It's not gonna kill you. Yeah, but it's gonna hurt the fucking. Serious guy has a whole ass gas mask, and even he's still. I'll tell you, that shit is bad. That shit sticks with you too. Oh, look at this guy running back up there. What the fuck?
No live feeds. I almost feel like they're being suppressed.
Yeah.
Oh, you know what? Here's another live feed from above. Here, let me put this up here. We're gonna switch this around. Oh, I didn't even show you the Austin one. That's my bad. 1 second. Okay, we'll watch all now. So the top right is, I guess, from a helicopter or drone or something.
Well, he's like coughing up a lung. What a legend. We'll go back up in a second. We'll let that clear out. I still can't believe that shit happened. W fucking ass king, dude. I can't even fucking believe that happened. That is the most amount of shit ever. That is insane.
Yeah, but Nick Sparkle, they're not just rounding up the criminals. That's the problem. That's what people are having a problem with. They're just rounding up people based on skin color.
Dude, oh my god! Another fucking 10K?
Eric, you are monitoring. Give me a minute. I'm looking at
Another 10K fucking kicks, dude.
Roger, we're gonna go. Thank you. Joe 10, you need something I can help out. Roger, if you could verify, we have
Holy shit, dude. Asking needs like a...
and one at the federal building. If there are any other groups around the Civic Center area, you could advise.
Thank you, bro. Jesus
Roger,
Christ.
Roger.
Here, let's see what...
Idiocracy.
Okay, so that one is like a drone or...
Give Ask King your kick channel. Alright, I'll go back in just for you, Ask King. Hopefully I don't die. Going back in. Oh.
Yeah, I don't think the police are going to come out. I think they're just basically like, we're going to defend the entrance, and that's it. I don't think they want to go out there and spark anything here.
Oh yeah, they're trying to block it. Oh, they're getting nailed. They are getting nailed.
Oh, there's cops on top of the roof
Holy shit.
that are firing at the people moving the...
Just listen, they are getting nailed, bro. Whoa, what the fuck? Fucking crowbar almost just hit me, dude. You guys see that shit? Friendly fire, guys.
Hold
I
on.
almost got fucking whacked in the head with this shit. I didn't duck. Jesus.
This is the one. If anything major is happening... Oh, actually, you know what? You can see them moving...
Friendly fire, dude. That would have been so funny. Yeah, my skull getting impaled. Yeah, dude, that'd be crazy. Oh, is it broken? Oh, I think it's broken. Oh, it's broken. Maybe. It's not. It's only going up a little bit.
Well,
Oh, yeah.
I think the guy that we can hear is operating the bottom right camera. I think that's his camera.
Wow, what a shot.
And the other ones are just feeded into the same stream.
This, like, an hour ago. Damn, some of these guys don't have gas masks on. They're crying.
Why do they even have this gate open? Just close the fucking gate. You know, just close it right down. Why have it, like... oh, is that what they're doing? I think that's the sound that we can hear, is that they're trying to lower the gate. I think that... Yeah, that is the sound. You can see it barely going down, but... I didn't see the door there before, so I was like... When I could see the gate coming or up top, I was like, why don't they just lower that? And then... Like, centimeter by centimeter, they were.
Oh, yeah, he's amped up. Oh, yeah. You live for this shit. Oh, where the fuck is up? W power. Thank you, bro.
Why did it take them so long to do that? Let's kick all the trash out. Pull it in, whatever.
Oh, you should not be helping, dude. You don't want to be that guy. Just let them do it. Don't be a hero.
Information only. Alameda and Temple female posting FD for perpetrated FD.
Yeah, it's happening in multiple cities. I don't know if any of them are as big as... The only streams I can find, though, is Austin and LA. Oh, CNN actor Don Lemon has been released.
They're trying to move it.
Let's quickly go to that.
Won't move that way.
We were following
White men
that
are the
earlier.
problem, but he's married to one. Make that make sense. Don, why don't you like black men?
Okay, this guy, whoever streamed that is, he's going off on a race tangent.
Oh my god. What the fuck? Whoa. I just got hit by glass, bro. Am I alright? Am I good? I got hit by it. Alright. It hit my head.
All squads, get ready. However, we need us out of here. Start checking out. No time.
Top left is Austin.
That's why I need a fucking helmet, dude. I'm getting hit by crowbars and glass. Dude, why is this guy still trying to help?
Ted's trying to be a good Samaritan here.
Oh fuck, look over myself. Look over myself. Oh my god.
You also over the DB? You also, there's no large movement by Little Tokyo. Only in front of the federal building by City Hall.
See, now he's labeled as a Trump supporter. Don't be a hero. Okay, that shit's broken. Line bike? Oh, he's gonna get it. Oh yeah, it's jammed. Fuck. Oh, there we go.
Why did they raise it back up again? What's the purpose of having it up? Drop it right down.
It's gonna be a wreck downstairs.
That shit is off the track.
Yeah. HBR 51. We're overhead of that.
Look, they're probably glad the dumpster got put there.
Yeah, loading dock.
Now they can't get hit with shit.
It's gonna be about 500 or so.
Now the dumpster's blocking a lot of their shit.
That was 100 or so.
I don't even, let me see if there's like Portland or something like that.
This is block coverage here. Maybe about 168 ATL.
Okay, 10-4. I think some heads up. We're pretty high, about 500.
And get rid of this guy. This guy was the one that was going on the racial tangent earlier.
This guy's filming the next paranormal activity.
Now they've got the gate raised completely up again. I'm assuming this is the
we're at the federal
ICE detention center in LA.
So there's a large group of protesters. Looks like they have taken over the property of the federal building, the parking lot. Looks like they've been throwing a bunch of trash and stuff at the police. The police are holding the front door location, but looks like a a bunch of people, like I said, on the property, and they're throwing a bunch of trash all around.
Okay, so the top right is protests from other areas as well. There's Phoenix, Minneapolis, and although the Minneapolis feed that cannot be live.
Prepare to go in trail. We'll be going northbound Broadway.
It's definitely nighttime in Minneapolis. It's nighttime in Vancouver, and I'm 2 hours behind. So.
And we'll be setting up.
And Ferndale, Washington, that's at 11. Yeah, those aren't even live. Those aren't even live wherever those ones are coming from. Oh wait, hold on. Let me go to live. How do I get off live? There we go.
All units in trail initiate.
There we go. So I think they're all in LA now. Yeah, all of the ones in the top right are LA at the same place.
Well, you should buy the gas
from the different camera angles. I think we got them all up right now, though. All the actual live ones.
Not at this time.
I'm with the media. What did the police chief tell you to do? What did the police chief tell you to do? Huh? What did the police chief tell you to do? You should be ashamed of yourself. Hernandez, Lopez, Alvarez, Ponce, look at your last name. You should be ashamed of yourself. Fuck you. I see you. Look at me in the eye. Look at me in the eye, bitch, when I talk to you. You should be ashamed of yourself, bitch. All you guys should be ashamed of yourself. Come show me. Let's see what's up. Ashamed you guys should be. Federal agent, look at you. Look at me in the eyes when I talk to you, bitch. Fuck all you motherfuckers. Look at me in the eyes when I talk to you, bitch. Fuck you. El Dado is Lopez. Look at your last name, bitch. Look at your last name. Look at you. Look at me in the eyes, bitch. Look at you. Remember the face, motherfucker.
I found another one that's outside Minneapolis.
Fuck you. Fuck you. What are you fucking doing?
Standing there talking, so it's not really any more interesting.
Get out here. Let's see what happens. How are the people? Shit.
Just flip it over here.
The information only from Alley Sheriff requesting a able to exit to the protesters on incident 375.
Remember that. Look at your fucking camera. See what happens. Oh, yeah. Look at bag and stuff, huh? That's bag and bins and bag and stuff behind that shield, huh?
Nick Sparkle, I think the main issue is the methods that are the problem. I think that has a lot to do with it, man.
Ready? What energy drink you guys? Let's go! Open that gate, bitch! Open that gate! Open it, bitch! Open it!
Like, I don't remember there being any reports of ICE under Obama, like, pulling people over and, like, setting up traffic stops and dragging people out of cars and kicking their windows in and, you know, beating the shit out of people. And I don't remember seeing any of that shit happening, man. the same methods in place from Clinton through the same building, same requirement, nothing changed. I don't know, dude. I don't remember there being like traffic stops and going into targets and all that sort of shit, dude. Like, I don't remember there being like reports of ICE waiting at the courthouse for people that were actually going through due process, and then them stopping them from going inside the courthouse to actually like get their citizenship and stuff like that. You know, catching them before they actually get the chance, and they were the people that were trying to go through due process legally. You didn't have cell phones back, what, when Biden was, or Obama was in office? Sure there was. There were certainly cell phones back then that had cameras on them.
The big ass thing kind of helped them because now they don't have to worry about.
Dude, okay, listen, like, they were definitely not waiting outside courthouses for people to show up to their court hearing. Show me any evidence of that. I don't remember them setting up checkpoints and dragging people out of cars. And they certainly had cell phones with cameras. Everyone had cell phones with cameras when Obama was in office. What year was Obama in office? 2008 to 2016? I had a cell phone with a camera back then. When did the iPhone first come out? June 29th, 2007. Within a couple of years, everyone had a smartphone.
Pull up to the front. All 140 and 150. Take your squad, drive all the way up to the front. All 120.
He lost his phone. Damn.
If the sounds on both. On both, I was trying to get rid of the horn.
All 140 and 150. Move your vehicles to a second lane all the way to the front.
I also think temperatures are much higher right now. Emotions are different. Just different time. That's a lot. That's probably a lot to do with it as well.
They're way back there now.
Oh, the drugs.
Cat with a gifted sub. W Cat with a gifted. All right, let's go see what's popping out here. Holy shit, that was an insane fucking. Again, the sun isn't even down yet.
3%. They won't
I don't know if this helped them or the cops. Putting that big ass thing there, I don't know who that helped. I feel like it helped them. Because now there can't be like a mob right there.
Their vehicles move up. All 140 and 150.
They might start a fire. I'm surprised they haven't done that. Just like someone take a lighter to that or something. I'm surprised they actually haven't.
Pero pues aquí all units move up. Get a call on the tubes. We're going to set up a skirmish line on Alameda from one end to the other. All units move double turn to the front. Set up a skirmish line from one end to the other. skirmish line. All 110, we're going to have vehicle traffic issues. We're going to be setting up a skirmish line on the overpass on Alameda, just north of Aliso.
Oh, shit.
But again, isn't that helping them? It's just pushing them back.
Invited Kid Rock. That's Portland Andy.
There's around here.
That's what I'm saying. They're like keeping themselves out, kind of.
All 120, is there a way we can stop vehicle traffic southbound on Aliso toward Alameda?
Having a heart attack? No, I don't know what this horn is from, but it's on both streams though. So it's.
And see how this corral works out for them. They gotta announce themselves, right, as LAPD over the big speaker. So they'll do an announcement.
Slightly less on that. I can just turn it down a little bit, maybe, but.
We're going to need units at Los Angeles and Aliso to stop that eastbound traffic. Los Angeles and Aliso to stop the eastbound traffic.
I'm just tired. I've been up since 2 o'clock in the morning. I'm trying to fix my sleep schedule still, so.
CHP Airflight 1 to CP. We're going to try and have a unit shut down northbound 101 to Alameda just to kind of cut down a little bit of that traffic in that area for you guys. CP Roger.
All 130 officers move up to the front of your squad.
What the fuck is that horn? Oh, it's right here. Oh, it's him the whole time. Oh.
CP to drone unit. Go for drone 12. Drone 12, if you're overhead, if you could pan out a little bit to view our units. Drone 12, roger.
CP to the local field force. I need you, if you can get attention to that bus driver, let's get them through you and get them out.
Drone 12, just be advised there's a scooter in front of the bus.
Is the horn noise from? Well, it's on. I'm not sure where it's from. Like I don't know what. Like it's on both the. Oh, it's not in the top right stream anymore. So we're gonna listen to. We're gonna watch that one instead because he seems to have turned it off. So we'll watch that one.
We've had over 84 streams today. Like 85 streams, bro. That's crazy. That's crazy work.
Why are you fucking arresting him? Why the fuck are you arresting him? Why are you arresting him, you piece of
Jesus.
shit? You fucking lapdogs, you lapdogs!
Do you want to go to the skirmish line? You want me
I
go
was
there
just
or
gonna
stay
mute
here?
it because they had
Put one to stay here, or two, go to the LAPD line.
Rage
Because
Against the
ICE
Machine
are
playing,
in
and
the
I
back.
probably would have. Well, probably get demonetized anyways. Actually, I'm not
Send
even
the cops
monetized on my
everywhere now,
YouTube
look at
channel
them.
anyways, so it doesn't matter. I just want them to take the VOD down.
Please,
Yeah, I think.
You can't leave now. No, you can't leave. It's too late.
He's saying, no, but you gotta go that way. I'm like, why? I'm trying to leave.
So I think that the stream up here, Portland Andy's stream, I think he's muted. Like he's got the bottom stream on his picture, But he's just muted the bottom stream, and then he's got other streams up as well. So.
Brother. We're here for you, brother. Yeah, let him go.
But he's watching some that are on TikTok and stuff like that. I don't.
Go, brother.
For some reason, I look for these streams on TikTok, and I can't find them. Yeah, he's actually removed that stream, the bottom right stream that I have up.
They're just trying to go to the other side.
He's not even looking at that one. Yeah, as soon as I unmuted it, the horn started again. So he actually got rid of that stream, period.
Saw that, right? Oh, I'm an idiot.
How can you guys stop if I can ignore?
Oh, there's a police line over here. There they are.
Large group of white. Dude, I've seen a lot of Hispanics here. I'm not sure what you're talking about, but there's a lot of Hispanic people. I've been making little comments about how, you know, all these Latino. Oh, God, that horn sound is just like, dude, stop. Like, I'd want to, if I was into this, like, riot, it's basically a riot now. I'd want to leave just because of that horn. What are these two guys in the top right? Oh, it looked like they were getting angry at each other. These two up here, I thought they were getting angry.
Who's calling the cops? I'm talking to you. I don't have time for you. All right?
Oh, they are getting angry at each other.
There's nothing worse than a scared man.
We almost had a fight on stream here.
There's a police line.
Andy, you're killing me, man. Like, rid of the horn.
Yeah, just tearing.
Tears of joy, palmy hand, United States biceps, heart person, golfing male, sign eagle.
Okay, I don't know what to do. You guys want that sound on, or do you want it off? It's non-stop. Leave it off? Okay, we'll just leave it off and watch the video. You guys can listen to my voice if that's not more annoying than the horn for you. I'll mute it or unmute it from time to time just to see if the horns stop, but my voice is fine, thank you. Police are gearing up. Yeah, actually, yeah, you're right. In the bottom, hold on. Oh, they just kind of showed it, but bottom right here, it looks like, I'll just leave it on all because, yep, they're starting to move forward now too, so. Here we go. All right, the horn's off. We're listening to top right.
Oh shit, we got a cash app. Very generous cash app from SS. Buckle up, brother. We're in for a long one. Well, thank you very much for that extremely generous cash app. And thank you for using cash app.
Excuse me. See, that's excuse me. Have you seen the way the judge says? Come on, you're killing people in our state. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry that I'm not. People are getting killed in the street and arrested with no due process.
Oh, cryptic skills. They probably work for the government. You know how lazy those fuckers are. They work for the government. They probably just called in and said that they were sick, get paid for it at the same time.
She knows. They're the problem. They are the problem.
Government and welfare both. I agree, Nick
Sparkle.
Sparkle.
Super chatted $5.
Those damn
They're
government
allowing them
workers,
to
man.
continue
Those
with
damn
no
government
consequences.
workers.
It just feeds them to do more and more.
That is true.
Exactly. Fat
100%
government
true.
cats.
Thank you.
That's fine. They show it all the time anyway. I don't give a fuck how they see me. I give a fuck about the people that are taking in the streets. And I care about the people here. I don't give a fuck about
He's still getting paid. Why are you whispering? I ain't whispering.
I know that bitch ain't gonna say shit to me.
Do you want to be here that badly when you're working? Because I would prefer to go home.
He's still getting paid, does he look like he's...
Like, nobody likes to work. I don't like to work. But I do like money.
He's just sitting there.
And guess what? He probably wants to go home.
He's just sitting there getting paid. He doesn't even have to do any work right now. He's getting paid.
By him simply being at that wheel, man, he needs to work. Right? That's the problem.
I mean, it's just the bus. You just let the bus go? I mean, look, it's all blocked off. Hey, just let the bus go. It's already blocked off.
You want to go, bitch? Come down here. Come down here.
Are you really going to block everyone else too?
Pussy.
You know he can't press the gas, dude. He'd lose his job.
You don't like people blocking the street, tell them to stop blocking it gas.
He's getting paid whatever his hourly wage is there, dude, and he's a city bus driver, so he's probably unionized and makes a good buck or two. So he's, you know, he's getting paid to just sit there. I don't think he actually gives a shit. He might be collecting overtime at this point, just to sit there and do nothing.
Like more officers are arriving.
What I haven't checked lately is
At Draco_11 super chatted $10.
Right.
They turned that
Still
building
blocking the
into the
bus.
south side of Chicago in 30 minutes. Impressive.
Hell yeah, thank you.
they wound up in a protest somehow, and the protesters begin to hit the bus while kids are on. I have full permission to turn a yellow bus
Go
red.
with the cops if you're gonna police the protest. Go with the cops. If you're gonna police the protest, go with the cops. Take the mask off, stop being a bitch. Hey, she a cop. Fucking chest and show your face. She a cop. I ain't gotta do that. I ain't gotta do all that. Shut the fuck up. I'm worried about the person in there. I'm not worried about the fucking cops or you guys. I'm worried about him in there. You don't give a fuck, right? You don't
Oh, jeez.
You have to return that shit wherever it
You know, there's one thing that really kind of annoys me are people that are like overreacting to shit.
All right, I'm gonna go back over the federal building real quick.
Like she's acting like, you know, she's the savior for this bus driver, and
It sure got quiet though, didn't it?
you know, I mean, he's just sitting in the bus. He's just chilling. They've spray painted the bus now too. Like, I mean, I don't know that I like that, but these, you know, this has turned into now more of a riot than
So they already deemed
almost
this,
not quite a
unlawful
riot, but
assembly.
it's borderline riot at this point. Now they're destroying other property as well. Like, what's the purpose of spray painting buses?
Smash glass.
And unfortunately, you get like you know, people that
windshield or window. Wild.
Yeah, they can get away with it, but it's like, you know, well, what is your point in doing that? Like the city bus company has nothing to do with ICE. You know, like what is the purpose? That sort of shit gets me pissed off. And then suddenly I'm like, okay, now I'm not following your cause anymore. I'm not, you know, I understand why you're, you know, why you're marching or whatever. But when you start doing shit like this, then that's when it's usually just like a few people that ruin it. Like it was probably 2 or 3 individuals that did all the spray painting on the bus, and nobody else had anything to do with it. But everyone sees it, right?
Yes, Americans. Yes. Yes. Yes, they are. Lovely people.
At DK_us_army_19K super chatted $5. It is pretty clear the riot kryptonite is a black woman talking shit back. You are the man, Andy. I am watching with my 3-week-old tears of joy.
Oh, how sweet. Yep, we're a family.
People being interviewed, they sure look like they're great hires.
Thank you so much.
Peaceful protest.
I mean, she's not doing anything wrong.
As you see.
You know?
Yes.
Yes, peaceful protest.
The upper left is Austin. Like they look like they're just standing around. So we have not seen any damage being done in the Austin on the Austin
Not
feed
like you didn't
at all
serve the
tonight.
American government.
All the damage seems to be in LA. People came here just to destroy stuff. Well, we allowed Surrey to come to Vancouver. That's the problem. And it is actually a problem with Vancouver. Like you have like people that are under 20, they just don't know how to fucking act, and they get a little bit of alcohol and they start destroying shit. But a lot of the people that they found that were involved in the Vancouver riots weren't even from Vancouver. Like they came in from out of town or the suburbs or whatever. I mean, I had to walk. I was at Game 7 when that happened. I had to walk through the riots to get home. And one of my cousins, he was just a young kid at the time. He came over to see Game 7 because they were showing it on the streets and stuff. And I couldn't get a hold of him when the riots were going on, and his parents were freaking out. I'm like, I don't know where he's at. Like, he was supposed to come to my place, but he, when he finally did arrive to my place, he said that they took off, like, when they realized the game, you know, the Canucks weren't going to win, so they left before the riots happened. Over the good meaning and important message, instead of actually betting their numbers, they let the troublemakers who bullied in school in the banks. I mean, I don't even know that it's people that are bullied in school, dude. It's just, now it looks like it's just a bunch of young people that are, you know.
What's going on over there? Can't tell if that's tear gas or burnt tires. What's going on over there? We'll check it out.
And this actually reminds me of a lot of the shit that happened during the riots in Vancouver.
Not dying?
Like, it's a bunch of young people who are just,
Yeah. I was over there when they were attacking
you know,
the buses.
yeah, they're full of adrenaline and you know, just shit disturbers, and they feel like they're able to act out. And I don't know, I guess they feel like spray painting buses is going to make a difference.
That the federal officer was...
You know who's going to pay for that? The taxpayers. Like, that'll be billed to the city.
Hey guys, take a picture with you guys. Come on. Do it this way. Do it this way.
It's just painted. Yeah, they can get some paint remover or whatever and get rid of it, but you're still going to be paying someone to do that.
They have no RC, please come. Please. Please, please, please. They don't care, ma'am. They're gonna attack you, please. Look, look! Why are you fucking running? Why? Why are you fucking running? You fucking sick! Why are you running, you driver?
What's going on?
Why are you fucking running? You guys are pieces of shit! You guys are pieces of shit!
But listen to the adrenaline here.
Stop touching it! Stop touching it! Stop!
What the hell's going on here, man?
Why you start running? You guys cannot run, bro. Just honk. Why are you fucking arresting him? Why the fuck are you arresting him? You create panic, bro. You start running, man. Shit. You can't run, bro. You're not following your own law, bro. You create chaos. Pieces of shit! You guys are pieces of shit!
Habibi, احنا legally, everything we do is legally. We're not doing anything, we're recording, reporting.
Stop touching it!
Had a report, we're not against the police or against the people.
What
we're
the
doing
fuck
honest reporting.
even
They
going
can't
on?
run. When they run, they create chaos, ya hamar.
Never have and never will take part in this stuff. I mean, I wasn't involved in the riots when they happened here in Vancouver. And by the way, they happened twice here in Vancouver.
We're making sure the police following the law.
94, there were riots as well.
For what? We have to go. Oh my God. There's a lot of pepper spray. Wow. This is LA. The people need to stand up. Well, accept, yes, step forward. Oh my God.
I thought I saw the
People
buses
are running,
moving.
man. Russian police made them run. Look how many. Look how many. Look.
Yeah, they are.
Look how many coming. Look.
You know what else I never fully, has always bothered me is the wannabe gangsters. You know, like the 15, 16-year-old skinny little shits that act and talk like they're all gangster and stuff like that, and one slap upside the head and they shut the fuck up.
Look how many
Those guys always annoyed the hell out of me. Like they try and puff out their chest and
They're bringing drugs. They're bringing
the wannabes annoy the fuck out of me, man.
And
Like
some, I assume, are good people.
call them plastic gangsters. There's a term that we use over here, but I get in shit for saying it on Twitch. Basically, it's the N word with a W instead of the N.
There's Streets LA at number 80. Walking around with two phones.
Yeah, that's the word, White Tower Gaming. But like it's just because they're like full of testosterone. They want to like fit in and act like they're, they're men and they're not. Like they get their ass absolutely handed to them. Actually, Cryptic or who else is from Vancouver? Oh man, Wall Street. Are you still here? I don't know if Wall Street's still here. There's a bar that I used to work at in Surrey that was really well known back like 25 years ago, and it was known as a really rough bar. Like people still to this day have heard of this bar, and we used to like have some really nasty people that would come in there, Pommies? No.
Ew.
It was called the Dell.
It's a family show.
But I was the no, it's not the Turf. You're close though. But I used to be the manager, and we used to have like Hell's Angels and stuff come in all the time.
No,
but you'd get once in a while, you know, just because of the area, you'd get like these scrawny little fucks that would come in and think that they were tough guys and stuff. Oh, Wall Street, you are still here. But yeah, I worked there for like 6 years.
55 cents. The shepherd drives a wolf from the sheep, for which they thank the shepherd as a
And it was basically a shit show.
The destroyer of liberty. The sheep and the wolf are not agreed upon a definition of liberty. President Lincoln, 1864.
Damn, Red Eagle with the heater. Thank you, Red Eagle.
Southern California and those wannabe young gangsters are actually the most volatile. Well, we had the same problem here, Sokins, is you'd have Hell's Angels that would show up, but then they would have guys that would, which were fine. The Hell's Angels guys never bothered us, and they tipped really fucking well. But you'd have their prospects that would come in, or people that were trying to get noticed by Hell's Angels, and they were the problem. It was never. The Hell's Angels were never, ever a problem. In fact, I still bump into them from time to time if I'm around. They're old. They're much older now, though. Like they're like in their 60s or whatever, and you know, I'll bump into them with their grandkids or something, and they're just, you know, having a bite to eat. But back then, you'd see them and you'd have their prospects or their like these guys that were trying to get noticed come into the bar, and you know. So it was known as Fight Night at the Dell. Like every weekend, we'd have fights that we'd be breaking up and.
Get the fuck out of here and go get your ass at home.
Thank you, Ribeye, for the 200 bits. I appreciate you.
Get the fuck out of here.
But what was the one that was beside the Dell? Not the Turf. The Turf was down by the Patello Bridge. There was like a country bar right beside the Dell too. Oh, it was like a live country band place.
Gold super chatted $20. Just because there are no rulers doesn't mean there are no rules.
Poncho and lefties, that's it, yeah.
They're feral warning USA or nothing, baby.
Let's go.
I used to work there on a very rare occasion, but the
Nicaragua's kind of cool too.
and then there was the Bird, the strip bar that was in the front. And one of my buddies was the bartender and manager at the Bird, and I still bump into him from time to time. DJ Briscoe.
Thank you, Damien, with the Amazon Prime sub over on Twitch.
You go.
Sorry, brother.
Hold on, I need to see if the convention is on. Did they have like no. I was just looking to see if they were gonna get a new leader for the CPC party. Highly unlikely they do, but I was just looking to see if they would have the balls to actually replace Pulya, but I don't know who they would replace him with. All right, see you later, Cheesy. Have a good one, man. Thanks for the 15. I will have some shawarma tomorrow. Thank you. Leave the area. Who's yelling that? Oh, it's the cops yelling it. You know what? That's a job that I would never do. I would never be a fucking police officer in the States.
You guys want
Not
me to go
a
to the front line?
fucking chance would you ever, like, I don't
safe,
know what they
Ryan.
make,
Come
but
on,
it's
buddy.
not enough.
I mean, I think that's
There's
probably where
no
this
chance
skirmish
in
is
hell
gonna
I would ever want to do that job.
go. Oh, I know, okay. Ugh, yuck.
How much do cops in LA make? Like, how much do police make in LA? Average annual salary of approximately $100,000, with a typical range between $80,000 and $126,000. Trainees start at $91,000 in LA. I don't know that I'd do it for $91,000 in LA, man.
It's crazy. Sorry if it's shaky. It's
like
not
that's
into the top of my camera, and I'm trying to work right now.
Eugene, there's more people in Eugene now. Keep an eye on it.
I don't know that I'd want to risk my life for that.
At Go Dis King first super chatted $25. These are all sanctuary cities where nothing ever happens to the invaders except to provide them with benefits most American citizens can't even dream of ever getting. It's as if Biden was still our president, face with symbols on mouth. TK care y'all.
Oh, you tell him, Goddess Kid. Thank you so much.
What's the deal with sanctuary cities? Like, the ICE cannot come into them, or what's the deal? Like, why are they called sanctuary cities? Like, I know it's got something to do with like immigrants that can go there and be safe or something, or
Boom, boom.
Your name is Salazar. And you're standing here doing this to us? What is this? Traitor!
Ripping our families apart.
You don't think they'll rip you away from your family? You think you're any different to them?
Logan's defending the fucking white man.
You call yourself an Angelino! Salazar! Fuck you! Fuck you! Fuck you!
You're a fucking malinche. You're a sellout.
Fuck you!
Defending the fucking white man while he rips your own family and your own people apart. The white man? Oh, hell no.
oh, it's the white man's fault now again. Hey, Rasmus, what's up, man? I've been having an all right day. The Democratic leadership that welcomed illegals, good and bad, into their area. They give them free housing, free food, and try to sell. Struggling and homeless. But what is LA a sanctuary city? What about like Austin or Dallas or? Because they're all like democratic cities, right? Usually. Aren't like the larger cities? Don't they tend to be democratic?
You betray your own ancestors. You're a piece of fucking shit.
What about like Austin or? Are there any sanctuary cities in red states like Miami or something? I'm assuming maybe Portland and Seattle or something. They're in democratic states, right? New York City, San Francisco, Seattle, and Denver. Okay, all in democratic states. The American dream is dead. They have to go. needed to afford a reasonable career path, and most live paycheck to paycheck their entire lives. Why is college and university so expensive in the U.S., but it's not in other countries, like in other comparable schools?
Tired of creating the same time, the same crime after all your history, decades of the same shit. You were born with. Thank you very much, Portland Andy. Thank you very much, Portland Andy. These are all great people.
Oh shit.
Coward. 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 Very fucking easy. Stop abusing ass right now. Stop abusing women, you coward.
So New Orleans in Louisiana is a sanctuary city, even though it's in a red state?
At Improve Yourself 4850 super chatted $10. Starting to look like the 100 days of riots in Portland. I watched you all 100 days.
That's how we do it, baby.
I mean, there's a whole bunch of them on the East Coast. New Mexico, I know, is always Democrat.
Oh, shit. That's a whacker in the front, bro.
Protecting your white fucking masters. You're all fucking sellouts. Watching families get ripped apart.
Thank you, Improve. I'm glad you were there. That was wild. And thank you, Frosted.
Some in Georgia. Georgia's like kind of half Democrat, half let's see. Oh, it's Atlanta. Okay.
Stop abusing women, you fucking coward. Stop abusing women, you fucking coward. Stop abusing women, you fucking coward.
Has the president come out and said anything? I think he's probably doing some control over the Epstein files that were released today. I think he probably cares more about that than he does about this. No, hold on.
We weren't rich, but life was good. That was the deal.
This guy that is
Work
talking
hard,
right now
start anywhere,
is
get
our
anywhere.
official
That's what the
opposition
country
leader.
promised us all. A hopeful life, a safe home,
He was supposed to win the
table,
last election until Mark
family
Carney came
love,
along and
a
basically
flag that united. That's the country that we love.
but people are getting tired of this guy.
We call it the Canadian Promise, the deal.
Anyways, I'm not gonna. I'll watch that later. I'm sure you guys don't give a shit about that, but
Fucking cowards. Fucking cowards. Put it down. What the fuck? What the fuck?
what's wrong with free healthcare? Free healthcare is great.
That's what you signed up for? That badge is a disgrace to the city.
I think this cop in the bottom right is actually like joking around with the protesters. That's actually funny to see. See this guy here? This guy here? Where is he? Knows how to de-escalate the situation. Like he's relaxing with the guy, he's talking with them. Not escalating, he's de-escalating. This guy knows what he's doing. Dynameme, a lot of Americans actually want free healthcare now. I think it's like 50-50. But it's going to take a lot in order to convince the billionaires and medical companies, the insurance companies and stuff like that, to like ever switch. Like, keep in mind how many people work for like insurance companies and how many people make millions of dollars off of the the healthcare system, right? That's the main problem, is that there's so many people that make tons of money off the healthcare system. Those are the people that don't want healthcare to be switched over. And then they throw out this propaganda that universal healthcare is actually terrible, like, so that they don't lose their the money that they're making. Like, these people are making millions and millions of dollars off of the healthcare system every year. So of course they put out all this propaganda, just pure bullshit. Universal healthcare might not be perfect, but fuck. Like, sure, there are times where, you might have to wait if you've got like a knee replacement surgery. You're not going to get it done, the next day or something like that. But if you've got any serious health issues, you're going to be helped right away.
You leave the fucking area! You leave the fucking area! You leave the area! Leave the area!
Content isn't available.
That shit hurts to get that shit jammed into your chest like that, I bet.
Holy shit. Yeah, get in front of me. Yeah, dude, I just kind of sad,
So 3M, what about healthcare?
We need to start charging for this content. Oh my god.
I can't see what that says. Oh, you're learning about American healthcare, kind of. I've got a lot of family that live or a few people in my family that live in the U.S. And of course, because I'm Canadian, right across the border, I'm very, like, I know how the healthcare system in the U.S. works. And I see the propaganda as well when I'm talking to Americans who have been force-fed like a lot of bullshit when it comes to universal healthcare, and it's the people that are feeding this bullshit are the people that would lose a lot of money if they ever switch to a universal healthcare system. Guy in the top left, Puba, he's the official opposition leader for in Canada. He was supposed to be the guy that was going to oust Justin Trudeau until Mark Carney came along. And he and his fucking party and followers can't stand Mark Carney. But this he's losing popularity really quickly. So I was kind of tuning into it to see if they would have the guts to replace him, but... Hey, Lando Commando, how's it going, man? We're just having a riot here, man. We're just having a riot. Yeah, Callie, there was Austin earlier as well, but nothing was really going on with that. So.
Time to start aiming at the no-no squares. What the? Thank you for using Cash App. I appreciate you.
Coming out here, they shooting with the group wop spray. It ain't no joke. Here I go again. This fucking bags.
A lot of high schools in Arizona walked up. Whereabouts in Arizona are you? I think I probably asked you this before. My dad lives in Phoenix. Okay, we have talked about this before, I think.
Crazy. Yo. Fuck you.
Folks, they do not arrest press. That is why I have a press vest and a press helmet. Anybody can be press. There is
Taylor
no requirement
Piopa.
to be press, but if you dress in.
Have a good one, man.
What'd that feel like? That hurt?
Yeah, it's. Remember, I said like an hour ago. I said it felt like the tent. It was getting a lot more tense. So now you're starting to see the cops are pushing people back, and
This is insane.
Why are you reloading? Where's the threat? Where's the threat?
They know I can't run. So they put the group off spray. They already got us.
Good job. Good job. Good job. You fucking bitch.
what is El Papa Mas? What is that? The father. I didn't see what the rest of it said. Those are local police. For some reason, I feel like the local police in LA would probably be a little bit more prepared to deal with this sort of shit than the ones in Minneapolis.
Y'all still with me?
Are you
Sorry.
not entertained? What?
You're on my line.
Come on.
And you may be shot and injured.
Fucking t-shirt right there. I'm a whoop wop spray. Line up against us. You gotta know.
You can't take it home.
For those of you that weren't around earlier, they did release a bunch more of the Epstein files. Very disturbing shit to read. So
I did. Thank you, Sunday, for the Rumble rant.
this cop up here is getting a little agitated. He's starting to.
They're moving them fast. Holy moly.
Look at this guy. He's yapping at the men. See, one of the owners of the Giants is associated with the Epstein files. Dude, they've like tons of names. Howard Lutnick was named. Elon Musk is in the Epstein files, asking when he can come to visit. A whole bunch of mentions of Trump. Oh, because I follow the oh, the New York Giants. I thought you were talking about San Francisco Giants. I was like, football.
You brutalize us. The fucking citizens. Brutalize eyes, you brutalize eyes, you fucking cowards.
By the way, people are pissed at the LAPD because the police chief said he won't enforce the state law that bans ICE agents from wearing masks during their operations. Imagine having a police force that could enforce laws at their own discretion.
Exercising our First Amendment rights, you fucking pieces of shit.
So is that law in California that they're not allowed to wear masks?
You guys just wrecked the fucking federal building. It's not your First Amendment right.
SB 627. You won't fucking even give a fucking ticket. You won't give out.
You put your fucking hands on me, bitch. Give me your fucking name. Give me your fucking name. Bitch.
Working class sellouts.
That's what you fucking did, motherfucker. Right.
Enforce the fucking mask ban, you cowards. You white supremacist fucking pieces of shit. You Nazi fucks. Fucking cowards.
They're just putting clan on the word Latino.
Oh, yeah.
So yeah, they're fucking Clantinos.
Did you hear that? Y'all are Clantinos. How embarrassing is that?
Have you guys been watching the new Game of Thrones
shit.
series? Was that a Night of the Kingdom or whatever it's called?
I get my dab off my dab.
Any of you guys watching that?
Thank you. We got a very generous cash.
Wow, there's even protests here in Vancouver.
Access with a generous cash.
Doesn't look like
Thank
it's,
you,
I mean,
Andy. You're
as
very
big as other
welcome.
cities, but
Thank you
there
for sending that generous
looks to be a
cash
couple,
Thank you
a
for
few
your
hundred
cash
people, anyways.
They don't take out 30% like YouTube does. Yeah, they're just dropping those bombs on them, dude.
Prohibiting local, state, and federal law enforcement officers from wearing masks or facial coverings that conceal their identity while on duty.
Get in front of me. No, when you need to, get in front of me.
And the LA police are not enforcing it.
That's okay. That's fine. You're good. You're good.
I know you need your shots.
Yeah, I watched the second episode yesterday. It's slightly better. It's better if you know the story. Like if you read the book. Do I have it here?
Empty fucking water bottles, you pussies. Not a bunch of fucking pussies.
You've read this
You
one?
have right gear on, and you're fucking shooting us for fucking empty water bottles. Fucking pussy motherfucking pussy ass bitches. Fuck all of you. Fuck LA Pink Department.
You never read them? So I mean, you can just look up the history of who each of the characters are. Like you remember Aemon? Was it Aemon Targaryen, the guy that was one of the rangers at the wall in Game of Thrones? Do you remember the old blind dude?
You're all a bunch of fucking pussies.
So he's a Targaryen, but the Targaryens were running the kingdom at the time, and you meet his brother Aegon Targaryen, and he actually mentions Aegon Targaryen when.
Ask him for his name and badge number. Ask him for his name and badge number. This guy
Yeah, that's
here,
the
he
boy,
just shot
Egg.
Yeah.
What's your name and badge
So-
number, Johnson?
I'm looking at
I mean,
right now.
you read the book, you'd know what's happening anyways. But he's basically shaved his head, so people don't recognize him as Targaryen because of his hair.
See you in court, motherfucker.
So, and he just calls himself Egg instead of Aegon Targaryen.
That have cost the city 400 fucking million in losses.
So he eventually becomes the king, but he's disguised himself so that he can walk around amongst the regular folk and see how they live and all that sort of stuff. So that's kind of his role basically. But yeah, eventually he becomes king.
What's your serial number, Johnson?
Cowards. All of you are fucking cowards. You won't do shit to the feds when they come through.
Oh, so the Dragon Season 3, when does that come out? Like late in the summer or something like that? Or is that next year? Yeah, Season 2 of House of the Dragon was a lot better than Season 1. In the summer? Okay. But yeah, I think the first two episodes are kind of introducing the characters. Like you're just kind of getting introduced to who all these people are. And I think, very quickly, because how many episodes is it? I think, is it only 8 or something like that in this season? I haven't even actually checked how many episodes are going to be in this season, but like the first couple of episodes, a lot of it is just introducing the characters, right?
Garbage. You're all fucking garbage human beings.
Yeah, the boys' acting has actually been pretty good. You had to watch the first 2 episodes of the original series like 4 times. I rewatched the entire series twice. I rewatched it a second time just because there was so much to the story that I just didn't get, and I was like, "What's going on here?" And then I rewatched the whole series. I rewatched the whole series from like season 1 to 5 because I actually they got a guy. Because
at McSpaceForce8948 super chatted $20. We're gonna need a lot more woo wop spray.
You damn right.
The I'm listening to his super chat. Yeah, I've seen ads. I watched the first season of Dexter and I liked it, but for some reason I didn't keep watching it, and I don't know. There's a lot of other series that I want to watch before I maybe try and get back into that. But
At Money Actual super chatted $9.99.
But yeah, I rewatched like season 1 to 5 like a second time,
United States,
just because I was like, okay, there's going to be a lot of stuff that I've missed, and I rewatched it a second time. LAPD is the biggest gang in California. I am impressed at how.
Gonna pull that boy back. That boy's a bulldog right there.
The police are just moving people back. I wonder how, like, if they're moving them all into the same area or what they're doing.
You're gonna need a bigger fucking stick than that, homeboy. You're gonna need a bigger fucking stick than that, I guarantee it.
I got them pushing you. I'll send it to you on Instagram. Yeah.
Cool, alright, Hemlock.
I don't know why they took T.
Hemlock,
They literally
Hemlock,
did
whatever
nothing.
you're digging in.
He was just yelling at them.
Really enjoyed the Game of Thrones series. It was good up until like season 5, and then season 6, 7, and 8 were kind of like, Season 8 was terrible for Game of Thrones. It was really disappointing how they tried to like squish everything into like whatever it was, 6 episodes or something. And George R.R. Martin said that he's finishing the book and the ending is completely different. Baratheon part of the Stark family? No. They're friends with each other, but they're a different family.
Thank you. Just another day for the membership on YouTube.
At Frank3277 super chatted $20. Thanks, Andy. Long night ahead, and happy birthday.
I hope not. Portland might get crazy. You never know. Thank you, Frank. I appreciate the 22-on-1.
Game of Thrones, in all honesty, though, is in my opinion the best TV series of all time.
Why the fuck did you take him?
It was even though they ruined it with season 8, particularly season 8. I still think, in my opinion, it is the best TV series of all time. There was some other ones that were pretty good too, like Breaking Bad and Sopranos, and these are like top 5 TV shows of all time for me. But there's some other series I haven't watched that I've been told were really good. Like The Wire apparently is really good, but I think I watched the first episode and then never watched anymore.
At Tomier8730 super chatted $5. This is pretty good, but I do miss bum fights.
Oh, I thought that was on my stream because they're talking about bum fights.
Which way are we running if they come out? Through that way, or my car is behind them. Up there. I'm just gonna follow you. Here, can you hold this for a sec? It's streaming.
Is Power Book Ghost and Power Force? What is that? That sounds like an animation series. The hell is that?
Oh, this is gonna sell well. You don't do any video?
I do. It's just it's for a stringer, so they pay like $40-50 sometimes. But I just applied for Zuma videos. So I have to go through all their captions and
they're the hardest. I don't submit to that. Well, they just gave me an assignment down the boat parade I covered.
I have so many TV series that I'm like, okay, I gotta watch this and this and this and this and this and this. I was going through these Star Trek series, and I was most of the way through Deep Space Nine. I had like another 2 seasons left to watch. No, another 3 seasons left to watch. And then I was gonna watch Star Trek Voyager, but I've flipped. I've gone back to Star Wars. Because there was a bunch of like the anime series and stuff like that that I never watched. So, and I was gonna rewatch Andor because I watched like the first episodes of season 2 the other day, and I'm like, I have no idea what's going on because it was so long ago that I watched season 1. So I was just gonna rewatch the whole series of Andor, and I'm like, you know what? I'm just gonna watch all the series in chronological order. So I got a list of all the series, like the TV series and movies, all in chronological order, and I'm kind of going through that. So yesterday I finished the Accolade, which was not bad, maybe like a 6 out of 10 or something. Worth watching, I guess. And then I watched Star Wars Episode 1.
American citizens have the right to speak.
Yesterday, I watched that one.
Say no. We support immigrants. We stay with them.
But yeah, it's going to take me forever to get through all the series, though, because I got to go through all the anime and like I've got Clone Wars to do and.
Like that man trying to run us over. This is serious. We need the police to tell us what's going to happen to him. The one really
Edris Judman super chatted $4.99. I have a structured settlement and I need cash now.
Why $4.99?
What's it called? JJ Wentworth?
Because
what happened to JJ Wentworth?
Wallahi,
He's a
if
good guy in
the
the
guy
chat.
was African, وحياة أمي, they might shoot him. Wallahi. Wallahi, if he was Latino, wallahi, they might shoot. They might shoot. But because he was a different color, they let him
Pierre
go.
Polyev is still talking. That's a guy that really likes to listen to himself talk.
He ran us over, sir. He came to run us over, straight up. He ran us over. I knew your supervisor. I know your supervisor, sir. They ran us over.
At Michael-H1M3J super chatted $5. The thick baddies are out in full force. God bless America.
That's right. Thank you, Michael. I learned some food.
Got a pretty big following, yeah, but he's losing popularity the last like 6 months, man. He's losing popularity quickly. That's why I was kind of paying attention to it. I thought there was a very slim chance that they might actually make a move, but I didn't think that they would, but there was a slim chance. They just don't have anyone else that they could use. Like, they don't really have anyone else that could take over as the lead. I think people are just getting tired of listening to him like constantly be negative and bitch and complain all the time. It's just a little old now, you know? His slogans and...
No one's illegal on stolen land.
heard that.
You heard no one is illegal on a stolen land, brother.
I hear you,
Stolen
brother.
land, brother. This is stolen land. They might go back to Europa, brother.
Some interesting people out protesting. It's been a bit of a circus, man. It's been a bit of a circus.
say Europa, Arabia. Yeah, we say Arabia.
At Odgefield 19 super chatted $5. Thanks for keeping air rolling, Andy. Good
Are you
shit.
happy with the way the Bears play this year? Jealous of my coach, dude. I'm
Thank you
like
very much.
ecstatic.
Come
Like when I like the Bears making the playoffs. Anything after that for me was like gravy. Like that was an amazing season, and all they did was like fix the offensive line. Brought in their new coach. This offseason they'll fix the defense. They're going to be a powerhouse next year, man. I can't wait for next year. And then being able to beat the Packers as well, like in the playoffs. Anything after that, it was like I was fine. Like I watched the St. Louis. The fact that they almost came back and beat St. Louis, or sorry, beat the Rams as well. St. Louis. How old am I? That they almost beat the Rams as well. Like if they pulled that off and beat the Rams too. Jesus, man.
You see, they're saying ice out. Nothing crazy. So
I can't wait for the next season, man.
To push people back.
Finally, as a Bears fan, I have something to look forward to.
And unorganized people will get like injured sometimes. Unorganized. If you know how to do it.
Okay, I'm going to be honest. This guy has the most punchable face in all of Canada.
I'm trying to stay away because these guys don't care about you. They really don't care about you.
Yeah, that's the Canadian Trump guy. But he's becoming more and more unpopular because he's just constantly negative all the time. People are getting kind of fed up with his shtick, but the party that he belongs to doesn't really have another leader that can replace him.
Yeah,
So I guess they're going to run with him.
Generosity.
Yeah, keep tapping, you guys. Tap for me, man. Tap.
Yeah, y'all been generous today. Thank you so much.
He's been a career politician since he was like 24 or something. He's never had another job before. Like, I do not want somebody running a country when they've never actually like run anything else in their life. He's not even like qualified to run a McDonald's, let alone a country. Played video games in the 80s and 90s. Dude, the Bears still have the best defense of all time, man. That's what made me become a Bears fan, was their 85 Bears defense. What are they fucking like cheering about? Like I'm kind of curious to see what they're cheering about.
All right, guys. I'm almost at 6,000 followers. I'm like 7 away. If you guys can all follow me.
Saturday Night Live, the Bears.
If you could follow me,
the Bears.
Let me get a 6,000 by the end of the night, you guys.
At Days of Perception super chatted $4.99. No matter how liberal the government is, LAPD shows up to a riot. Other cities could learn a thing or two. Looking at you, Portland.
It took them a while to mobilize, but I agree. They do show up and they get it done most of the time.
No fucking followers.
Thank you, Days.
I'm going to turn it on to that just for a second. I want to see what this moron is
Abuse
saying.
and handouts to phony refugees. We will no longer allow foreign conflicts to spill onto our streets.
Foreign conflicts to spill it onto our streets. What does that mean, Sokins?
We must unite to end anti-Semitism and the attacks on their places of worship. and stand with our Jewish friends and neighbors who are under attack like never before. We want Jews to feel comfortable and safe. They should be able to wear the Star of David, put up the mezuzah, and wear a kippah everywhere and be proudly Jewish all around.
We're listening to the top left for a second here. I just want to see what this guy's saying.
That's the story of Canada, isn't it? It's incredible. Protestants and Catholics teared each other's eyeballs out for hundreds of years on the other side of the pond, and they came here and got along. Yes, we squabble. Yes, we get on each other's nerves, but we don't fight each other because of religious or sectoral differences. We get along with our next-door neighbors regardless of where their grandparents live. When newcomers arrive in this country, just as it has always been, we will ensure that they leave differences at the doors.
This guy that you're listening to is like the most negative person in the world, by the way. Like, he's been nonstop negative about like literally everything. Basically, he's like mini Trump in a lot of ways.
That in Toronto, the police tell people to leave their keys at the door so that thieves can more safely steal their car in the middle of the night. In Brampton, people are literally being told that because there is an extortion wave on their particular street, they should move into their basements to minimize being hit, the chance of being hit by a stray bullet. In Canada, it's not just stats.
It's all like, it's all like, what's far-fetched? That he's mini Trump? Not really. He's using the same fucking like fear tactics of like, you know, immigration and the same sort of sound bits that Trump's saying. He uses a lot of the same stuff. Why people don't like him. That's why when Trump started his rhetoric, people started listening to him and they're like, no, fuck that guy. We don't want that here. I'm not saying he's the same as Trump, but he uses a lot of the same scare tactics. Immigration is, they're coming here and they're stealing your jobs.
She decided to turn this terrible strategy into action, this terrible tragedy into
well, maybe you wouldn't,
change.
But a lot of people
she
do, and that's honestly all that matters.
In a parliamentary committee.
If a lot of people, whether you like it or not, a lot of people are comparing the two because there are things to compare, and they see a lot of things in Trump. They see like some of that stuff in Polyev as well. And not only that, but the fact that he's never had a fucking job in his life besides being a politician, people are worried that he would have just sold out Canada and just taken whatever trade deal he could possibly get, just to say that he got a trade deal with the U.S. And we see how well that's worked out for everyone else.
Tiny group of criminals, the career criminals, will stay behind bars.
Same with
so that no
Farag
one ever
over there. I don't know who that
like Esther's
is,
family. And I can tell you, Esther, that your wonderful aunt will
I'm
have
disappointed because I grew up in a conservative family, and
inspire us to take the action.
Like
that will
Brian
save so
Mulroney
many
was the
other
prime
lives.
minister.
Thank you.
Like,
God bless your beautiful family.
And I was a big Brian Mulroney fan. Brian Mulroney was very pro-immigration, and you know,
we will also
I'm
protect
disgusted
the
with
freedoms of law-abiding
The problem
people.
is the Conservative Party is no longer the conservative. It's the old Reform Party, and the Reform Party used to constantly go on about. They were basically like this close to being just basically the racist party. And a lot of that spilled over into the CPC when the Conservative Party and the Reform Party merged.
We will do so also by
a lot of the old
protecting the
reformers
rights
that became the leaders of the new Conservative Party. And it's not the same as the Conservative Party, the old PC Party, when Brian Mulroney ran it.
And putting the money into border security. By definition, if you've got a possession or an acquisition license, if you're following the law, if you would even respect this compensation, this
that was Kevin O'Leary. I mean,
policy.
That's why so many people, myself included, I was going to vote for this guy just to get rid of Justin Trudeau. I was going to vote for him just to get rid of Justin Trudeau, and Mark Carney came along. The first time I heard Mark Carney give an actual like interview. Like I knew who the guy was. He was the old the guy who used to run the Bank of Canada. And by the way, when the 2008 financial crisis happened, it was barely felt here in Canada, and because of some of the policies that Mark Carney put through, because he was running the Bank of Canada at the time. So he saved us from going through a serious recession. He was the same guy that told England or the UK not to like leave the EU, and he was right with that. And then I saw him do an interview with what's his name, Jon Stewart, and I was listening to him. I'm like, man, this guy's like this close to announcing that he's going to run for prime minister, and I was like, just that one conversation, I was like, this guy's going to be one of the best prime ministers we've ever had. And the problem is if this guy's position was available, the leader of the Conservative Party, Mark Carney would have run as a conservative because he's more conservative leaning, like way more conservative leaning than Justin Trudeau. But he would have run as a conservative. He would have won as a conservative. But people are going to hate him because because he's run as a liberal. But if Pierre Poilievre wasn't the leader of the Conservative Party, he would have run as conservative and he would have won. And people that are like pro like Conservative Party, they would be cheering on Mark Carney for what he's been doing lately. But instead, they hate him just because he's in the same party as Justin Trudeau. It's just hypocritical. Like it is not. Mark Carney is not the same as Justin Trudeau. He's not the same person.
And he has since become a chef at the same treatment center. He makes a mean steak, which he's promised to let me try. He's also the CEO.
I don't know what he's talking about right now.
And after that, they headed to the federal building right here where they have the ICE detention center in downtown LA. So this is essentially what happened. Right?
He was the governor of Bank of England. He was the very first person to ever be brought in, like outside of England, to run the Bank of England. Very first person. He was so highly regarded.
Do what you do. Repost, follow. You already know what it is. I don't care about the gifts. It is what it is. If you give me a follow, that'll be great.
He's known in the economic community as like one of the top brains in the world economically.
This is the United States of America.
He's the exact right person at the right time. But like I said, if he'd run as a conservative and did exactly what he's doing now as a conservative leader, the people that are fans of this guy would be cheering him on.
Hold on, guys. Let me tell you.
Is the China real estate thing still an ongoing issue in Canada? I have a few buddies who live in Canada, and they have said that a lot of the homes get instantly eaten up by China. It's not as bad as it was, but they'd found that there was a bunch of people laundering money in it, and they've kind of gotten rid of a lot of that. And they also tax empty homes as well. So if you buy a home and you leave it empty, you get a major tax on it every year. So a lot of them just sold out because they're paying thousands of dollars for an empty home tax every year. But the prices of homes are starting to come down in the last year here in Canada.
This is downtown Los Angeles, so in between Alameda, 1st Street. It's currently 6:52 at night.
He's been dancing around the street with his mask on. He's a bit of a weirdo.
I'm blocking everyone that's spamming, man. That's crazy. This is downtown Los Angeles.
I feel like they've pretty much
From the
dispersed
ICE
a lot of the
protests
crowd.
today.
Like, I don't know how many people are actually left.
ICE supporters. Oh, good. Fuck ICE supporters. She's right. Oh, sorry, I misread it. My apologies.
Still fucking talking, man.
My friend apologizes. She's very angry.
Why is the government? I think they've come to an agreement, Lando Commando. I think they came to an agreement earlier today to not not stop the or to not cut down. I believe they agreed to reduce the funding for ICE for a little bit.
What happened?
I was behind the fucking lines. I was behind the lines.
I think right now the Democrats just want to get to the midterms and
Let's see it.
Oh my God.
take control at that point.
Yeah. They picked you up. There's a nurse right here.
No, not a nurse. Not a nurse.
Oh, sorry.
It's not first aid.
What I call dramatic is Trump, right? Redacting the name of 7 co-conspirators. I would call that dramatic. That's the side you guys are on. Some of you guys are on, man. You guys support that. I don't know. I'd rather be on this side. I'd rather be on this side. I never
At
have
EFO
supported that type of behavior in
1358
my
super
life.
chatted $9.99. They can't stop the self-deport ed. Tears of joy. Okay, sign call me hand. United States heart biceps call me hand.
They gotta go.
Get EFO.
You dig? So this man has 28 allegations, plus the allegations that came out today, right?
I think we
And
may
you
have
guys
lost
still
one of the
sit on-
streams.
Still support this man. You're sitting on this side of history, you guys. I'd rather be on this side.
Let's.
It's just nicer over here. I'm not supporting people who touch kids, man. I'm not supporting that. That's not what I'm supporting, you guys. That's what some of you guys are supporting. And not for me, I don't give a fuck about the economy. For me, alone, that's a no-go, man.
Okay,
That's a no-no.
restarted.
That
We've
is
lost
a no-no for
connection
me.
for a little
Just
bit.
that alone for me.
I don't know what the hell that was.
Yo, bro.
Zungra, hey Mr. Streamer, how do you decide when to
Unlawful
stream a video
assembly.
game like Eve
Oh,
and
no,
then
we're gonna get
and when to
detained for,
stream
what,
like
4
news?
hours?
I usually do the news stuff during the
That's about it,
daytime.
huh?
Zungra, if I'm gonna be streaming at night,
4
then
hours,
I'll
5
stream
hours?
video games at
If
night.
you're irritated, maybe 12 hours.
Because usually the news
done
stuff is
12 hours
happening during the
before.
daytime, so I'm kind of covering it then.
He's cute. Girl, have you checked your eyes? We are not.
I've also just been a little bit busy lately as
no,
well,
no, no.
so it's hard
Hey,
for me
let's
to
go
do
to another
both.
side, guys.
Um,
Should we go to another
yeah, so
side?
I haven't like stopped playing Eve Online or anything like that. I still log in and do my
I don't know
dailies and
any of the
stuff like that.
officers here. They're already
But
tripping.
because of that
Dispersal order,
Eve
you
stream that
see
I
it,
did,
no
was
one's
it last
thrown
weekend
anything,
where
no
I was
one's
up till
done
like 5
anything
o'clock in the morning
right
streaming
now
Eve?
for
It
them
fucked
to
up my
call
sleep
that.
schedule.
Dispersal
So I'm trying to
order
fix
right
my
now.
sleep schedule so that I can get back on
so
the schedule
dramatic.
where
They're
I'm
back
waking
there
up at a
lining up,
normal
ready.
time.
They're gonna be
You know, at
grabbing
like 8
whoever's
o'clock
in
in
the
the
way.
morning or something, and then I
right
can
here.
like go to the gym and come home and do the news thing, and then take like a couple of hour break and then get on again and do the Eve stream. So that's what I'm trying to do. So hopefully in the next couple of days I'll be back to a regular schedule.
Once they move,
I'm
forward,
actually like,
move.
I'm probably tired enough to actually go to bed right now, but I'm gonna try and stay up for another couple of hours. So I can go to bed at like 9 o'clock, and then because I woke up this morning at like 2 o'clock in the morning, and I've been up ever since.
Are you okay out? Your jaw looks
I went to bed at like
and you're
I don't
still
know
out here. This
5
man, they
o'clock
broke his
yesterday
jaw,
or something
guys.
like that,
They
thinking
shot
I was
him
gonna
in
have a
the mouth.
nap,
He
and
wasn't- this is what
I
he
woke up
does.
at 2 o'clock in the morning. It's like, okay, what am I going to do now?
Him about a year ago.
Ouch.
Okay. Uh-oh.
Well, it looks like he's done his speech finally.
Okay, if you're smart, you leave right now. All right, we're going to the other side. They're going to move up. Let's go to the other side.
I'm really surprised, actually, that they're going to...
Right
well, I'm really surprised because they got nobody to replace him.
So
Cool.
we're good right
That's
here.
just the sad state that the party's in.
The front line, perfect.
He's good.
Talking about this guy here.
Guy's on the front line. He's perfect then.
Like for the, I don't know, the Wall Street or any other Canadians that are in chat. I don't know anyone else in the Conservative Party that could actually step up as an actual leader candidate right now. That's a major problem, actually. Like they don't want to. Like who do they have that could even possibly be a replacement, even if they wanted to? It's actually a big problem that they've got.
تمام عنصري اجى بده يضربنا بالسيارة والشرطة خلوه يروح. Police let him go. Brother, somebody tried to run us over, right? And the police let him go.
Justice is hard to find.
Yeah, they let him go straight up. They let him go.
They literally did, actually. Yes. No, it's true.
They just.
Oh, the police just charged and want to. Oh,
arrested.
Yeah, they just got one guy. Ran in with a group of police, grabbed one guy, and then pulled him back. He must have thrown something at them.
And your chief is going to get fired, and a lot of you are going to get laid off in the future. And it's going to be a beautiful day because our city is going to be so much better and so much more safe, so much better funded. Because you are on worthless people. You can all do much better, but you don't live in LA, so you won't get to reap the benefits that we'll have. And
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir, brother. Yes, sir. 100%, brother.
What's this guy even talking about?
Not under Karen Bass, but we'll have new.
I am curious.
And not under Trump either.
Why you fucking arrested him? Why the fuck you arrested him? Why you arrested him, you piece of shit? You fucking. We need a lot of Europeans here to go back to their country as well. If everybody go back, that's fair. Everybody go back. The European go back.
Everybody go back. Everybody go back.
Every time we go back. We'll
Sure.
go back if the European go back.
Send
It's
the
stolen
illegal
land,
Europeans
brother.
back. Let's go.
It's a stolen
Fuck
land,
yeah,
brother.
dude. Let's roll it.
No one's illegal, brother. Stolen land, brother. This is a stolen land, so nobody's illegal. Only the indigenous decide. Only the indigenous decide. Free the indigenous people.
I think if you were to
Free the
ask the
indigenous
indigenous people, they might say, "Yeah, no,
They
you're all
decide.
illegal here.
And a
All
lot
of you
of them,
fucking
they told me
leave."
you are welcome.
I don't know what this guy's talking
A lot of
about.
indigenous lovely people, they told me you're
Deport
welcome.
them all. Deport them all, build the wall, lock the doors for 50 fucking years.
At Tyson
What's
Pena,
hateful about it? This motherfucker
588
broke
super
our law.
chatted
We're breaking the
$10.
law,
Can we please
asshole.
send him back?
He probably had bought a freaking gold card.
They'll be pointing at me. Other shit happened.
Have they not announced the job creation or losses for like the last several months now in the U.S.? Is that that's actually the case, right? They haven't actually announced if there's been.
Peaceful protest. No one is illegal. This is stolen land, brother. Stolen land. We're gonna keep saying what we say. We're never gonna stop. You delete our accounts, no issue. Keep deleting our accounts, no problem. Eyes out, right now, right now. Eyes out, right now. You keep deleting our videos, we have no problem with it. No problems. We go live. You delete the live, no problem. We create another account. You delete the other account, no problem. We create another account. Oh shit, you can be arrested. For what? Peaceful protest. For what? Peaceful protest.
I can't listen to this guy
For
anymore,
what?
man. Like I've. Jesus. Man, do we need to talk about the Tectone Lakari situation? What a fucking weird world, man. Like, what a fucking
And
weird
any
world.
comments that I could make about either of those cases could be used as evidence to further create a
Ugh. I don't know if you guys are following streamer drama. I just shake my head every time I Ducky gonna be yapping on this
right now.
one as well.
How do you get headband? You gotta talk to the Lord. What's his name?
yeah. You gotta like do all.
The main guy.
Some of you voted for the rapist, white supremacist. That's why we're out here today, because of your vote. Next time, don't vote for a rapist, white supremacist. Don't do that next time. Look at where you're at now. Don't trust your police department. They'll make you commit suicide. I know all about Havana syndrome, sonic attack. I know all about it.
Uh-oh, 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 uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Looks like things are, I don't know. There was a while where it seemed like it was getting really tense. Seems like the situation is now kind of under control.
How would you feel if the rapist is tearing apart your family? How would you feel? A lot of the people that are being kidnapped are some of the hardest workers in this fucking country. All they're trying to do is make a living. You piece of shit that's supporting ICE. Stop supporting ICE. You're going to be some impotent.
Wait, what? Louis Mangione will not face death penalty after a U.S. judge charge?
Uh-oh, they might grab him too. Low key. If you think this pig's hard, wait till you see the car. Uh-oh, uh-oh, uh-oh.
Oh, what's going on? What's this guy uh-ohing about?
Hey, it's that guy again. They're like, hey, you're literally 40, that thing. Uh-oh, we're getting rowdy. Incoming underwater.
What's my opinion on silver and gold going parabolic? Well, that's a result of the American dollar collapsing. We're liquidating a lot of their assets in American treasuries and just even in American currency in general. You want to pay attention to what's going on in Japan right now. Their economy is like on the tipping point. If it starts to collapse, you're gonna see a run off of like Japan selling American treasuries, and they own the most in the world. They own 1.13 trillion dollars worth of American treasuries.
Someone's gonna chuck
if they start to sell off, you're gonna have a snowball effect with other countries jumping on board as well to get rid of theirs, and then America's in a lot of fucking trouble economically. Oh, they dropped the federal murder charge against him. Okay,
where's he at?
That is where you can
gotta do a check-in on him.
So he could still face.
Where's he at? I don't see him. I don't see him. I don't see him.
But yeah, if you haven't been paying attention to what's going on in Japan, you might want to watch that because look at this guy's little fucking bike, man. Little motorcycle.
Christ! Oh my fucking God! They tried to get him. I told you they wanted him. I told you that guy with the flag. I told you they wanted him. See? I told you, bro. I told you, bro. anyone antagonizing, you're getting arrested. I was too busy getting mind controlled by the megaphone guy. He lost a shoe too. See, they just sneak attack you, bro. Damn, baddies of LAPD. Right there, my shoulder, and then my back. 3 times. Just the pepper balls.
Overblades are weird. That shit.
I don't know if they're shooting those, are they? No. Yeah, they're not allowed. I guess Alex said yesterday that they're not, like a judge ruled they're not allowed to use less lethals for crowd control. So like that's why they're all using like the fucking like the big ass.
Those are paintballs, right?
Yeah, those are paintballs right here. All these green tips are paintballs, except for the guy, this one, the big black one. Giggity,
Japan bond yield. The U.S.
like,
used Japan 0%.
I don't even know what the fuck it does.
The U.S. used Japan 0%.
In front of you to like disorient you or whatever.
No, Japan was doing that, Lando.
Yeah, they don't have any. Yeah. They don't have any less lethals though. It's all.
Japan was selling themselves the bonds and then using that money to buy American treasuries with the yield and basically just using the yield that they were getting from the 10-year treasuries to pay off American or their own debt and stuff like that. But now the yield on the Japanese 30-year bond is getting close to the 10-year treasury. And if that happens, they're going to start selling off American treasuries and crash the market.
Is that the alert? Like the alert that came out?
The people here do that also through like hedge funds, etc. The problem is Japan generally is not selling their debt to other countries. It's overwhelmingly owned by Japanese, the Bank of Japan and other institutions in Japan. So they don't have a lot of debt that is foreign owned. It's primarily its own institutions that owns it. But that was one of the things that they used to do was. Hold on, where's the mute? They used to sell themselves their own bonds. And then they would use the money that they got from selling them to the Bank of Japan or whatever, and they would buy American treasuries with it, which actually paid a yield. The Japanese bonds would have 0 interest on it, so you wouldn't make any money if you bought them. So they'd just sell it to their national bank. The bank would basically be giving them money. They'd take that money and then pump it into American treasuries, and they'd collect the interest off of them every year. Quite the little scheme, but the problem is the Japanese economy is starting to see inflation. Japan's been running at like 0 inflation for years, and running at 0 inflation, you can they basically left it there, but they've been trying to kickstart their economy so they would start to see some inflation, because you don't want a 0 inflation economy. That's actually really bad. But the economy the inflation started to rise a lot faster than they had anticipated. So, they were getting worried about that. If their inflation numbers hit too high and their yield on their treasuries started to go higher than the Americans' treasuries, they were going to have to start to sell American treasuries like crazy. And that would have flooded the market, the American market, and crashed the market, basically. And if they started to do it, everyone else was going to have to start to do it as well, because they would have needed, and it would have turned into a complete clusterfuck. You thought tariffs were supposed to fix everything? What happened to that? Pfft, dude. You want to know what a scam the American tariffs are? So get this. The big, beautiful bill, the one that Donald Trump was saying was going to give major tax breaks to middle-class Americans. First of all, didn't give any tax breaks to middle-class Americans, or barely any. But the tax breaks all went to billionaires or the super wealthy. who a lot of them don't even pay any taxes anyways. If you want to look up something that'll really make you pissed off, look up how Elon Musk gets paid. Like, he actually gets paid by getting a loan from the bank that he uses, like, and he puts up his shares in Tesla in order for them to basically give him a loan that he can basically pay back later. But because he's getting his financing as a loan, it's not counted as earned income, so he doesn't get taxed on it. Like, it is really fucked up. And if you think I'm kidding, go look it up. That's literally how these super rich get their money. That's how he paid for Twitter. He basically put up his Tesla stocks as collateral, and the banks gave him money to buy Twitter. And because he hasn't sold his shares, it's not looked at as profit. So he doesn't have to pay income tax on it. It's really fucked up. Like, and you can look at old tax records of Donald Trump where for years and years he wasn't paying a dime in taxes. There was one year where he paid $750 in income tax. Like, it's just ridiculous what they're able to get away with. But this is what they do. They adjust the bill to help themselves and the really super rich, and to make up for the taxes that they're not making from the super rich, they came up with this scheme to basically bring in tariffs, which are basically a tax on the American people. So, are they going after someone? Oh, maybe not. So if you're buying like just a bunch of general goods and everyone's paying an extra whatever percent tariff on it, it's that money is spread out. But because there's so many more people that are in middle class than the super rich don't give a shit if they pay an extra couple of bucks for, whatever, a pencil or something like that, right? But to somebody that's in the middle class, if they're spending an extra $2 for basic, every time they buy basic necessities, that actually hits them a lot harder. But those taxes are basically going to make up the difference for what the billionaires aren't paying in taxes. It's a scam. Like, it's an absolute fucking scam. And people fall for it. It's just like, come on, people. Like, this is really easy to understand, and you're just falling for it because Donald Trump is telling you it's so. You're not even trying to think. I can't read about it because it just pisses me off even more when 2/3 of my paycheck goes to food and gas. And yeah, dude, like, and we went through this earlier before, like, and I don't like getting into conversations about like universal health care and stuff like that with people because there's too many times where I listen to people who have been brainwashed with thinking that, Canadians are basically like waiting in emergency rooms for 8 hours if they've had a heart attack and they got to sit in the emergency room for like 10 hours. It's like complete and utter nonsense, but it's just fear tactics that like the super rich and people that make a ton of money off of healthcare in the US, they make a shitload of money off of healthcare, and then they use fear tactics to like try and scare people away from this whole idea of universal healthcare because they would lose a shitload of money. These people that make tons of money every year off of like insurance and stocks and stuff like that into healthcare companies and stuff like that, like they would lose a ton of money. But the average Joe, who's got to pay for their healthcare premiums every fucking month, is just it's ridiculous. It's always the middle class just gets completely fucked in these situations, and it's like the rest of us, like I don't have a lot of people watching anymore, and the Europeans have probably gone to bed, but I can promise you right now, if you talk to people in like Denmark or Norway or Sweden or the UK or whatever, if they would give up their universal health care, you won't find anyone that's like, yeah, fuck man, I'd give mine up. That should tell you a lot right there. Like that, universal health care, maybe it's not perfect in all ways, but I mean, you're not getting fucked over because a bunch of billionaires want you to have to pay $100,000 for a hospital bill when you went in with like a, I don't know, a broken leg or a blood clot or something like that. You know, like it's ridiculous. Told filing jointly married when we did our taxes, we would benefit from it my whole life. Now when we file, I got to pay in every year because the government sees us in a higher tax bracket. When we file separate, I get money back. That's weird that happens. Nothing is perfect, but anything but this has to be better. Like I said, if you want to, like, you know, learn the truth, talk to people that live in countries that have universal health care. Because we see what's going on there, and all the scare. Like every time I go down there, I see like propaganda, like, you know, bullshit propaganda that where they're trying to scare people away from this whole idea of universal health care. And I guarantee you, every time, the people behind this propaganda is some super rich dude that is making an absolute fortune off of healthcare. They're the people that are paying off, like Republican senators or whatever, to make sure that universal health care never comes through. Like that's why those people are such huge donors to the Republican Party. You know, they don't ever want to see it because they're making tons of money. And when they get sick, they can afford it because they're the super rich, right? January 25, January 26, groceries here gone up 50 to 70%. 50 to 70%. I mean, it's gone up like 6% here, I think. Something like that. And people are flipping out that it's gone up over 6%. Some items like beef and stuff like that have gone up even more. But I'm not buying a lot of beef right now anyways. And a lot of that, if you want to look into it, a lot of that is actually being caused by drought and stuff like that that's happening in other countries where a lot of our countries are buying good, like, food from. A lot of it's from drought and, you know, stuff like that. It's not necessarily because, you know, the government's paying or charging more in taxes and stuff, but you'll have, you know, governments that are like, you know, these guys are charging us, you know, like 50% more for beef, or, you know, 20% more for beef. And it's like, well, take a look at where it's coming from and what's going on in their country, and as to, you know, why it's costing so much more. I have many Canadian friends. They've been telling me since 2022, I need to get out of here. I've never been so tempted to get out of America. Dude, I'm telling, I don't mean to insult any Americans in my chat. I would never live there. I can't think of like a reason why I would ever go. I would have to be getting paid a shit ton. Like, you'd have to double, triple my salary in order for me to even consider it. Like, there's just way too much craziness going on down there, man. And then, like, I don't know what's gone on with America in the last like 30 years, man. The education's terrible. Not every school is a terrible school, but like it seems like a lot of the students are at a disadvantage right away. Like by grade 10, they're all already like 2 or 3 years behind or something like that. It feels like they're deliberately kept ignorant of other people in other countries, and like what other people how other people are, you know, live or whatever. Like they seem to have this idea that people that live in other countries are you know, living on dirt. You know, it's just like, you know, if you came up to Vancouver, Canada, you'd be like, wow, this is actually a really nice city, and you know, it's you know, same as if you were to go to Europe. But it's like a lot of Americans seem to never ever like leave the country, or a lot of them even don't even leave the state. Like, they don't know what's going on in other parts of the world. And I tell I've got a sister that lives in the States, and she's got 4 daughters. And my dad lives down there, and he's married, and she's got a couple of kids, 3 kids actually. And there was one night where we were having a bit of a heated debate. We weren't yelling at each other, but I was basically making the point. I said, "Listen, like I'm telling you this stuff because I actually give a shit. Like, do you not find it weird that if I ask you some basic question like, what is the capital of Canada?" Now, I get Canada doesn't have a lot of people, but it is the second largest country on the planet, and it is the country that is right next door to your country. Why is it that every time I've ever asked an American what the capital of Canada is, they can't tell you? And there's not a single European that I've ever met that could not tell me what the capital of all the countries are that border their country. Like, you should be questioning yourself. Why is that? Is it Quebec? No, it's Ottawa. Quebec is a province. But I've asked this question to many people that live in the U.S. Like, do you not find it weird that you don't know the capital of the country that borders? Like, it shares the longest border. It's one of your biggest trading partners. Like, you don't find it weird that you don't know and I guess it doesn't because they've But if you were to ask anyone that lives in Germany what the capital of France is, or what the capital of, whatever Austria, like, could you imagine a German not knowing what the capital of Austria was? Like, you could never imagine that. And it's like, how do you tell Americans, listen, your education sucks without sounding insulting? Like I get along with a lot of Americans. I have a lot of American friends, but I feel like shit because I feel like, listen, I feel like I'm telling you, listen, you're just a fucking moron. Every time I say this, and I don't mean it to come out that way, but how else do you say it? Your education system is terrible, and like, it feels like every time I go down there, 70% of the people that I meet. Thank you very much for the follow, man. It feels like 70% of the people that I meet are just woefully like uneducated. But I do get smart people that come into the chat, you know, and we can have conversations about all sorts of things. There are people that I can tell, hey, obviously you've got an education, but there are so many people that just have no understanding of how life works, how the world works. Like they grew up in this false narrative that America is the greatest country in the world, and everywhere else wishes that they were America. Right? But I can, like, then if you were to go and interview people that live in Europe and ask them, hey, would you want to go move to England or to America? And they'd be like, no. Like, I feel like Americans are being taken advantage of by their government, and there's no doubt that they are. Like, they're tricked into believing the most ridiculous shit in the world, and then they're taken advantage of. And like an example, like I've already mentioned, healthcare. Like, they're being tricked into believing that universal healthcare is not far better than their current system, and that why do Canadians live on average 4 years longer than Americans? Why is that? Why is it Europeans live 4 years longer than Americans? Is it because it's not because we play hockey? I mean, how do you have this conversation with people without sounding like you're telling them that they're fucking morons? It's not just the food is definitely part of it. It's not just the food though. Like, just health wise, like, in America, there's people that are terrified to go to the hospital because they've got a hospital bill. There are people that are dying. Actually, I almost forgot this story. Let me go grab a chocolate bar. I'll be right back because this story's going to take a few minutes. But I'll be right back. You'll want to hear this one because it's a very, very good example of what I'm talking about. They lost their homes because they had a disease and their insurance company denied their claim, paid for the high price. Lawyer who defeated them in court. The judge was likely elected due to the insurance company's support. Okay, so there's one of the best things in EU, to be honest. It's cheap. I had to go to the hospital. Everything I've covered is my job. I'll pay nothing. Yeah, I mean, it's the same thing here in Canada. Like, I've never, like, there's no such thing as a hospital bill. Unless you ask for something like a private room or something like that, you might have to pay a small fee in order to upgrade to that. But anyways, I'll tell you my story. When I was around 30, I can't remember the exact age. When I was around 30, and I told this story actually a week ago on stream, but I didn't tell the second part of the story, which had to do with another guy that was in my chat. But I was telling this story about how when I was 30, I was turning 30. The week before I was turning 30, I had this serious pain in the back of my leg, and I couldn't figure out what it was. I used to play a lot of sports, a lot of softball and hockey and stuff like that. And this guy, or I had a pain in the back of my leg. Used to do a lot of weight training and stuff too. So I, went to the doctor, and she said, "Oh, you think you've got inflamed muscles in the back of your leg?" And she gave me some medication for it, or prescription for medication. And I said, "Am I going to be able to drink on this?" And she said, "No." And I said, "Well, it's my 30th birthday this week, and my buddies are all taking me out of town." And she said, "Well, you're going to have to deal with the pain if you don't want to take the medication." I'm like, "I can deal with the pain." It hurt like hell. Like, it was really painful, but I'm not really big on taking drugs if I don't need to. So, which is strange because at that time I was, I was taking other drugs. But anyways, that's not part of the story. Anyways, so we went out of town. I drank like a fish. And after I got out of the nightclub, my legs started to feel better, and I could actually walk back to the hotel room. The next day, I woke up. I could barely feel anything. We went to the next town, drank like a fish again, came back into our town. I stopped at my parents' place for my birthday dinner, basically, and then went home. And a couple of weeks later, I started to feel like I had bronchitis, like it was hard for me to breathe. And I got up one morning and went to walk. My girlfriend was here, and I got out of bed and went to walk into the front room and collapsed on the ground, and like I was suffocating. I didn't know what was wrong. And my girlfriend came out, and she was all freaking out, like, "What the fuck's wrong?" And I'm like hyperventilating because I couldn't breathe. Like, it felt like I was suffocating. I didn't know what was wrong. So I went to the hospital and or to the doctors. They had me go for a blood test immediately. Did that, and then they called me back immediately, and they're like, "You got to go to the hospital." So I went to the hospital, found out I had they rushed me into emergency, and basically I had a blood clot. The pain in the back of my leg was actually a blood clot, which they didn't initially diagnose because they just had no reason to believe that I had a blood clot. Anyways, the blood clot, when I was drinking, the drinking thinned my blood, and the blood. Hey, thanks, Mango Mussolini. The blood clot moved up to my chest, and I had what's called a pulmonary embolism. And basically, it's blood clots. It's like blood clots in your lungs. And there's actually a genetic thing where if you have a different like gene or whatever, it won't go into your lungs. It'll actually go into your brain. You'll get a stroke. So a lot of people have the same condition, and they never know that they have it, and they end up dying later in life of a stroke. Anyways, I got it in the lungs. It was really bad. The doctor even told my mom when I was getting tests done that he was like, I've never seen it this bad before. And he was telling my mom that I had there was a 50-50 chance whether I'd even make it through the night. Anyways, turns out that I did. Long story short, I told this story on stream many, many years ago. And while I was telling this story, or after I finished telling the story, this guy in my chat, who was a regular of mine at the time, he said, is that coming from my stream, or is that one of the other streams? Anyways, we're watching so many streams, I don't know if that's my notification or somebody else's. Anyways, So one of the guys in my chat, and this is where I compare it. It is Clapper. Heebie jeebies. Thank you very much, man. Anyways, one of the guys in my chat, who was a regular of mine, said, "Listen, like, and this is where I'm comparing the Canadian healthcare to the American. I went to the hospital immediately when I thought that I had a problem. I wasn't worried about it. The guy in my chat said there was, he said, I knew he was a single father. He'd been a regular in my chat for some time, and he told me that, like a year and a half before, you know, or I don't even know if it was that long actually, but, I knew he was a single father, but his wife and him were sitting on the couch watching a movie. And she'd been sick, you know, had basically some chest pains or whatever. And they had just had a kid. The kid was like 6 months old or something like that. And they were watching some TV show or a movie or something like that. And then suddenly she just slouched over like this. And he looked and, you know, tried to wake her up. She wouldn't wake up. She died of a stroke. And basically she had the same thing that I had, but the blood clot went to her head. She died of a stroke. And she had been feeling like, you know, really kind of like sick. She couldn't breathe or whatever for, you know, for several days, like bronchitis, but they didn't want to spend money on having to go to the hospital because they were worried about the hospital bill. And because of that, she died because she's worried that, you know, she's got this, you know, a lot of people that are like, oh, I'll just look up on the internet to see what I've got wrong, and they're like, okay, I've just got bronchitis, or you know, I'm you know, they try and play Google Doctor or something like that, and they don't realize it's actually a much more serious condition. And there's actually a term for it. I can't remember what it is right now, where people will actually, like, you know, like a lot of the years that, you know, Canadians and Europeans live longer is because, oh, it's proactive preventative care, I think it's called. But people will like get these symptoms, and here we're not scared to go to the doctor and say, hey, I feel a weirdness in my chest or something like that, and we'll just go. We'll go to the doctor and we'll get it checked out. It's not a big deal. Um, you know, I'll book an appointment. I'll be, you know, in to see the doctor in the next day or something like that. Or you can even walk into a walk-in clinic or something like that, and they can take care of it. You don't have to worry about it though. You're not worried. Whereas in the States, you feel like a little thing, and you know, it's not really an issue. You can feel maybe something like, you know, maybe it's heartburn or something like that, right? And they don't go and get it checked out because they're worried they're going to get some stupid huge bill for something that is a minor problem, right? So they don't go, and it turns out that they had cancer or something like that, and they just leave it and leave it and leave it and leave it, and then finally after like 4 months, well, now they're, you know, now they're going to die because they don't have cancer, or because they've got cancer. Imagine being the richest country in the world with no free healthcare. Here's the problem, though, dude. Like, are you like the average citizen in America? Like, they're not any better off than the average citizen in Canada or England or Germany or France. Like, when you say that you're the richest country in the world, the average citizen doesn't feel like they are, right? Yeah, you're 30. I think it's over to that. I think it's over 37 trillion now, right? Like that's you're you know, the average person, the average person that lives in America is not feeling it. They're not feeling like they're richer than, I promise you, if you came up to Vancouver, you'd be like, oh, these guys aren't broke. Like, what the fuck? You know, like, We've been brainwashed to believe that if we have free healthcare, we wouldn't be the richest country in the world. You know who wouldn't be the richest? Are the fucking billionaires and shit. The regular, everyday person. Here's another advantage. When Americans go to get a job, what's one of their first concerns? Besides pay, besides your salary, what is your basically your number one concern when you're looking for a job? It's always, what's the health insurance, right? All that sort of shit. I don't have to worry about that here. So when I go out and get a job, I apply at a bunch of places, and then I take the job that's paying me the most money. I don't have to worry about worrying about whether or not the health insurance is any better. I get the same health care no matter what. I get the same health care as any other Joe Blow, unless they're going to go and get like private health care. But overwhelmingly, like 99% of people, they just use the same. We all have the same health care, and it's all pretty standard across the country. Our population doesn't want to pay taxes to support free healthcare. You do realize that Canadians don't actually really pay that much more in taxes than Americans, right? It's not actually, unless you're living in like Texas or Florida, where they have like but most states have a provincial or have a state taxes as well, right? Quizzy, here you'll get 5 weeks paid holidays in most jobs. Women here get off year off maternity. Yeah, it's here in Canada. This blew me away. Correct me if I'm wrong, Americans. I don't believe that there's any actual like guarantee of holiday pay in America. Is that still the case, where you're not guaranteed at least 2 weeks paid vacation? I believe a lot of jobs probably have it, but it's not actually guaranteed, is it? That is fucked. Like no holiday pay. Yeah, no holiday pay. Yeah, my last job, um, I started with 25 days paid from my very first day. I started in September of 2023, and 4 months later in January, I went on a 5 week vacation. I'd started at the company 4 weeks before, or 4 months before, and I went on a five week paid vacation. That's when I went to Thailand. I went to Thailand, Cambodia, and Vietnam. 5 weeks paid. I'd been with the company for 4 months. That was my year vacation for the first year that I worked with the company. But I mean, I didn't get another vacation for like a year after that, right? So, but I mean, I was able to take 5 weeks vacation my very first year that I was there. Plus, also we get guaranteed, like there's guaranteed 5 days, 6 days, at my job. Actually, that's at any job. So this isn't even because it's unionized. Um, you get 5 paid sick days every single year, at any job. It doesn't matter if you're unionized or not. That's just like part of labor law here. And I don't even know that sick days are guaranteed in the U.S. I'm not sure. Um, Mothers do get um they get a year guaranteed for maternity leave, but I think they have the option to take a second year as well, unpaid if they want. And then I think I don't have I think men. Yes, men in Canada are eligible for paid maternity leave, structured as part of the federal blah, blah, parents benefit. Fathers can access 5 to 8 weeks of use it or lose it dedicated parental sharing benefits, sharing up to 35 to 61 weeks of standard or extended parental leave with their partner. So men also get 5 to 8 weeks. So must be the biological or adoptive father and have at least 600 hours of insurable employment. Father gets 5 weeks off for a child. Yeah, so it's 5 to 8 weeks. Let's just say 5 weeks, and then the mother gets a year. That's kind of sexist, isn't it? How come men don't get a year? What the fuck? That's sexist. Arizona, it's right to work laws. Everything is up to the business, and they can fire you for no reason if they benefits other than the lunch and 2 15-minute breaks. That's it. They don't need a reason to actually fire you? Like they can just fire you for no reason? That's fucked up. And sorry, do mothers do mothers get any sort of paid time off for having a kid, or pretty much calling it downsizing? I think okay, so they at least get 3 months. But no paid sick days, right? Like I think a lot of people down there look at sick days as people like just kind of like using days to take a day off. Whereas up here we look at it as I don't want that fucking sick person coming into work and getting other people sick. Like stay the fuck home. Law that we accrue sick days we can use. Okay, that's progress, I guess. Progress. But yeah, the healthcare thing really kind of bothers me. I can't tell you how many times I've had like I remember one time I was in Vegas. I was staying we used to always stay at the Flamingo because of the location on the strip. But we'd be in the pool and people would find out we're Canadian, and almost always we would have people that would come up and ask us about, how does healthcare work? Because they're really kind of interested. I'd basically give them the same speech I just gave to you, and they'd be like it all makes sense, but they've been told for so many years that it's bad that they and we get the same all the same procedures that you guys do down there we do up here. The way that you guys fight cancer, it's all the same equipment, it's all the same treatments. The one thing that is different though, and it blows me away every time I'm in the US, and because I use IPTV, I don't know if you guys know what IPTV is, but basically it's cable TV that I get on the internet. So I get like all the channels for like $10 a month. But a lot of the channels are obviously from the US, and it blows me away with how much I'm watching prescription drug commercials, and then like 90% of the time one of the side effects is death. Like suicidal thoughts and death are like the side effects of some of these drugs, and it's like, okay, maybe we probably shouldn't be using those. Taking on my paycheck for taxes, that's another 3 to 5% for free healthcare. It's probably 2 to 4%. I mean, the problem, you've also got to remember that you're making more per paycheck as well, right? Because in the US they'll use that as a negotiating tactic for you to take the job with them rather than take another job where you're making slightly more. Like here, I don't have to worry about comparing health insurance between companies. Whoever's paying the most is who's going to get the best people, right? So if three companies are trying to hire people, they're the best person for the job is going to take the company that is paying the most. We'll just say, okay, fine, you're paying 60,000, this other guy's paying 70,000 a year. I'm going to go with the guy that pays $70,000 a year. And if I have to pay an extra, 3% more for health insurance, but I'm making an extra $10,000 a year, I'll take that trade-off. That's basically how we look at it. They can't use health insurance as a negotiating tactic, basically. Pay you less. How does you guys this 40? It's a 401. Your retirement, right? Is it? It's like a do you guys have like what's called like we've got what's called OAC or old age security and EPP, which is the Canadian pension plan. So it's like two pension plans that are basically, if you're working, you're automatically put into it, so you get to collect it at the you're guaranteed like a certain amount at the end of when you retire. But you guys do you guys have anything like that, or you guys have something that's called a 401, right? And I believe that's kind of like how much you make from that is based on like how the stocks are invested or something. Social Security, it takes up to 30 to 35% budget. 30 to 35%. You guys put into that with your paychecks though? $401k is your private retirement fund or federal laws regulation. Okay. Pensions are no longer given only if you work for the. Wow. But what about Social Security? Is that what you're talking about? Is that part of your pension or is that different? So every paycheck, a small percent goes. That's the same as us, but yours takes up 30 to 35% of the national budget. That is insane. Like that is actually insane. You make 60,000 a year on your pay stub. Okay, see, one of the things that you guys are just like, do you really need to spend as much money on your military? Like, I know military is like a big, you know, a big deal in America, and everyone's really proud of their military and stuff like that. And of course, thankful to people that serve. But the amount that you guys are spending on your military is just like, come on, man. Like, for what? That's what we tell Canadians, we can't afford healthcare. I honestly feel like you guys could probably chop your military budget in half, and you would probably hardly notice a difference. How many bases we have around the world? It's just it seems like it's just massive overkill though. It just seems like it's an absolute massive overkill with how much you spend on the military. We have what is OASDI, which paid into disability and social. Or portly dear leader needs to spend to help out his friend. Are you talking about his friend? Or are you talking about Putin or Zelensky? OASDI is what is called here. Pay Medicare, like healthcare for old people, for all in social. Wait, so you have to pay for Medicare when you're like a senior citizen? Well, one of them. Oh yeah, okay. I saw the one of Putin and took down like a photo of Obama to put up a photo with him. Young working people pay for old people. Okay, so so they're able to give universal health care to old people, but they won't give it to the rest of the population? Oh, is that what the 401k is for? Okay. Old people live in Social Security and they have paid into. Okay. On Social Security, can't live off of Social Security. So, I mean, there are jobs up here where you don't get a pension plan from the company you work for. So, like the last company I worked for, the pension plan that we put into is basically the same as the government pension plan. Like it doesn't get any better than that. And I can't remember how much a month I was putting in or how much off of every paycheck. But essentially every year that I worked, I would get like a $120 a month when I retired. So people that work for the company for like 35 years would max out their pension and they would get $3,500 a month. But then on top of that, you would also get the old age security and the Canada pension plan, those other two pension plans. And those would be like an extra $1,700 a month in like combined. You'd get the 3,500 or well, $3,800 a month from your company pension plan. And then you'd get an extra $1,700 a month from the government pension plans that everyone puts into every paycheck. So you'd actually be doing quite well. Like if you worked for that company for 35 years, you'd be getting what I say 30, 38, $5,500 a month. Retirement and then on top of that, you'd have like we've got what's called RRSPs, which are I don't know what the equivalent for an RRSP is in the US. Hold on. Basically, it's like a fund that you can put your money into, and it's tax deductible. So if you put like $20,000 into your RRSP, you get a $20,000 deductible on your income tax. But then when you cash out that RRSP after when you retire, you pay taxes on it then, but presumably it's going to be at a lower tax rate because you're making less money than when you were working. That's the idea. RRSP in the U.S. are the traditional IRA and the 401k. Yeah, so it's your 401 maybe is the same as our RRSP, but basically you get to tax deduct your 401 401k, like money that you put into your 401? Do you get, is that tax deductible for you? No. See, this is like when people talk about how Canadian pay a lot more in taxes. This is where what people don't understand is our tax bracket, and when they show the tax brackets side by side, it makes it look like Canadians are paying more, but we apparently have a lot of deductions. Like, for example, we don't pay money on any gambling earnings or any lottery earnings or any or on inheritance. So if my dad dies and leaves me like $1 million or something, I don't pay any taxes on it. But I think you guys pay taxes on all that shit, right? You guys pay taxes on inheritance money. You guys don't get any deductibles for 401k. That is fucking wild. But yeah, that's all tax deductible for us. So like people will look at their tax bracket and they'll be like, okay, it's $17,500 for me to go down into the next tax bracket. So what they'll do is they'll put $17,500 into their RSP. They'll go down the tax bracket, but because they've been having their taxes taken off every paycheck for the last whatever it is year at a higher tax rate, they'll also get a tax refund at the when they do their taxes. So you'll have $17,500 put away for your retirement, which later you'll pay less money on taxes on than your current tax bracket, but you'll also get a refund because you've knocked yourself down to a lower tax bracket. You only pay taxes on, I thought it was on any inheritance that you got in the U.S. In Belgium, you get your inheritance taxed. That's for me, my 401k. I have a percent come out of my pay that goes to my 401k, but the government taxes my full gross amount. That is wild, man. That is, I didn't even think about that. RSP is just to save money now because you still pay. You don't pay all the taxes. You pay it based on your tax bracket later on, Wall Street. Presuming you're not making the same amount in retirement as you are now. If you're in a lower tax bracket after you're retired, which you probably are, you'll pay at the lower tax bracket amount, which is why people dump a bunch of money into RSPs. Plus, it also allows you to like, just like if you know that you're like $5,000 away from going down to the next tax bracket, you can invest $5,000 into your RSP, knock yourself down a tax bracket, and then get a tax refund as well. Even if it's your house your parents paid their whole life, you get taxed for it. Work around government taxing inheritance money. I think if you trust you can withdraw, you not sure. Get refunds every year. That's because they take all your overtime. What do you mean they take all your overtime? Like on your like when you work overtime at work, you just have it automatically go to taxes? Is that what you do? I'm not going to ask what you do for work, Wall Street. That's trust is a legal arrangement where the grantor transfers assets to a trustee to hold. Beneficiary followed specific rules and guidelines. Are you copying and pasting this? Trusts are used in estate planning. I have a friend that moved from Belgium for living. He's really happy, so it should be nice. He moved from Belgium to Quebec. I haven't actually been to Quebec. Yeah, Canada's a big country. It's I've been to Ontario, I've been to Toronto, but I haven't made it to Quebec yet. But say $700 because the double time. Fuck, dude, are you hiring? What do you do for work? What do you do for work? I'm currently looking. $700 on a Sunday. You worked in Kitimat. Oh, okay. Wait, I thought you lived in Vancouver. What? I thought you lived just down the street from me. And regardless, are you guys hiring in Kitimat? Because I'll fucking move to Kitimat for $700 a Sunday. You fly in and fly out. Fuck. What kind of training do you need for that shit? I would do that. Camp work. Yeah, I would do that. Fuck. I always wondered what camp like would be. Is it like just basically a big dorm room with a bunch of bunk beds? Or do you get like your own private little tiny room at least? I don't have unfortunately I don't have any of my trades, unfortunately. I wish I did. If I was to do it all over again, I'd go into a trade. I'd go into like being an electrician or pipe fitter or something like that. Um like I would definitely go into a trade if I was to do it all over again. There was another company that I was trying to get onto as basically a labor. It's a laborer position, but they haven't called me back, and it's not it's not like a labor like at a construction site. You're basically like an assistant to other people, like the trades guys. So so hot. I wish I would have listened back. How long did it take you to get your HVAC? Did it actually take you that long to get that? But yeah, a job like that, I would do that in a freaking heartbeat. Oh, you're not? You thought you wish you were? Oh, and you're yeah. I thought HVAC is like that. What Aladar's gonna do? Getting certified as an HVAC technician requires a 4-year apprenticeship. Ugh. Red Seal's about 3 years. Yeah, the you can do it in 3. There was I'm sure if I gave you the name of the company I was talking about, I just don't blurt out. Sure none of you guys would do anything if I was to tell you what company it was that I applied for anyways, but there's weird people on the internet. But there's a company that I've been wanting to apply to in North Vancouver, or I did apply there, but they haven't called me back, unfortunately. And it was just for a regular labor position, but it's not like labor on a construction site. It's basically like I'm the assistant to the trades guys. I get trained on certain aspects of the what's going on around the business, and I'm basically just an assistant. I hold a clipboard, whatever. But it was paying like $50 an hour, and I was like, "Fuck, I'll take that." But I'm gonna go in on Monday and ask them if they're hiring yet, just to kind of give them a net, hey, I'm actually really interested in this job. Do my winters down there back in the day during slow season. Oh, really? Yeah. So, anyways, that's what I was looking to get into. That's the job that I actually really want right now. I was mentioning earlier, like people, um, I haven't told people what my last job was because there's still a chance I might get it back. My union's trying to fight for my job back right now, but I lost it back in September. And my union was supposed to be uh, fighting for it, and I handed in all the appropriate paperwork that they needed, and stuff like that. But I just found out like a couple days ago that they were missing a couple pieces, even though I'd showed them receipts of my emails, basically saying, "Listen, I handed this back in November," and they just basically got it today. Like they had to ask. Basically, said they didn't get it, and I needed to hand it in again. So now they've said, "Okay, now we have it. We can, try and fight for your job back." And I was like, I thought I was supposed to find out in November if I was going to get my job back. Now you're telling me it could be another 30 days. But I'm hoping that this other job, or this other place that I applied for, the one that you're, um, that you think I believe you probably know what I'm talking about. But I'm hoping to get on there. I've got an uncle and a cousin that work there, but my cousin works over on the island for the same company. But yeah, that's the job that I actually really want, and then I'd be happy. I'd be set for life. I'd be like, okay, I'm, or same as like, you know, kind of what you're doing, like something like that. I would take in a heartbeat. But I don't have any trade certificates. I've done construction work before, but I don't have any trade certificates. So we'll see how it goes. I do think that I have a job. I'm kind of going through the hiring process now. Um, and the anyways, I'm going through the hiring process with them. It's not a bad job, and it's a job that I could do until I retire. But it's of the three jobs, it is probably would be my third choice. But it would give me a decent, it would give me decent pay. It would, and it would allow me to basically, continue to, it's got a good retirement package and stuff, or plan and stuff. So, going back to school right now, corporate America and the banking industry is beyond fried right now. There's a um um do you know Joe Lost One, Lando? You watched me from World of Warcraft, but he was, yeah, I don't know that you know Joe Lost One, but he's another Eve streamer, but he was into banking. He's basically retired now, but I've had several conversations with him about that. But yeah, the whole when I lost my job, though, I was fucking. I'm not gonna lie, I was terrified because I was like, "Fuck, man!" It took me forever to get a job that's this. I spent way too much time as a guy in my like 20s and early 30s working in nightclubs and bars, and I was more worried about going out and partying and have fun and stuff like that. Where I wasn't really concerned about getting a job where I was making you know I had a retirement pension and stuff like that. And I got this last job that I had, and I was like, okay, I'm set. Like, I'm gonna have this job for the rest of my life. I'll retire. I'll have a decent pension. I was planning on probably moving somewhere else once I retired, anyways. And so I was happy. I was content. And then I lost my job, and it was like, fuck, what do I do now? Like, how am I gonna get another job that got that much of an opportunity? But the job that Wall Street seems to know where I'm talking about. If I get that job, I'd be happy as hell. Very, very happy. But we'll see. It's only been 2 weeks since I handed in my resume, and they said that they weren't hiring at the time. And there is actually a regular that comes into my stream who said he was saying or telling me, hey, you should apply here. I think he was under the impression that they were hiring more often than they are. But I went and applied anyways, and yeah, I think I'm gonna go in on Monday and be like, hey, yeah, I handed in my resume a couple of weeks ago, just wondering if you guys were hiring yet. Oh, okay. Well, my name is Dax. Just job. Go back to school to learn a remote style job so I can live. Dude, that is another thing that like I wish I would have learned computer programming or something like that, like back end web design or something like that. So I could be like living on the beach somewhere in like Bali and doing stuff like from there. Like for sure, man. For sure. Um Talk like your life is over. It's just a matter of uh like the amount of time that it would take me to learn something like that. Um you know, and then part of the problem is there's so much competition now that your entry level positions you make like shit. Right? Like you make shit like you learn a programming language and you start off making shit right away. So it's not, you know, and when I say shit, it's like you're making minimum wage. It's, you know, you're not making a lot. I've got like another 16 years left of work before I want to retire. Like I'm going to retire at like 67. So I've got like another 16 years left of work. I don't want to spend the next 2 or 3 years working at basically minimum wage before I actually get enough experience to get a decent job when, you know, I could I could get a decent paying job that is putting towards my pension, you know, right away. So, and right now I'm concerned about just getting a job so that I can, you know, pay for rent. Like I'm not um going to go homeless anytime soon. Doing 14 years of work doing a dream job after 2 years of school doesn't sound bad. Um yeah, I don't know. I just kind of look at it as I don't know that I would be able to take 2 years off of work in school. That's kind of the concern. Could I do it for a year? I could probably manage for a year, but the second year, I don't know what I don't know how I'm paying for that second year. Yeah, getting a trade, and actually the company Wall Street, the company that you and I are, I think you and I are talking about the same company, but they will actually put you through a trade after like after 6 months of working there. You can apply to transfer into a trade, and they'll put you through school and pay for your school and get you through all your apprenticeship and stuff like that, and then you can just keep working with them after you've gotten your red seal. So I mean, to be honest, if I wanted to do something um if I was younger, if I wasn't going to go into like a trade, I would probably make a like a real stab at doing the streaming full time. For those of you that are new here, like I think Wall Street and you know you guys have been around for you know last little bit, but years ago I used to be a full time streamer and I was actually doing okay at it. This is back during COVID, and I was actually making enough to actually survive. But I yeah, oh 2 years, okay, 2 years, okay. So still after I was full time streaming though, still after I was full time streaming. And I was getting managing to get by, but um, if I was younger, I probably would actually make a stab at trying to be a full time content creator. I actually do really enjoy it, but the problem is it is very very difficult to try and really get into that. How many viewers you need to get enough money to pay your bills? Well, a lot of it is based on not just number of viewers, but number of subs. So I think back in the day, I think I had Like I was averaging around like 350 to 400 subs. But my average views was like 150 to 200. And this was with me not knowing anything about, like, I lost my job during COVID, like a lot of people did. Um, and so I started full-time streaming because no one was hiring. So, and I'd been streaming for a number of years, but it was just in fun. Like I would get like, 75 viewers or something like that. I was playing World of Warcraft. I'd average like 70, 50 to 100 viewers, somewhere around there, depending on what was going on. And then I lost my job, and I'm like, well, shit, what am I going to do now? So I was like, well, guys, I guess I'm full time streaming, and just started full time streaming. And, I was doing okay at it. I was managing to get by, but I didn't know what the hell I was doing. Like, I didn't really know the importance of YouTube. I didn't really know a lot of these other things. And now there's some more avenues in order to make money. Like, for example, multi-streaming. We weren't allowed to multi-stream back in the day. Like, as a partnered streamer, you were not allowed to multi-stream at all. And now they're just like, okay, yeah, sure, multi-stream. So had I, like, I wish at that time that I would have hard switched to the just chatting stuff and talking about the news and that sort of stuff, rather than focus on trying to be a full-time World of Warcraft streamer. Because I think it would have honestly given me the best chance to actually try and be a full-time streamer. It would have been kind of like, you're either going to make it or you're not. And, with World of Warcraft, like, yeah, there are some guys that are getting, thousands of views at a time. But overwhelmingly, if you look at a lot of the World of Warcraft streamers, a lot of them, myself included at that time, they would hover around that 100 to 200 average viewer, plateau. And it would be like really difficult for them to get any higher. And that's kind of where I was stuck. And I really didn't pay any attention to YouTube. I wasn't paying attention to trying to do anything off stream to build my brand, so to speak. I was just putting in a ridiculous number of hours. I think there were months where I was getting like close to 300 hours a month streaming. And so I, after, I don't know, it was probably about 2 years. I don't remember when it was about 3 years. I was streaming full time for, and then I got this last job that I had. And I at that point I was like, okay, good. But my problem when I was full time streaming is it took me too long to realize how important YouTube was. Like, I should have been putting way more time into YouTube and doing content creation on YouTube to basically generate views for my Twitch. Like, if you watch other World of Warcraft streamers, they put a ton of time into their YouTube content to really kind of help with views, but I wasn't doing that. So I'd make the odd video here or there, but in reality, you should probably be spending about 50% of your time creating YouTube content, because it's basically just free advertising for your stream, and then the other 50% of the time actually streaming. So say like, I don't know, 5 hours streaming and 5 hours of doing YouTube content. In Vancouver, single guy, I'd say 4K minimum a month to be semi-happy, 5 to 6 to have yeah. Yeah, it's expensive here. And when I say like I was getting by like I was making enough to basically pay my rent, my bills, and my basic necessities. So I don't even know that I could say that I was making 4,000. I was probably making, this is a few years ago, so things were a little bit cheaper, including my rent, my phone, or like everything. So I was probably averaging like 30,000 to 3,500 a month. So not great. Like I was able to get by. Like I said, I wasn't a baller by any stretch. And I promised myself that if I ever had to start dip into my savings, then it was like, okay, this is over. You need to go find a job. And eventually it got to a point where I was just like, okay, I need to go find a job. I wasn't losing money. I wasn't dipping in a lot of my savings or anything like that. But eventually I was like, okay, how old was I? I was like 47 or 48 at the time. And I was like, okay, you need to get a job that is actually going to help put towards retirement. Right? So, you're getting by at a low point in your life. I mean, I was playing video games for a living, dude. Like I wasn't, in a terrible spot, like I was playing World of Warcraft and video games for a living. Like it was not bad. Um, if I could actually live comfortably doing this, I would do it. Like I would be like, okay, you know what? Like I'd be happy doing it. I don't need to make, $200,000 a year doing this. But if I was getting by, like what were the amounts that you said? Like if I was making, you know, say 5,500 a month doing this, I would do this no problem. I'd be like, okay, you know what? We're just gonna do this. I'll have to figure out retirement when I retire, or try and put towards retirement. But that's where I'd be. you know Otherwise it's just been basically a fun hobby. Like when I first started streaming, there was no like you couldn't make money streaming. Like back when I started, you had to average 500 viewers before Twitch would partner you, and there was no affiliates. There was no such thing as what's called an affiliate back in the day. You had to average 500 viewers at a time for like 4 months in a row in order for them to give you a partner. And even at that, they would usually fail you the first 2 or 3 times that you applied. So you'd apply the first time you average like that amount for a few months, they'd reject you, and then you try again, and they might accept you the second time. It wasn't until like several years later that they started making it so that smaller YouTube or smaller Twitch streamers could actually make any money. You could always take in money from donations, which was okay because, I mean, to be honest, back then you probably made more in donations on average than you do now, because a lot of people they wouldn't be able to subscribe to your channel because you weren't partnered and there was no affiliate. There was no affiliates back then, so you were basically streaming for free, like you were just doing it for fun. So you'd have your donation button, and people would sometimes they donate, your stream instead. So you'd get the odd bit of that. But overall, most people like myself, I mean, I didn't, even consider the fact that one day I would ever be able to make money, let alone make enough to get by and, between jobs, right? But yeah, no, it's been fun. It's been fun. I think the problem with full-time streaming though is it was stressful. Like suddenly I went from doing this as a fun like part-time gig. Like right now I do it for fun as a part. It's a fun side thing that I do. I'm having fun. I'm having fun. Doing the YouTube stuff just to see how that goes. Like it's on a brand new YouTube channel that I'm not even monetized. Like I can't make any money off of it right now, right? But I'm just kind of having an interesting time just to see how well I can make videos and see how many views I get. And it's like it doesn't actually matter if I get 1,000 views or 10,000 views on the video because I don't make any money off of it anyways. I just kind of get a kick to see what I can make in a video and how my video editing skills improve over time. Like, you know, did you get the new job? Well, I don't know. I was called back yesterday for it was kind of like an on the phone interview, I guess, which was whatever. He was asking me a bunch of questions like what operating systems do you know? And I was like, well, I mean, I know Windows as far back as like whatever was before Windows 95. And I said, and then I've got some familiarity with Linux. And then I said, I've got a Chromebook, and That I'm trying to think of what other operating systems I use. And he goes, "Do you have a phone?" And I said, "Yeah." And he goes, "What kind of phone?" I said, "An Android." And he goes, "Well, so you know Android then?" I said, "Well, yeah, but that's what a Chromebook uses." And he's like, "Oh, okay." And I'm like, "Okay." So I use Android, and then I said, "And I've also used an iPhone in the past too, so I guess I would know, iOS." And then he goes, "How do you, he was like, do you feel comfortable around, like, you know, was it Microsoft 365 products?" And I said, "Well, I know what they are, but I don't use them. But I said I would be able to learn them in no time." And then I said, "Listen, let me just put it to you this way. My home PC, I have 4 monitors." He goes, "Oh." I said, "Yeah, I'm a bit of a computer geek, man. I said, I can build my own computer if I want. I understand computer parts." And he goes, "How fast do you type?" And I'm like, on my phone or on my on a keyboard?" And he goes, "No, on your keyboard or like PC." And I said, "I don't know, probably 70, maybe 80 words a minute." And he's like, "Okay." So I mean, he asked me a couple of other questions as well, and then he said, "Okay, well, we've got, you can come in for I guess it's sort of like an orientation for the job in a couple of weeks." But it sounded like um I'm kind of past the stage of it. Like I'm just kind of going through the hiring process, and like I've already kind of passed the hard part. But we'll see. But I'm gonna go back on Monday to that other job that I was talking about and see if I can get hired there. I was actually Wall Street. I was gonna talk to another guy that follows my stream. He works at the oil fields in Alberta, and I was going to ask him if they were hiring there, because I was like, you know what, with the amount of money that they make at these places, I would do that. I would do the fly in, fly out stuff, and be happy with it. But um, anyways, if I can get the job in North Vancouver that I was talking about, send me a DM. Actually, Wall Street. I wanna see if you actually get the right place. You probably have, but I'm kind of curious. You guess the right place. But I mean, it could turn out that I get my other job back as well, because the president of my union now is involved with their lawyers to see how my case is. And I feel like I've got like a 50-50 chance of getting my old. The thing is, I've got a lot of friends at my old job too. Like a lot of people that you know I miss working with them. But I would dump all that to get that job in North Vancouver. I can still talk to them on the phone. I'll take the extra whatever it is an hour to work. I did work offshore for 2 years. It's kind of nice. A lot of time off. I think Azeroth needs you. No, dude, I remember earlier I was talking about how pissed off Canadians are with what the US is doing. That's a good chunk of the reason why I'm not paying Blizzard my money. You'll boost the fifth? No. Like I've kind of hinted to you guys before that, like I just have no interest in giving Blizzard my money. That is, Canadians are basically boycotting everything American. We don't want our money going to American companies. So that is, and there's several other Canadian streamers and people that I know that are the same. Like we just won't play Blizzard right now while this shit is going on. So who knows? Maybe one day. But like sometimes I'll watch other people playing it, and I'll be like, man, what should I play TBC? It's the last time I'll ever be able to play. And then I'm like, you know what? I just don't want to. Working locally just suck you into working a Saturday here, the Sunday there, and you have no life anyways. You mean if you were to stay in Kitimat? I'd be tempted to do that, man. If they're paying $700 to work on a Sunday, I'll come in and work. Oh, if you were to stay in Vancouver. What position, like, what do you mind saying what you actually do up there? Like, do you have a trade that you do, or what is it that you actually do? You're well, yeah. See, that's one of those really good trades to get into. I've got my scuba diving certificate. I've got my um level 2 um scuba diving certificate, and I'd thought about maybe taking welding so I could do the deep sea welding shit that people do, because those guys make some serious bank. But yeah, welding is one of those professions that, I mean, one of those trades that, one of the better ones. I think welding, um, stuff like electrician, pipe fitters, like, you'll never run out of work. Not a lot of spots for the deep. Yeah, apparently it's also supposed to be pretty dangerous too. The deep sea welders. Apparently it's supposed to be pretty dangerous. People just walking along the street now, like nothing going on now. I think these rioters are all going out to where the bars are now. Yeah, not a lot of spots. Probably, you're right. I don't know if I get on with that company that I mentioned in North. Yes, did you? Yes, no, you DM me. Um, that company that I was talking about, there is the option they would, like, after like 6 months I could go into one of the trades. I don't know which trade I would pick though, to be honest. Like, um my cousin's a pipe fitter there, and my uncle does something else. But I don't know which trade I would get into, to be honest. Real trade that's booming. What would that be? Plumbing has been like, immensely like needed for years. So same as like electrician. There's always work for electricians, man. I remember when I used to do construction, I used to get so jealous because I did a lot of roofing and then did some other construction as well. But with the roofing, like you'd be getting shit on with rain, and the electricians would never even have to come in until we put the roof on. They'd be dry the whole fucking time. Do your own company without a huge overhead. Aviation maintenance is great if you're a real stickler for detail and paperwork. Not sure if I'm a real stickler for paperwork, to be honest. I am a bit of a stickler for detail, but paperwork, not sure. Um, Hold on, I'm gonna DM you, dude. I wanna see what your guess is to where I was talking about. You would be the only person, if I get the job, you would be the only person that would, no, there would be one other person that would know I worked there as well. The other guy, the other viewer that actually currently works, he would know as well. People are still wandering around. It doesn't look like the police are really like pushing them. Wouldn't want to work as an inspector then, but could do the maintenance end. Understand. Company I work at starts at like 225K, but it's all paperwork all day. I'd do paperwork all day for 225K. See, when I say that I don't like doing paperwork, I like money too, though. I'm a greedy fucker. Like I will do paperwork all day for 225K. I can get down with that. Well, guys, I think I'm gonna call it. Trying to stay awake, but there's just not really anything else going on, and looks like these little marches are off, and we're sitting here just watching these kids smoke weed. Alodar, what is a good game to play while enjoying I don't I don't ever enjoy a glass of scotch, so I would not drink the scotch, and something moderately chill. Where did you start watching my stream from, Saganus? Like, was it WoW, or was it from this, or from EVE Online? Could be an AV right now during AV weekend. What does it matter if there's no ranking? Like, ranking is over, right? From WoW? I mean, I don't know. You can just level a character in WoW, I guess. I'm not gonna lie. Now that I've figured out what EVE Online is all about, I really do enjoy EVE Online. I really do enjoy EVE Online. It is an absolutely fascinating game. I wish I could convince more people to give it a try and really kind of people blocking these bus drivers again. Roof for fuck. Would you say Eve is better game than WoW outside of Blizzard shit? It depends on are you a raider or more of like a are you what is more important to you about World of Warcraft? Is it the raiding or is it like the social dynamic part of the game and PvP? Played a raid? Okay, you probably stick with WoW then. Like raiding in um raiding in PV or sorry, raiding in Eve Online. Like imagine like your bosses, like your end boss, like Nefarian or something like that. Instead of it being like a big dragon, it's a big fucking spaceship that has different abilities. That's basically how they've done it. It doesn't look like, to me, being a traditional MMO player, the rating in traditional MMOs like Eve Online or sorry, like World of Warcraft just looks more interesting to me. But the whole dynamic of how I guess the society within the game or how the people within the game interact with each other in Eve Online to me is far more fascinating in Eve Online. Like it's not even close in that. How long are the boss ship? Because I've never been in one, but it's a few minutes or something like that. So yeah, like these ships are fucking huge, man. Like they're big, huge ships. Like they're like the size of a city, man. So and then they've got they instead of in World of Warcraft you have your like regular NPC mobs or whatever that are in the dungeons as well. Well, you have NPC mobs that are in these raids as well. But I've never been a part of one. But the great thing about Eve that makes it so fascinating to me is how everything is kind of intertwined. So like everything in the game, like everything that you see in the game is made like that players can use is made by players. Like there's none of this shit where you go to a raid, you fight a boss, it drops items and you divvy out items to the players that are there. Like that's not what happens. You don't get gear like that in Eve Online. All the gear that you get is player made. So what you might get off of bosses is, or in different places, is you'll get items that you can use to build things, or you'll get blueprints that teach you how to build things, and then you have to get those items to build those things. But all those items that you get to build things are from doing stuff in the game. Hey, hey, Grego, what's up? Is it Grego Tenor? Grego Tenor? How are you doing, man? Yeah, that's the really cool thing. And the thing is that Eve Online, like the game itself is so intertwined that like no matter what you're doing in the game, you're part of what um you're part of I don't know, the whole economy, everything that's going on in the game, like you're part of it. So if you're mining for like minerals or whatever, you can sell them on you're selling them and somebody else is buying them that they could be using them for some of these huge space battles, like they're building spaceships or gear or something like that, right? It's not You're not just going to like some NPC to buy stuff. Everything that's on the market is made by players. Grego, because my name is Gregor because I used to be. Kawasaki is Tenar. Okay. Yeah, that's What else? And there's just, I don't know. Just with it just feels like there's more not Don Lemon, you love his cookies. I see, man. It just feels like there's more I'm looking tired right now. Like there's more interaction in Eve Online. Like it's almost like the game forces you to play a role in this huge universe that's out there, right? See you later, Lando. I'm gonna be going to bed soon. I'm just kind of mumbling at the moment. That tired old game, dude. We're talking about the best game on Twitch. They asked me for a game to play, and I said, what do you know me for? Online or for World of Warcraft?" All right, see you later, Wall Street. Have a good one, man. Gonna stream tomorrow. I'm hoping to, yeah. We'll see what's going on. I would like to get back into like streaming Eve though, at night. I mean, I'm probably not going to bother making a video tonight for tomorrow. But I'll make the video tomorrow during the day, and then I'll stream at night, and that would probably be there. Does my microphone sound better now? Eve is better at night. Helps you fall asleep. It's just you don't understand it, C-Mac. It's like it takes too much like intelligence. Like it actually takes brain power to play Eve Online. No, I'm not playing Eve tonight. As soon as I log off, I'm probably gonna hit the sack and go to bed. Um, what is tomorrow? There's no football games tomorrow, right? They're both on Sunday this week. Oh, there's no football this week. Oh, it's next week. Not even this week. February 8th. You stopped playing WoW? I haven't been playing Classic WoW in a few months now. I don't know when I'll get back into WoW, to be honest. I'd like to think at some point during TBC I'll probably pick it up, but I'm just having trouble. Like, I just don't really have desire to play Classic WoW right now. I'm having a lot of fun doing these just chatting streams and talking about news and stuff that's going on in the world. And then when I'm playing video games, I'm just really having a really good time playing Eve Online. I'm sure there will be at some point, sometime when I do pick up World of Warcraft again, but I know it annoys CMAC no end that I'm not playing World of Warcraft, so that just gives me more of a reason not to play. Just resub to Classic TBC. Yeah, I just don't want to give Blizzard my money. My third midlife crisis. What did I do during my first midlife crisis, and what is wrong with this guy? That's like, what was going on there? Weird people in these videos, C-Mac. These are like your friends. Oh yeah, it is free. It is free right now, isn't it? Yeah, I still don't think I'm gonna play. Still don't think I'm gonna play. C-Mac's just jealous that I'm the world's greatest World of Warcraft player of the age bracket 50 and over. I'm the oldest man to ever get rank 14. And until somebody proves to me that somebody else did it at an older age, I hold that title. The oldest World of Warcraft player to ever get rank 14. Ranks Swifty. Well, okay. Sorry. What I should should say is I did it under the original system. So I actually got it under the original rank 14 system. I guess he's got it with this new system, which I don't count. Like that system is garbage. So I believe he's now got rank 14 under this new system, which is far easier. Your grandpa rumbles when he's tired as well. I'm trying to stay up for if I could stay up for another hour, that'd be perfect. You got your rank 14 in the R way? What is the R way? The right way, the regular way, or? Yeah, I did mine as well. I don't know how old I was. When was COVID? So that would have been like 4 years ago, I guess. Oh, right, 4 years ago. Yeah, it would have been like 47. I just like to say that as a joke that I'm the oldest ever ranked 14 player. But I honestly don't know anyone that's that old that has got rank 14. Like I know a lot of older players, but none of them ever got rank 14. The only reason I was able to get it was because of COVID, and everybody was home from work, right? All right, guys, I'm gonna call it there. I'm done. I've had a great stream. Thank you very much. But I don't want to help CMAC go to sleep tonight, so he's gonna have to find somebody else to watch tonight. And we went for almost 9 hours. Like I was expecting to stream for 3 or 4 hours today. I'm not gonna lie. I was like, okay, I'm gonna stream. I'm gonna cover some of these topics, and then, good. But I went for 9 hours. I thought I was gonna have to log off much earlier and have a nap, but now I've managed to stay up till 9 o'clock. I can, go to bed at a regular time now, and hopefully my sleep schedule is fixed. So have a good one, guys. I'll try and see you guys tomorrow. Take care.